Chapter 744. At the very least, it couldn't be done in one move. Of course, this referred to a sage. If several sages joined forces, they could indeed break the boundary of the 9 provinces in one move. Just like the current situation. Alas, what a pity, Kuan-peng. Feng Zichen sighed and said with a little pity. The great ancestor Kuan-peng had chosen to be his enemy, and had embarked on a dead end. Standing up from the throne, Feng Zichen released his divine thought, and tried to restore the boundary of the 9 provinces. But at this moment he encountered resistance. As the 9 cauldrons trembled, 5 supreme powers appeared. They firmly imprisoned 5 of the cauldrons, causing them to be unable to connect with the other 4 cauldrons. That was the power of the 5 sages. They hid their magic in the giant claws of the great ancestor Kuan-peng. While helping him break the boundary of the 9 provinces, they also secretly penetrated the core of the boundary of the 9 provinces, where the 9 cauldrons were. Rumble. No matter how the remaining 4 cauldrons trembled, they could not break through the blockade of the sage's power, and awaken the 5 cauldrons that were sealed. With the 5 cauldrons sealed, the chi of the 9 cauldrons could not be connected. The power of the boundary of the 9 provinces was reduced by half. Go. With a thought, a majestic power gushed out of Feng Zichen's body and blasted toward the 9 cauldrons to help them break the blockade of the 5 sages. Rumble. At this moment, the human domain began to shake violently. 2 supreme forces clashed and collided in the depths of the earth, causing devastating shockwaves to surge out. After a few breaths, Feng Zichen withdrew his power with a dignified face. He had to admit that with his own strength, even with the help of the 9 cauldrons, he was far from being a match for the 5 sages. He could not shake the power of the 5 sages at all to help the 9 cauldrons break the seal. It seems that the boundary of the 9 provinces cannot be used in a short time. Feng Zichen sighed and said helplessly. Although he was helpless, his tone was not too surprised. That's right, it was expected. The sages had broken the boundary of the 9 provinces. How could they let Feng Zichen repair it in a short time? Then what was the meaning of the saints' intervention? However, although the power left behind by the 5 saints had sealed the 5 cauldrons, this was only temporary. Their powers were ultimately rootless duckweeds that would slowly be obliterated by the 9 cauldrons over time, and become nutrients for their growth. At that time, the barrier of the 9 provinces would reappear in an even stronger form. This was inevitable and irreversible, but it required time. At least 1,000 years, and at most 10,000 years. During this period of time, the barrier of the 9 province had completely lost its function. No matter what race they were, they could freely enter and leave the borders of the human race. The moment the boundary of the 9 states shattered, the elites of the North Sea moved. Like a sharp sword, they directly pierced through the human army and rushed into the human territory. If the reinforcements from other places had not arrived in time and joined forces with the human army to block the North Sea elites, they would have been able to charge straight into the ancestral land of the human race. Troublesome. In the human emperor palace, Feng Zichen could not help but shake his head when he saw the scene outside the border. He was very disappointed with the performance of the human army. Even if the North Sea elites were very strong, without the barrier of the 9 provinces, the human army could not be so easily broken through. This behavior could no longer be described as incompetent. Alas, the human race is really getting worse with each generation. Shaking his head in disappointment, Feng Zichen said. Now his expression was like a high school teacher complaining that they were the worst class he had taught. It's a pity that the human race of the mini-primitive world can't appear in the primitive world for the time being. Otherwise, how could the North Sea elites have the chance to be arrogant? Inexplicably, Feng Zichen thought of the human race in the mini-primitive world. That was the real elite of the human race. Their strength was not weaker than the elite of the demon race at all. In fact, they were even stronger. However, that was Feng Zichen's last trump card. He had to use it at the most critical moment to give the saint a surprise. It would be a waste to use it on the North Sea elites now. Wait, he still had to wait. When the saint thought that victory was in his hands, it would be time for the real elites of the human race to appear. Now, the battle between Feng Zichen and the saint was to reveal each other's trump cards. It was to see who had more hidden trump cards and who was stronger. Whoever used up their trump cards first would have lost most of this battle. Although he was very disappointed with the young people of the human race, Feng Zichen could not really leave them alone. If the human race's frontline army was really defeated by the North Sea elites, then the ordinary humans in the human race's territory would suffer. The North Sea demons would not pity them. They would definitely turn them into blood food to become resources for their own improvement. Therefore, out of consideration for the mortals in the human territory, Feng Zichen decided to reveal a trump card. He released his divine consciousness, crossed the endless void, and came to a battlefield full of devastation. Here, broken flags fluttered, the sky was stained with blood, there were traces of a great battle everywhere, and there were countless corpses on the ground. There were monsters, dragons, phoenix, humans, and so on. This battlefield was one of the main battlefields of the monster race's war against the humans in the ancient times. It could be said that apart from the battle in the human Dao Imperial Court, this was the most tragic battle. The battle was so tragic that not only did most of the experts of the three races and the human race die here, but even a great treasure of the human race was lost here. One could see a broken section of the city wall in the center of the battlefield. It was buried in the endless yellow sand, allowing the passage of time to sweep past it. Whoosh, a gust of wind blew past, stirring up sand and sand into the air, revealing the mottled section of the city wall. Silent desolation and tragedy were the first feelings that the section of the city wall gave off. It was like a book of history, recording the rise and fall of a race. This was the immortal Dragon City, a great treasure of the human race in the past. It was said to be the strongest defense of the human race, protecting the stability of the human race. Unfortunately, that battle had been too tragic. Even the immortal Dragon City, which was said to be indestructible, had been destroyed. The strongest defense of the human race still couldn't protect the human race in the end. Before the final battle between the human race and the monster race, it had been destroyed in that battle. Immortal Dragon City, we meet again. Feng Zichen said with nostalgia as he walked to the side of the immortal Dragon City's ruins. The current immortal Dragon City had long been destroyed beyond recognition. There was no trace of its former glory. However, Feng Zichen could feel that the spirit of the immortal Dragon City was still there. The spirit of protecting the human race. The immortal Dragon City's strength had never been its body, but its spirit of protecting the human race. This was because it was the physical manifestation of the human race's will. Back then, Feng Zichen had used his unparalleled abilities to extract the part of the human race's will that was related to protection and materialized it into the immortal Dragon City, the supreme treasure of the human race. Why was the immortal Dragon City called immortal? It was because of this. As long as the human race's will was not destroyed, the immortal Dragon City would not be destroyed. Therefore, it was naturally called immortal. Although the immortal Dragon City had been destroyed, as long as it was awakened and connected to the human race's will, it could instantly recover and become even stronger than before. Feng Zichen had come here today to awaken the immortal Dragon City. It had been asleep for too long. It was time to wake up. Immortal Dragon City, the human race needs your protection again. So, wake up and continue to fulfill your mission to protect the human race. In front of the immortal Dragon City, Feng Zichen cut his palm and dripped his blood onto the walls of the immortal Dragon City. Rumble. As the Emperor's blood entered the immortal Dragon City's body, the remnants of the immortal Dragon City suddenly shook violently. Rays of divine light rose from its body and pierced through the void. Then, the battlefield shattered like a broken mirror. It turned into fragments that filled the sky and merged into the immortal Dragon City's body. In reality, there was no battlefield. Back then, the demon race had massacred the human race. In order to stop the advance of the demon race army, the human race experts had really given their all. They had burned their bodies and souls in exchange for a moment of invincibility. They had been able to stop the advance of the demon race slightly, so that the human race behind them could have a chance to escape. After the great battle, all the human race experts had turned into ashes. Even their weapons were not left behind. How could there be a battlefield left? The truth of the battlefield was nothing more than the immortal Dragon City's inability to forget the past. When it was on the verge of collapse, It had used its last bit of energy to project the battlefield. Now that the immortal dragon city had awakened, the battlefield was naturally useless. It turned into energy and returned to the immortal dragon city's body. Crack! As the battlefield shattered, Feng Zichen returned to the human emperor's palace. At this moment, he heard an earth-shattering dragon roar that reverberated through the entire eldritch universe. Roar! Amidst the dragon roar, a boundless divine dragon slowly appeared. Its gigantic body moved in the void, stirring up an endless storm, blowing away countless demons. Rumble! The divine dragon wriggled up and down, surrounding the human race's territory. Then, a divine light flashed and the divine dragon's figure disappeared. It was replaced by a winding great wall. It was vast and boundless, surrounding the entire human race's territory and protecting it firmly. It was like the most loyal warrior protecting its own people. Rumble! At the same time, the sky changed color. The will of the people Dao suddenly appeared, turning into endless divine light that supported the immortal dragon city. It looked even more majestic. The strength of the immortal dragon city was related to the human race's will. The stronger the human race's will to protect, the more powerful the immortal dragon city would be. In ancient times, the human race was far from being as prosperous as it was today. The immortal dragon city's power was comparable to that of the Daoyuo Taoist priests. Now that the human race's strength was much greater than that of ancient times, the immortal dragon city's power naturally rose with the tide. Although it still could not compare to a saint, it had reached the half-step primordial chaos level. Rumble! As soon as the immortal dragon city appeared, its vast power swept out, sweeping away the demon army that had charged into the human race's territory. The boundary of the Nine Province was broken, and the immortal dragon city appeared. In an instant, the human race regained its stability. That's the immortal dragon city of the human race. I didn't expect that this treasure was not destroyed in ancient times. Instead, it was hidden by the North Star and only taken out now. Seeing the great wall that suddenly appeared outside the human race's territory, the saint's eyes narrowed slightly. He recognized its origin. In fact, he was not the only one. Every existence that paid attention to the demon race's massacre of humans in ancient times also recognized the origin of the immortal dragon city. After all, the groundbreaking feat of using one's will to refine a treasure was truly unforgettable. The North Star has so many trump cards. He used the immortal dragon city today, which reminded the poor way of something. In the later stages of the Great War between humans and demons, Tai used all his strength to seal a human city, the Imperial Court of Human Dao. That was also the place the North Star used to set up the Chaos Formation back then. Now that I think about it, it's probably also one of the North Star's trump cards. The Grand Pure One frowned as he looked at the restless dragon city. He seemed to have thought of something and said slowly, "The Chaos Formation." Hearing this name, everyone's eyes narrowed involuntarily. The Imperial Court of Human Dao was nothing, but the Chaos Formation had left a deep impression on them. The Great Dao Divine Diagram, the endless Khanate Divine Light, the indomitable God-fiend phantoms that stood between heaven and earth, and the heavenly Dao's incarnation that made people tremble. They had never thought that, before the Chaos Formation appeared, no one had thought that there would be a formation that could directly summon the heavenly Dao's incarnation. Little did they know that when the Chaos Formation summoned the heavenly Dao's incarnation, everyone was shocked. It was also at that moment that everyone had an indelible impression of the Chaos Formation. At the same time, the Chaos Formation became one of the three great formations of the primordial world. Yes, that's right. There were 4 of the 3 great formations, just like the 4 heavenly kings had 5. This should be common knowledge. I almost forgot that the North Star still had this trump card. We really can't be careless when facing him. After coming back to his senses, the primordial Lord of Heaven said with some lingering fear, he really didn't think of the Chaos Formation. After all, the Imperial Court of Human Dao hadn't appeared in front of everyone for too long. It had long been forgotten by the world. Perhaps the news of the Imperial Court of Human Dao hasn't spread in the primordial world because the North Star deliberately blocked it. His goal was to wait for this moment. For some reason, Daoist Kundi thought. However, it didn't matter. Since they had noticed it in advance, they could make preparations early. The effect of the North Star's trump card would undoubtedly be greatly reduced. If they could still be tricked by the North Star under such circumstances, it could only be said that they were really too useless. It was also because Feng Zichen couldn't hear their thoughts. Otherwise he would definitely laugh out loud. Feng Zichen wasn't surprised that the 5 saints could guess the imperial court of human Tao. However, it would be strange if they could guess what was inside. There was nothing to look forward to in the imperial court of human Tao. However, the humans inside were the surprise that Feng Zichen gave to the saints. They were also his greatest trump card. This was something that the saints would never have thought of. They would never have thought that there were millions of Tai Dao lords in the imperial court of human Tao. Chapter 745. The saints would never have thought that Feng Zichen still had control of the passage to the realm sea. This huge difference in information was Feng Zichen's biggest advantage when facing the saints. In the human emperor's palace, after Feng Zichen awakened the immortal dragon city, he called Feng Zichen and instructed him. Kangmang, take my sword and go to the 5th manor of the Longevity Mountain to visit the great deity Zhen Yuan. As he spoke, Feng Zichen took off the Zichen sword and handed it to Feng Kangmang. Your Majesty, what should I say after seeing the great deity Zhen Yuan? Feng Kangmang asked doubtfully after receiving the Zichen sword. Even if he was going to visit him, there had to be a reason. He could not just run over carelessly. After you see the great deity Zhen Yuan, don't say anything. Just wait for me and say hello to him. Then leave the Zichen sword behind and you can leave. Hearing this, Feng Zichen shook his head and continued to instruct. This, I understand. Although he did not understand, Feng Kangmang did not ask further. He bowed to Feng Zichen and hurriedly left for the Longevity Mountain. Kuan-Peng, your death is coming. Looking in the direction where Feng Kangmang left, Feng Zichen said slowly. The purpose of letting Feng Kangmang go to the Longevity Mountain to visit Zhen Yuanzi was naturally to use him to kill the great deity Kuan-Peng. With the great Tao Oath, it was naturally very easy for Feng Zichen to kill the great deity Kuan-Peng. But why did he have to do it himself? Killing the great deity Kuan-Peng directly was simple, but it could not maximize the benefits. However, if Zhen Yuanzi killed the great deity Kuan-Peng, the result would be completely different. At this juncture, if Zhen Yuanzi killed the great deity Kuan-Peng with the Zichen sword, he would not be able to explain his relationship with the human race even if he had mouths all over his body. They would definitely be classified as part of the human race by the saints and the other great divines. As long as Zhen Yuanzi killed Kuan-Peng, he would be bound to the human tribe from now on. This was also Feng Zichen's goal. Not only did he kill ancestor Kuan-Peng, a great enemy of the human race, but he also got Zhen Yuanzi, a strong helper for the human race. As for why he chose Zhen Yuanzi and not others, it was naturally because Zhen Yuanzi and ancestor Kuan-Peng had a blood feud. For this reason, Feng Zichen was not worried that Zhen Yuanzi would refuse. This might be Zhen Yuanzi's only chance to kill ancestor Rock and avenge ancestor Hongyan. If Zhen Yuanzi missed this opportunity, he would never have the chance to kill Kuan-Peng. Therefore, he could not refuse. Besides, even if Zhen Yuanzi refused, it didn't matter. Feng Zichen is such a shrewd person. Do you think Zhen Yuanzi will be fine if he refuses? That would be too naive. He had many ways to force Zhen Yuanzi to agree. Over the years, not many people who were targeted by Feng Zichen could escape from his hands. Feng Kangmang was a Taoist priest who had attained Daoyuo's fruit of Tao. His speed was naturally extremely fast. Therefore, it did not take long for him to reach the vicinity of Longevity Mountain. When he was still some distance away from Longevity Mountain, Feng Kangmang walked out of the void and changed to walk to 5th Manor Temple to show his respect to the ancestor of earthly immortals. In 5th Manor Temple, Zhen Yuanzi, who was in seclusion, suddenly opened his eyes. He called for 2 Taoist children and ordered, Qingfeng Mingyu, there is an important guest. Quickly go out and welcome him for me, so as not to be impolite. Yes, master. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 children walked out and bowed to Zhen Yuanzi. Then they walked towards the door. It's strange. Why would the human emperor send someone to the poor way? Zhen Yuanzi murmured to himself in confusion after the 2 had walked away. He did not understand why the human emperor sent someone to see him. Did he want him to get involved in this killing calamity? That was absolutely impossible. There were too many variables in this killing calamity, and people could not see the trajectory of its development. There was a faint tendency to evolve into a calamity that could destroy the world. He could not wait to avoid it. Why would he take the initiative to get involved? The human emperor should understand this. But why did he still send someone over? He really did not understand. Alas! The more he thought about it, the more worried Zenyu became. He knew what kind of character the human emperor was. He was afraid that he did not come with good intentions. This was troublesome. With his small arms and legs, he really did not want to get involved in the battle between the human emperor and the saint, because he could not afford to offend either side. In fact, if it was only Feng Kangming who came, Zenyuanzi could totally refuse to see him. Zenyuanzi was just a Tao master. Even if he was the messenger of the human clan, Zenyuanzi did not want to see him, so Feng Zichen could not say anything. But from a distance, Zenyuanzi could feel the emperor's aura on Zichen's sword, which was enough to shake the world. Obviously, Feng Kangming came with the Zichen's sword. In this way, Zenyuanzi could not refuse to see him, because Feng Kangming came with the Zichen's sword, which meant that he came on behalf of the human emperor. If Zenyuanzi did not see him, he would be suspected of ignoring the human emperor. In this way, he would offend the human clan. So he had to see him. That was also why Zenyuanzi felt that he came with bad intentions. It was obviously not a good sign to come with a weapon in hand. I am Feng Kangming of the human clan. Today, I come to see the great immortal Zenyuanzi under the order of the human emperor. Please show yourself. Feng Kangming shouted respectfully outside the Five Villages temple. Squeak! As soon as he finished speaking, the gate of the Five Villages temple opened from the inside, and two small figures walked out. Are you the distinguished guest that Master mentioned? Master is already waiting for you inside. Please go in and meet him. Looking up at Feng Kangming and seeing that his cultivation was unfathomable, Qing Feng and Mingyu said, I don't dare to call myself a distinguished guest, but I do come to see the great immortal Zenyuanzi. Since the great immortal has summoned me, please lead the way. Poor Wei, thank you. Even in the face of two Taoist children, Feng Kangming was still very polite. These days, Taoist children were not to be trifled with. There was a saying that one should not bully a poor Taoist child. Look at Hao Yan of the Jade Pool, who was also a Taoist child. Now, not only was she the heavenly emperor and heavenly empress, but she could also wrestle with a sage. Her strength was not weak. They were the goal of all the Taoist children in the untainted land. Therefore, every Taoist child was a potential stock, especially the Taoist children of big shots. They were the most potential stock and could not be easily offended, because you would never know how far they could grow in the future. Taoist priests, please come with us. Feng Kangming could call them young friends, but Qing Feng and Mingyu did not dare to call a Taoist priest a Taoist friend. They respectfully guided Feng Kangming to Zenyuanzi's place. Since Zenyuanzi said that Feng Kangming was a distinguished guest, his status must be unspeakably high, far beyond their own. Qing Feng and Mingyu knew that. Under their guidance, Feng Kangming soon saw Zenyuanzi. Greetings, great immortal. I'm Feng Kangming of the human tribe. Feng Kangming respectfully saluted the moment he saw Zenyuanzi. He had to be respectful. Zenyuanzi was the ancestor of earthly immortals recognized by heaven and earth. He had great merits. Disrespecting him would shorten one's life. Zenyuanzi nodded and asked. His Majesty asked you to see poor Wei. What's the matter? Hearing this, Feng Kangming took off the Zichen sword, raised it above his head with both hands, and bowed to Zenyuanzi. I'm here to greet the great immortal under the order of His Majesty, and to show this sword to you. Zichen's sword? Show it to poor Wei? Zenyuanzi did not take the Zichen's sword immediately, and asked in disbelief. Yes, is that what His Majesty said? Feng Kangming said affirmatively, handing the Zichen's sword forward. Let poor Wei see the Zichen's sword. I wonder what the human emperor is up to. Puzzled, Zenyuanzi took the Zichen's sword from Feng Kangming's hand and looked at it carefully, trying to figure out what the human emperor was up to. But at this glance, Zhen Yuanzi could not help but narrow his eyes, and his face became serious. Because at the moment when the purple imperial sword was in his hand, Zhen Yuanzi actually saw the scene of Ancestor Kuanping being killed by his sword from the purple imperial sword. But how could this be possible? He was clear about his own strength, and he was not clear about Ancestor Kuanping's strength, but he knew that Ancestor Kuanping was not much weaker than him, or even a little stronger. But no matter which possibility it was, it showed that he, Zhen Yuanzi, might have the strength to defeat Ancestor Kuanping, but there was no possibility of killing him. But why did Zichen's sword show the scene of him killing Ancestor Kuanping? With Zhen Yuanzi's strength, he could naturally distinguish between the real and the illusory. Therefore, he was very sure that the scene on Zichen's sword was not an illusion, but a scene from the future. That was to say, in the future, Zhen Yuanzi killed Ancestor Kuanping with a sword. But this was impossible. For a moment, Zhen Yuanzi's Taoist heart was in a mess, completely disturbed by the scene that suddenly appeared on Zichen's sword. After a long while, Zhen Yuanzi came back to his senses and realized where the problem was. With his current strength, there was absolutely no possibility of killing Ancestor Kuanping. The problem was with the sword. And that sword was Zichen's sword. This meant that he, who originally did not have the ability to kill Ancestor Kuanping, had the strength to kill Ancestor Kuanping after picking up Zichen's sword. With this thought in mind, Zhen Yuanzi looked at Zichen's sword again. However, at this moment he looked more carefully, almost pouring all his mind into it. Boom! Through the layers of fog, in that trance, Zhen Yuanzi seemed to see a transparent thread extending from Zichen's sword and falling on Ancestor Kuanping's body. This was the karma thread. It was this thread that gave Zichen's sword the ability to kill Ancestor Kuanping. That was to say, any powerful person, as long as he held Zichen's sword, had the ability to kill Ancestor Kuanping. This was given to Zichen's sword by Feng Zichen. Before Zichen's sword was taken out, Feng Zichen engraved his power of the Great Way on Zichen's sword, so that it had the ability to kill Ancestor Kuanping. That was not the karma of the Way of Heaven, but the karma of the Great Way. Ancestor Kuanping had nowhere to hide, so he could only fulfill his oath. Of course, did you think that was the end? That was not impossible. If the karma of the Great Way could be erased so easily, then it did not deserve to be called the karma of the Great Way. The death of Ancestor Kuanping was not the end of everything, but the beginning of his suffering. The karma of the Great Way would always entangle him. Even if he returned from his sleep, it would still be attached to him. This meant that unless Ancestor Kuanping chose to abide by the agreement between himself and Feng Zichen, his life and death would always be in the hands of Feng Zichen. As long as he wanted, he could end Ancestor Kuanping's life at any time like now. Signing a contract with Feng Zichen was the beginning of the misfortune of Ancestor Kuanping's life. He had already been tied to Feng Zichen's ship, but he still did not know it. Holding Zichen's sword, Zhen Yuanzi understood Feng Zichen's plan at the first time. He wanted to kill Ancestor Kuanping with his own hands, and take this opportunity to tie him to the human race. This was an open conspiracy without any concealment. Everything was clearly placed in front of Zhen Yuanzi for him to choose. But could he refuse? Even if he knew that Feng Zichen had bad intentions, Zhen Yuanzi could not refuse. As Feng Zichen had guessed before, this might be the only chance for Zhen Yuanzi to kill Ancestor Kuanping. In order to take revenge, he had no choice. Putting away Zichen's sword, Zhen Yuanzi turned to Feng Kangmeng and said, "Poor Wei has understood the meaning of your emperor. Go back and tell him that Poor Wei has agreed." After that, Zhen Yuanzi waved his hand and called Qing Feng and Mingyu. He ordered, "Go to the back garden and get 10 fruits. Give one of them to fellow Taoist Kangmeng to quench his thirst. Let him take the remaining 9, and give them to the emperor as a thank you gift from Poor Wei." After that, Zhen Yuanzi directly left with his hands behind his back. The whole process was done in one breath, leaving no chance for Feng Kangmeng to reply. "Fellow Taoists on Mount Kunlun, Poor Wei did not want to be your enemy, but you forced Poor Wei. Since you have chosen to cooperate with Kuanping, you are destined to be the enemy of Poor Wei. Forget about the 3 pure ones, but the 2 Taoists in the West can also cooperate with Kuanping so calmly. This is really infuriating. Do they really not care about fellow Taoist Hong Yin at all? After all, fellow Taoist Hong Yin was killed by that bastard Kuan-peng. Not only did they not want to take revenge for fellow Taoist Hong Yin, but now they are even talking and laughing with the murderer who killed her. They are really worse than beasts. In the depths of Wuzhuang Taoist Temple, where Zhen Yuanzi had set up clothes for ancestor Hong Yin, came Zhen Yuanzi's angry scolding. After knowing that the sage had cooperated with ancestor Kuan-peng, he was really angry. He kept cursing Jian and Zhuanti. At this moment, he had completely given up on the two of them, and no longer had any hope. It was impossible to count on the two of them to resurrect fellow Taoist Hong Yin in this life. Even until today, there was still no sign of ancestor Hong Yun's return. This could be related to them, and they were secretly obstructing him. Chapter 746. Ancestor Red Cloud died in the middle of the Antiquity Age, when the sages had just attained Tao. Now this era was about to pass. History was about to turn over and enter a brand new era. The Antiquity Age was about to become the Archean Age. How long had it been since the middle of the Antiquity Age? Tens of millions of years? Billions of years? Zhen Yuanzi was not sure, but he knew that it was definitely an extremely long period of time. Even so, such a long period of time had passed. An entire era, but there was still no sign of Ancestor Red Cloud returning. This was obviously illogical. Ancestor Red Cloud was not Di Jun, who had enemies all over the world. Even the sages were trying to stop his return. He only had Ancestor Rock and Ancestor Nether River as his enemies. The two of them did not have the ability to hide from Zhen Yuanzi and stop Ancestor Red Cloud's return. Under such circumstances, Zhen Yuanzi had worked hard for an entire era, but there was no result. Ancestor Red Cloud's real spirit was still dead. There was no sign of him returning. At this point, even if Zhen Yuanzi did not want to believe it, he had to admit that there was someone stronger than him who was secretly stopping Ancestor Red Cloud's return. There were not many people stronger than Zhen Yuanzi in the Eldritch world. The range was easy to pinpoint. There was an 80% chance that the sages were secretly involved. Among the 6 sages, Zhen Yuanzi could not think of anyone else other than the 2 sages, Zhen Yuanzi and Zhuanti. They owed Ancestor Red Cloud too much karma. They could either return Ancestor Red Cloud the position of a sage, or give him a primordial treasure each. This was the only way to end the karma between them. There was no other way. However, even if the 2 sages of the West were willing to pay such a price to repay Ancestor Red Cloud, they could not afford it. In order to get rid of this karma, the best way was to prevent Ancestor Red Cloud from ever returning. As long as Ancestor Red Cloud no longer existed, the karma would naturally cease to exist. Therefore, no matter how hard Zhen Yuanzi tried, he could not revive Ancestor Red Cloud. The 2 sages of the West would not allow it. A long time ago, Zhen Yuanzi thought of this possibility. However, he did not want to believe it or confirm it. Because once he confirmed his guess, it would mean that Ancestor Red Cloud had no hope of returning. For the hope in his heart, Zhen Yuanzi chose to deceive himself, unwilling to accept the cruel truth. As time passed, the resurrection of Ancestor Hong Yin became a knot in his heart. It had even dragged down his cultivation, causing his cultivation progress to be somewhat slow in recent years. Of course, if this knot could be untied, it meant that Zhen Yuanzi was not far from breaking through the realm of Daluo Jingxian. However, with Zhen Yuanzi's power, it would be impossible for him to revive Ancestor Hong Yun under the combined suppression of the 2 from the West. However, the appearance of Feng Zichen gave Zhen Yuanzi a chance to turn things around. First of all, Feng Zichen used Zichen's sword to tell Zhen Yuanzi that he had the ability to help him kill Ancestor Kuan-peng and avenge Ancestor Hong Yun. Secondly, Feng Zichen's arrival made Zhen Yuanzi see another possibility. The other possibility of reviving Ancestor Hong Yun. Yes, it was true that he could not deal with the 2 Western saints alone, but he could also find help. Feng Zichen. This was Zhen Yuanzi's best choice. After all, he was one of the few experts in the untainted land who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the sages. At the same time, like Zhen Yuanzi, he had a blood feud with the 2 Western saints. Moreover, Feng Zichen's power was not weaker than the 2 Western saints. This was not Zhen Yuanzi's guess, but Feng Zichen's real battle record. After all, he had fought against 3 sages by himself. If he could get the help of Feng Zichen, then the matter of ancestor Hong Yun's return would be settled. That was why Zhen Yuanzi chose to accept Zichen's sword. Otherwise, did he really think that Zhen Yuanzi would sell himself to the human tribe just because of ancestor Kuenping's life? This was obviously impossible. In Zhen Yuanzi's heart, killing ancestor Kuenping was not worth mentioning compared to reviving ancestor Hong Yun. Killing ancestor Kuenping was of no use except to vent his anger. Zhen Yuanzi was one of the few great mediums in the untainted land. He could not sell himself to the human tribe just to vent his anger. There must be a deeper reason. He wanted to borrow Feng Zichen's hand to revive ancestor Hong Yun. He had already sold himself to the human tribe. Feng Zichen could not help him. Even if he did not want to help, he had to. Otherwise, who would dare to rely on the human tribe in the future? This time, Zhen Yuanzi and Feng Zichen were using each other. However, overall, Feng Zichen had profited. After all, reviving ancestor Hong Yun was part of his plan to deal with the 2 saints Yuanti. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhen Yuanzi, a future Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal of the origin, was Feng Zichen's gain no matter how he looked at it. When ancestor Hong Yun was revived in the future and Zhen Yuanzi became the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian, the human tribe would have 2 more supreme beings. After that, if the 3 sovereigns also attain Dao, the scene would be TSK, TSK, TSK. It would be spectacular. By then, the human tribe would have the capital to fight against the saints. They would be able to say no to the arrangements of the saints. This was what Feng Zichen was looking forward to. He firmly believed that the day would come soon. Juanti, when ancestor Hong Yun returns, poor Wei and Juanti will definitely settle the karma of all these years with you 2 brothers. After worshipping ancestor Hong Yun again, Zhen Yuanzi said with murderous intent. At this moment, with the change of his thoughts, the hatred in his heart for Juanti and Juanti could no longer be suppressed. Almost all of it surged out in an instant and surged in his heart. It was difficult to calm down, and it was difficult to calm down. Only the blood of the 2 could wash it away. Fortunately, the sage had lost the ability to deduce the divine mystery. Otherwise, Zhen Yuanzi's current actions would have been sensed by the 2 sages, Janine and Juanti, and unknown troubles would have arisen. After a long time, Zhen Yuanzi suppressed the murderous intent in his heart. Then he carried Zichen's sword and went to the quiet room to cultivate in seclusion. This was the prelude to killing. In Zhen Yuanzi's current state, it was not good to directly find trouble with ancestor Kuenping. Therefore, he had to go to the quiet room to meditate for a while to adjust his state of mind. In addition, revenge was a very sacred thing. He needed to make all the preparations and kill ancestor Kuenping at the best time. For example, on the day ancestor Red Cloud fell, killing ancestor Kuenping on this day was the final sacrifice to ancestor Hong Yun. Your Majesty, Zichen's sword has been accepted by the Great Immortal. In addition, the Great Immortal asked me to tell your Majesty that he has understood your intention, and he agrees. In the Human Emperor Palace, Feng Kangmeng, who had returned from Longevity Mountain, reported to Feng Zichen. At the same time, he did not forget to offer the 9 ginseng fruits. Oh yes, your Majesty, these 9 ginseng fruits are a gift from the Great Immortal. Feng Kangmeng took out the ginseng fruits that Qing Feng and Mingyu had given him. Yes, you did well. You can keep the ginseng fruits. Or you can give them to whoever you like, or you can keep them for yourself. Anyway, just treat them as your reward for this task. Feng Zichen nodded and praised. As for the ginseng fruits, they were useless to him. He might as well give them to Feng Kangmeng. Yes. After accepting the ginseng fruits, Feng Kangmeng got up and left. Ancestor Kuenping, let's see if you can die this time. Feng Zichen turned his head to look at the North Sea and sneered. At least 100 years, or at most 1,000 years, ancestor Kuenping would definitely die. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 130 years had passed. And this day, according to the time in the heaven realm, was the death anniversary of ancestor Hong Yun. Boom. On Longevity Mountain, a violent wave suddenly rose, shaking the entire untainted land. Then the ancestor of Earth immortals, Zenyuanzi, who had not moved for a long time, walked out of Longevity Mountain with a shocking murderous intent and headed toward the North Sea. Kuanping, it's time for you to pay with your life for fellow Taoist Hongyan. His cold voice reverberated between heaven and earth, waking up countless great divine ability users from their stupor. That's Brother Zenyuanzi's voice. What is he doing? Is he going to attack Ancestor Kuanping at this moment? After waking up from their seclusion, everyone looked in the direction of Longevity Mountain in shock and doubt. A battle of life and death between great mediums was not a small matter. Moreover, it was at this crucial moment. Ancestor Kuanping had just received the support of the sage, and was preparing to fight with the human emperor, to seize the position of the Emperor of Earth. Now that he was full of himself, it was unwise for Zenyuanzi to choose to fight with him at this moment. In addition, during the cultivation tribulation, although it was the best time to take revenge, it was the first time that such a vendetta between great mediums had happened. It was beyond the scope, it was really beyond the scope. It was already a big deal that Daoyuo Jingxian was involved in the cultivation tribulation. But there were actually top great mediums in the world who took the initiative to enter the cultivation tribulation. What was he doing? Did he think that the situation was not chaotic enough, and the power of the cultivation tribulation was not strong enough? Did he want to add fuel to the fire? At this moment, the most anxious ones should be the 5 sages on Kunlun Mountain. Zenyuanzi suddenly attacked Ancestor Kuanping, which really caught them off guard. Why did Jin Yuanzi suddenly want to make a move against old Ancestor Kuanping without any rhyme or reason? He had endured for countless years, why couldn't he bear it at this moment? Without the ability to deduce the mysteries of heaven, even the sages could not know everything. Therefore, they did not know that Feng Zichen had sent Feng Kangmang to Longevity Mountain. Damn it, we can't let fellow Taoist Zenyuanzi attack Kuanping. Otherwise, whether we win or lose this battle, it will affect our plan. Saint Juanti said with a gloomy face. As long as Zenyuanzi attacked Kuanping, Kuanping would not be able to show up in a short time. How could a battle between great mediums of the same level be decided without hundreds or thousands of years? It would be even more difficult to determine life and death. Unless they had overwhelming strength, they could only rely on time to slowly wear them down. But at this critical moment when the demon clan was attacking the human clan, how could Ancestor Kuanping not show up for a long time? It would not take many years. As long as Ancestor Kuanping did not show up for 1,000 years, the morale of the North Sea Demon clan would be completely destroyed. It would not be a matter of time before they were defeated by the human clan. Therefore, Zenyuanzi could not fight Ancestor Kuanping, at least not now. Zenyuanzi was very popular in the untainted land. Therefore, seeing that he was stupid at this time and wanted to attack Kuanping to destroy the saint's plan, everyone showed up to persuade him. Fellow Taoist Zenyuanzi, please think twice. It's unwise to fight Kuanping now. That's right. Now that the general trend is with him, you'd better avoid him. In everyone's opinion, if Zenyuanzi went to kill Ancestor Kuanping now, there was no other possibility other than asking for humiliation. Not to mention whether the saint would help, the hundreds of demon gods of the North Sea Demon clan would join forces and attack Zenyuanzi together with Kuanping. It would be enough for him to suffer. Everyone was worried that Zenyuanzi would fail to take revenge and lose face, so they persuaded him to go back. It could be seen that Zenyuanzi was very popular. If it were others, how could they persuade him? It was good enough that they did not laugh at him. Poor Wei appreciates your kindness, fellow Taoists. But to avenge fellow Taoist Hongyan has become my obsession. If I can't do it, I'm afraid that poor Wei won't be able to go any further. Therefore, fellow Taoists, please return. I have no room to turn back. Now this is the only chance for poor Wei. If I miss it, I'm afraid there won't be a second chance. Zenyuanzi shook his head and said, how could he, who had made up his mind, be swayed by a few words from outsiders? Today he had to kill Kuanping. Alas! Seeing the firmness in Zenyuanzi's eyes, everyone knew that he had made up his mind. Therefore, they did not persuade him but followed him silently. They thought that with them following fellow Taoist Zenyuanzi, even if Kuanping won, he would not dare to go too far. Anyway, with them here, fellow Taoist Zenyuanzi's life would be saved anyway. At most, he would lose some face, which should not be a big deal. Seeing the crowd following him silently, Zenyuanzi could not help but be moved. What was the spirit of brotherhood? This was it. It had to be said that Zenyuanzi knew how to conduct himself. They were all famous good people in the untainted land. When ancestor Hongyun was in danger, they chose to stand by and watch. When Zenyuanzi was in danger, they showed up one after another and stood by him silently. This was the difference in conduct. If ancestor Red Cloud was half as capable as Zenyuanzi, then he would not have fallen into such a state. Seeing that the crowd did not persuade Zenyuanzi but followed him to the North Sea, the saint had no choice but to persuade him to go back. Fellow Taoist Zenyuanzi, please wait. Before he arrived, Saint Juanti's voice came from afar. However, Zenyuanzi turned a deaf ear to his voice, as if he did not hear him at all, and continued to walk forward. Seeing that Zenyuanzi ignored him, Taoist Juanti felt embarrassed and appeared in front of him in a flash. Chapter 747. Friend, it's been a long time. Please listen to the poor way. Taoist Kundi stopped Zenyuanzi and said with a smile. However, Zenyuanzi's cold eyes responded to him. Friend Kundi, are you here to join forces with the poor way to kill Kuenpeng? Zenyuanzi asked as he stopped and stared at Saint Kundi. This. Hearing that, Saint Juanti was immediately embarrassed. He did not know how to continue. What could he say? Could he say that he was here to stop Taoist Kundi from seeking revenge on Kuenpeng? He really couldn't bring himself to say such words. He was in no position to say that. However, Saint Juanti was embarrassed, but Zenyuanzi was not. He continued as if he did not see Saint Juanti's expression. An era has passed. A whole era has passed. The poor way thought that Taoist Kundi had forgotten about Taoist Hongyun's hatred. I never expected that fellow Taoists would actually specially rush over to lend me a hand at this critical moment. It's truly moving. It seems that you have not forgotten about Taoist Hongyun's kindness in the Purple Cloud Palace. Well, since that's the case, let's join forces and kill Kuenpeng to comfort Taoist Hongyun's soul in heaven. As he spoke, Zenyuanzi suddenly became excited as if he had been possessed by a drama queen. He stepped forward and grabbed Saint Juanti's sleeve. Regardless of his pale face, he wanted to drag him to the North Sea. This. Next to Zenyuanzi, the great divinities who followed him all had strange expressions on their faces when they saw this scene. Brother Zenyuanzi said that on purpose, didn't he? He must be mocking Saint Kundi on purpose, mocking him for being ungrateful and biting the hand that fed him. After Zenyuanzi finished speaking, Saint Kundi's face turned pale. I can't leave, but I can't stay either. Although no one had discussed the matter between ancestor Hongyun and the two sages of the West, most of them knew about it. They were not fools. How could they not understand that ancestor Hongyun did not show any signs of returning? Someone must be behind this. Other than the two saints of the West, there was no one else who was behind this. Therefore, when everyone saw that Zenyuanzi was mocking Saint Juanti, they were all watching a good show to observe Saint Juanti's reaction. That expression was truly marvelous. At this moment, Saint Juanti felt extremely embarrassed. Ever since he was born, he had never been so embarrassed. Even with his thick skin, he wished he could just cover his face and leave. Unfortunately, he could not leave, because his sleeve was being pulled tightly by Zenyuanzi. He didn't know if Zenyuanzi did it on purpose. He pulled Zenyuanzi's sleeves so tightly that Saint Juanti couldn't even pull them away. Of course, if he insisted on it, he could still do so. However, wouldn't that be even more awkward for Saint Juanti? Saint Juanti forced himself to calm down and said, Fellow Taoist Zenyuanzi, calm down first and listen to poor Wei. But Zenyuanzi had finally gained the upper hand. How could he give him a chance to speak? Calm down for what? Today happens to be the death anniversary of fellow Taoist Hongyun. The two of us, together with Saint Jiayin, can join forces to kill Kuenpeng today. It can be considered as completing the friendship between us and fellow Taoist Hongyun. Zenyuanzi approached Saint Juanti and said excitedly, This. Saint Juanti didn't know what to say after being blocked by Zenyuanzi's words. However, at this time, Zhen Yuanzi still didn't intend to let him go. Zhen Yuanzi's expression changed, and he said in an extremely shocked tone, "Fellow Taoist Yuan Yu. Don't tell me you don't know that today is the death anniversary of fellow Taoist Hong Yun." As he spoke, a look of disbelief appeared on Zhen Yuanzi's face at the right time. That expression was as if Saint Yuan-Ti had done something extremely evil. Ah, this is not the case. How could poor Wei not know the death anniversary of fellow Taoist Hong Yun? Every 10,000 years, poor Wei and senior brother will pay respects to fellow Taoist Hong Yun on this day. Saint Yuan-Ti's expression changed, and he said hurriedly. At this time, even if he had really forgotten, he couldn't say that he had forgotten. Otherwise, the two of them would be too ashamed to face anyone in the untainted land. To some extent, if they really admitted that they had forgotten the death anniversary of ancestor Hong Yun, the price would be more terrifying than exposing their identities as the descendants of the chaos demon god. It would be a complete social death. No matter who it was in the untainted land, they wouldn't bother to be associated with them. Even communicating with them would be regarded as a disgrace. After all, ancestor Hong Yun had helped the two of them attain the Tao. Back then, when he died, it was fine that they didn't save him. Now after his fall, you have even forgotten the anniversary of his death. What did this mean? It meant that the two of them had never taken ancestor Hong Yun seriously. Oh my God! Even ancestor Hong Yun, who had helped them attain the Tao, was not worthy of their attention. Who else was worthy of their attention? How could they not be disgusted when they were so heartless? Oh, so you still remember. Zhen Yuanzi pretended that he had misunderstood Zhen Yuanzi, but in his heart he was laughing coldly. Paying respects to ancestor Hong Yun every 10,000 years? That was ridiculous. They didn't even blink when they lied. If the two saints of Kundi had really done as they had said, ancestor Red Cloud would have returned from his deep slumber long ago. The sacrifice of a saint was no joke. The power it produced could be compared to Zhen Yuanzi's hundreds or thousands of times. After all, the saints represented the heavenly way. If they took the initiative to pay respects to a person, it would be difficult for that person not to return. It could be seen that Saint Yuan-Ti was lying. They had never paid respects to ancestor Hong Yun. In Zhen Yuanzi's opinion, it was true that the two saints of the West remembered the death anniversary of ancestor Hong Yun, and it was also true that they would pay respects to ancestor Hong Yun every 10,000 years. However, their purpose was definitely not to pay respects to ancestor Hong Yun, but to use their magical powers on that day to cut off the possibility of ancestor Hong Yun's return. The poison in their hearts was really chilling. At the side, the crowd watched Zhen Yuanzi use his words to make fun of Saint Yuan-Ti, and they were amazed. This kind of battle of words was even more satisfying than watching a real battle. Cool, it was really cool. Especially when coupled with Saint Yuan-Ti's expression, it was simply too appetizing. Today was the first time in his life that Saint Yuan-Ti had been insulted the most. He could not even speak, and he could only respond passively. After insulting Saint Yuan-Ti, Zhen Yuanzi only felt that all the anger in his heart had been vented, and he had a hearty pleasure. It was really comfortable. Then, perhaps because he had tasted the sweetness, Zhen Yuanzi changed the topic, and began to target Saint Juanin. Taoist Yuan-Ti, where is Taoist Juanin? Why didn't he come? How can he not be involved in the matter of avenging ancestor Hong Yun? If Taoist Juanin doesn't come, there will inevitably be unfavorable rumors about him in the untainted land. They will say that he is ungrateful. That's not good. Hearing that, Saint Yuan-Ti could not help but curl his lips in his heart. Rumors? Other than you, who else would dare to say those words? Wantonly talking about saints would shorten one's lifespan. That was what he thought, but Saint Yuan-Ti naturally could not say that. He said, "Senior brother is behind. He will be here soon." As soon as he finished speaking, the three pure ones and the four saints of Saint Yuan-Yin appeared in front of everyone. Although the three pure ones were also happy to see Saint Yuan-Yin. "Greetings, fellow Taoists Zhen Yuanzi." The four saints stepped forward and bowed. "Greetings, fellow Taoists." Seeing this, Zhen Yuanzi returned the greeting. "Fellow Taoist, can you give face to poor Wei and the others? Let's leave first today and settle the score with fellow Taoist Kun Ping another day?" Without exchanging pleasantries, the Grand Pure One stepped forward and said directly. His words were not very clear, but the Grand Pure One knew that Zenyuanzi would definitely understand. As for the remaining 3 saints, although they did not say anything, they all stared at Zenyuanzi and waited for his answer. Fellow Taoist, you do have a lot of face. If it were any other time, Poor Wei would definitely retreat if you were to appear. However, today is the only day. Kurenpeng, Poor Wei is definitely going to be killed. Therefore, I hope that the 5 of you will give Poor Wei some face and make way. Facing the saint, Zenyuanzi still said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. At this moment, there was no longer the excitement on his face when he was refuting Saint Xuanti. There was only determination on his face. Even the saints could not shake his determination to kill Kurenpeng. The Grand Pure One was silent for a while before asking, Fellow Taoist, have you really made a decision? That's right. Today either he dies or I die. Zenyuanzi nodded and said with a determined expression. With the Zichen sword in hand, he really had the confidence to kill Kurenpeng. Alright, take care, fellow Taoist. Seeing this, the Grand Pure One sighed and opened a path for Zenyuanzi to pass through. The Grand Pure One's face was indeed very big, but Zenyuanzi's face was undoubtedly bigger. Just based on the fact that he had protected the Eastern land for countless years by himself. All the Eastern living beings had to remember his kindness. Therefore, they had to give Zenyuanzi face, even if he was a saint. He insisted on going over to fight Kurenpeng. Although the saint was unwilling and puzzled, he had no choice but to let him go. In fact, if Zenyuanzi was unfortunately defeated by Kurenpeng, they would even go over to save him. Otherwise, the saliva of the 3,000 mortal guests of the Purple Cloud Palace could drown the 3 pure ones. And that was the face of the Earth Immortal Ancestor. Of course, that was also the reason why the 3 pure ones wanted to save face. They could not do anything shameless. Otherwise, if they really insisted on not letting Zenyuanzi go over, Zenyuanzi would have no choice but to return home. Xuanti was not from the east, so he could stop them. However, after Zenyuanzi said those words, if they appeared again, they would really be too ashamed to face anyone. Tisk, haha. Zenyuanzi let out a carefree laugh, echoing clearly in everyone's ears. At this moment, Zenyuanzi was unusually arrogant. He sneered at the saints, but no one felt that it was wrong. The 2 saints who had received Ancestor Red Cloud's favor did not come forward to avenge him. However, Zenyuanzi, who had not received any favor from Ancestor Red Cloud, embarked on the road to avenge him for the friendship in his heart. The gap between them was clear at a glance. After this incident, the 2 saints, Xuanti and Jian, would not be able to raise their heads in front of Zenyuanzi for the rest of their lives. This would become a shadow in their hearts. The more outstanding Zenyuanzi's performance was, the more despicable they were. After Zenyuanzi left, the 2 saints of the West's faces were so gloomy that it could drip water. Today, they had lost all their face in the untainted land again. Zenyuanzi. Clenching his fists, Saint Xuanti remembered this name and sentenced him to death in his heart. Since you still can't forget fellow Taoist Red Cloud, the Poor Wei will send you down to accompany him. Looking at Zenyuanzi's back view, Saint Xuanti thought silently. The Longevity Mountain was very far from the North Sea. However, with Zenyuanzi's speed, he could cross the endless void in one step and rush to the North Sea from the Longevity Mountain. However, he did not do so. Instead, he chose to walk step by step from the Longevity Mountain to the North Sea. Zenyuanzi's actions were not without reason. He was accumulating strength, preparing to reach the peak of his aura before rushing to the North Sea. It was good that he could kill Ancestor Kurenpeng in one strike during the battle, not giving anyone a chance to save him. In fact, it was said that he was walking to the North Sea step by step. However, how could a great medium be the same as an ordinary person when he took a step? Zenyuanzi took a step and crossed the distance of thousands of rivers and mountains. In just 9 steps, he rushed from the Longevity Mountain to the North Sea. At the same time, the aura on his body had accumulated to the limit. Little Kurenpeng, come out and die. Above the North Sea, the power that Zenyuanzi had accumulated for a long time suddenly erupted, turning into a world-destroying storm that swept across the North Sea. Haha, fellow Taoist Zenyuanzi, you couldn't do anything to the poor way in ancient times. Now you can't do anything to the poor way at all. Why come to the North Sea to humiliate yourself? A cold air emerged from the depths of the North Sea, freezing the world-destroying storm formed by the eruption of Zenyuanzi's aura. Then in the endless cold air, Ancestor Kuan Peng walked over on the snow and appeared in front of Zenyuanzi. Fellow Taoist, if you retreat now, the poor way will not care about today's matter with you. Compared to before, Ancestor Kuan Peng was even younger. He no longer appeared in the face of a middle-aged man. Instead, he appeared in the world with a young face. A vigorous vitality was emitted from his body. Coupled with his young face, it made him look exceptionally heroic. This was Kuan Peng. But it was not the demon master Kuan Peng. It was the North Sea demon emperor Kuan Peng. That's right. Before attacking the human race, Kuan Peng had already been crowned as an emperor. He had changed from a demon master to a demon emperor. His young face. It was because of this that he was born. Chapter 748. When his mentality became younger, his body naturally became younger as well. At the same time, this also showed his ambition. Being young and full of vigor, it was the time for him to work hard. Restoring his youthful face showed his determination to dominate the world. He wanted to create another career. Looking at the high-spirited ancestor Kuan Peng, Zenyuanzi calmed down instead of being excited. Go back. I'm afraid I can't do as you wish. Fellow Hongyun's revenge has been going on for many years since ancient times. Today it's time to end it. Shaking his head, Zenyuanzi said calmly. At this moment, Zenyuanzi was really calm, so calm that he himself felt very surprised. He originally thought that he should be excited when he came to seek revenge on Patriarch Kuanping this time. The pleasure of being able to take revenge would bring him heartfelt joy. But when he really came here, Zenyuanzi's heart was not as turbulent as he thought before. Instead, it was full of calmness. Zenyuanzi felt that his state was not right, but he could not tell whether it was good or bad. Because in this calm state, although he had lost all kinds of emotions, he was closer to the Tao. Fellow Taoist, please go on your way. In this strange state, Zenyuanzi tidied his clothes and slightly cupped his hands to Ancestor Kuanping as a final farewell. Then he slowly drew out the Zichen sword. The Zichen sword of the human emperor. Ancestor Kuanping, who did not care much at first, could not help but raise his eyebrows and show a dignified look after seeing Zenyuanzi take out the Zichen sword. Somehow, after seeing the Zichen sword, Ancestor Kuanping suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. But how could this be? Although the Zichen sword was strong, it was only an ultimate primordial spirit treasure, not a primordial treasure. How could it make him feel a sense of crisis? Although he was confused, Ancestor Kuanping did not dare to be careless. He quietly summoned the Demon Master Palace to protect himself. Zichen sword. In the dark, the sage who followed Zenyuanzi quietly understood why he wanted to take revenge on Ancestor Kuanping at this time when he saw Zenyuanzi take out the Zichen sword. This was all part of the Gaochen's scheme. For a moment, the saint subconsciously looked in the direction of the human ancestral land. In the human emperor palace, Feng Zichen seemed to have sensed something. He suddenly raised his head and smiled in the direction of the five saints. Fellow Taoists, this is my return gift to all of you for inviting Ancestor Kuanping out. I wonder if all of you are satisfied? Feng Zichen said with a chuckle. That's right. It's the human sovereign's Zichen sword. Raising the Zichen sword in his hand, Zenyuanzi said slowly, Fellow Taoist, it's time for us to put an end to this. With that, Zenyuanzi slashed out with his sword. There was no flash of sword light, no strange phenomenon, no fluctuation of the great Tao, and no trace of power. Zenyuanzi's slash was like a mortal wielding a sword, without the slightest ripple. After slashing out with his sword, Zenyuanzi did not have the slightest reluctance and directly turned to leave. Fellow Taoist Kuanping, the karma between you and Poor Wei is now over. Although he was far away, Zenyuanzi's voice floated over from afar. What happened? What's going on? What was the purpose of Brother Zenyuanzi's slash? Seeing Zenyuanzi turn around and leave after slashing out with his sword, Everyone's eyes were full of confusion. Wasn't Xinyuanzi here to take revenge on Ancestor Kuanpeng? But why did he leave after slashing out with his sword? Also, why did it sound like he had already killed Ancestor Kuanpeng when he said that the karma had been settled? But wasn't Ancestor Kuanpeng still standing there? Confused, everyone looked at Ancestor Kuanpeng again. But after looking at him for a long time, they did not see anything wrong with him. In fact, not only them, but also Ancestor Kuanpeng himself had some doubts. What did Xinyuanzi mean? Why did he leave just like that? Also, what was the meaning of his action of slashing out with his sword? At the same time, Ancestor Kuanpeng did not forget to check his body to see if there were any hidden dangers. But after checking for a long time, he did not see any problems. Xinyuanzi Yu. Driven by curiosity, Ancestor Kuanpeng wanted to catch up with Xinyuanzi and ask him the reason. However, just as he took a step forward, he stopped. Just now, he suddenly felt his heartstrings tremble violently. Then he saw a bright sword light flash in front of his eyes. And then he did not know anything, because he was already dead. The supreme master of a generation, the North Sea Demon Emperor who had dominated the untainted land for many years, the demon master of the demon clan, and Ancestor Kuanpeng, had died so muddle-headedly. And until his death, he did not figure out how he died. Xinyuanzi only waved his sword gently. How could he kill him? Doubts and puzzlement filled Ancestor Kuanpeng's heart. But his doubts and puzzlement were destined to be unanswered, and no one could answer them, because he had already died. With the greatest doubts and puzzlement, he died silently. Fellow Taoist Kuanpeng, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Beside him, everyone saw that Ancestor Kuanpeng was suddenly stunned, and could not help but ask curiously. However, in the face of their questions, Ancestor Kuanpeng was destined to be unable to answer. Fellow Taoist Kuanpeng, fellow Taoist Kuanpeng? Seeing that Ancestor Kuanpeng did not respond, Tong Tian realized that something was wrong and quickly went forward to shout. While speaking, his hand had already been placed on Ancestor Kuanpeng's body. However, the moment he touched Ancestor Kuanpeng, his face suddenly became ugly. The Kuanping patriarch had died, and he had died quietly in front of them. In addition, before the incident, no one noticed anything unusual. One had to know that more than half of the experts of the primordial world were gathered here, but even so, no one noticed anything unusual. This was extremely frightening to think about. It's the power of karma. Fellow Taoist Xinyuanzi's sword contained the power of karma. That's why he could kill fellow Taoist Kuanpeng silently, and directly destroy his true spirit. On the other side, the Grand Pure One hesitated for a long time before explaining the reason for Ancestor Kuanpeng's death. However, although he said so, in his heart, there was still a trace of doubt. The power that killed Ancestor Kuanpeng was indeed the power of karma. However, the power of karma was too strong. Not only did it easily kill an expert like Ancestor Kuanpeng, but it also hid from their perception. Compared to the path of karma that the Grand Pure One was familiar with, it was really much stronger. If the power of karma was really so strong, there would not be so many conflicts in the world. The people of the world were afraid and naturally would not easily form karma with others. Naturally, there would be fewer conflicts. There was something wrong with the power of karma. Although he was suspicious, the Grand Pure One did not say it out loud. The power of karma? When everyone heard that, they released their spiritual senses and checked carefully. In the end, just as the Grand Pure One had said, they felt a slight karma fluctuation on Ancestor Kuanpeng's body. Hiss! How strong is the power of karma to be able to kill fellow Taoist Kuanpeng? After understanding the truth, everyone exclaimed. It was not that they did not know about the power of karma, but it was the first time they had seen such a strong power of karma. It was simply beyond their imagination. Since this method could kill Ancestor Kuanpeng, it could also kill them. Thinking of this, everyone could not help but fear Feng Zichen. They were all smart people. Naturally, everyone could see that the key to Xinyuanzi killing Ancestor Kuanpeng was Zichen's sword. Without Zichen's sword, Xinyuanzi would definitely not be able to kill Ancestor Kuanpeng with his strength. Human Emperor, what a good method! As they thought about it, everyone secretly decided in their hearts that unless they had no other choice, They would never form karma with the human emperor. The example of ancestor Kuan Peng was right in front of them. They did not know what kind of karma ancestor Kuan Peng had with the human emperor, that he could use the power of karma to kill him. It was really terrifying. In the void, Feng Zichen walked in front of Zhen Yuanzi and asked with a smile, "Fellow Taoist, how does it feel to have your revenge?" After returning Zichen's sword to Feng Zichen, Zhen Yuanzi sighed and said, "Alas, the poor Wei is too persistent." After killing ancestor Kuan Peng, he did not obtain the slightest pleasure. He only felt relieved. He had really been a little persistent these years. He should focus on reviving fellow Taoist Hong Yun. Why was he obsessed with the hatred between him and Kuan Peng? As for fellow Taoist Hong Yun's revenge, Zhen Yuanzi only needed to revive her and let her take revenge herself. When it came to taking revenge, it was obviously more satisfying to do it himself than to have someone else do it for him. Zhen Yuanzi had only figured this out after killing Kuan Peng. If he had figured it out earlier, he would not have been so tired these years. Ancestor Kuan Peng is dead, and only sect master Mingyi is left. Fellow Taoist, do you want to find trouble with him? If that's what you're thinking, then I don't mind lending you a hand. After putting away Zichen's sword, Feng Zichen said slowly, "Ancestor Kuan Peng was not the only one who killed Ancestor Kuan Peng. There was also Ancestor Mingyi. It was the two of them who joined forces to kill Ancestor Kuan Peng. Otherwise, Ancestor Kuan Peng would have run away if he could not defeat them. No, the poor Wei has already accepted it. The life and death of Sect Master Mingyi will be decided after fellow Taoist Hong Yun returns in the future." Shaking his head, Zhen Yuanzi replied, "Since coming to the North Sea, the knot in his heart had been untied, and his realm had also increased. The way he looked at things was obviously different from before. He had already touched the level of Tao, and looked at problems from the perspective of Tao. He was not far from the level of primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. When Ancestor Kuan Peng returned, he would completely untie the knot in his heart, and then he would be able to take the crucial step and be free. Fellow Taoist, it's good that you have thought it through. As for fellow Taoist Hong Yun, when the time is right, I will help." Seeing that Zhen Yuanzi had a breakthrough, Feng Zichen was very happy. After this, Zhen Yuanzi had become his ally, and the stronger his allies were, the more help they could bring to him. "Then I thank you on behalf of Hong Yun." Hearing Feng Zichen's words, Zhen Yuanzi was completely relieved. With Feng Zichen's promise, it was only a matter of time before Ancestor Kuan Peng returned. "Fellow Taoist, if there is nothing else, poor Wei will return to Wu Zhuangguan first. If you need anything, just let me know and I'll come." Zhen Yuanzi bowed to Feng Zichen and said, "If you need anything, just tell me and I'll come." Feng Zichen had no objection to this. Back at the Human Emperor Palace, Feng Zichen raised Zichen's sword and looked at it for a long time before he sighed with emotion. Under the Great Way, there is nowhere to escape and nowhere to hide. Fellow Taoist Kuan Peng, you are careless. After saying this, a familiar figure suddenly appeared on Zichen's sword. It was Ancestor Kuan Peng. That's right, Ancestor Kuan Peng was not dead. Because Feng Zichen did not intend to kill him. Ancestor Kuan Peng was bound by the Great Way, and could only be Feng Zichen's ally in this life. Otherwise, his life and death would be controlled by Feng Zichen. It was still possible to break an oath of the Heavenly Way, but what about an oath of the Great Way? Forgive Feng Zichen for his ignorance, but he had never heard of anyone who could break an oath of the Heavenly Way. Even Pangu could not do it. In this case, this kind of ally who was destined to not betray was stronger than any other relationship. How could Feng Zichen bear to kill him? Therefore, Zhen Yuanzi's sword did not destroy his real spirit, but captured it. The owner of Zichen's sword was Feng Zichen. Even if it was held by Zhen Yuanzi, it still obeyed Feng Zichen's orders. Therefore, when Zhen Yuanzi waved his sword, Feng Zichen forcibly captured Ancestor Kuan Peng's real spirit with the power of an oath of the Great Way, and created the illusion that his real spirit was broken. Yes, this time poor Wei was really careless. I didn't expect you to have the ability to communicate with the Great Way, and make an oath of the Great Way with poor Wei. Poor Wei is really convinced by this method. On Zichen's sword, Ancestor Kuan Peng's real spirit said with a bitter smile, He really regretted it now. He should have thought of it earlier. When Feng Zichen gave him the runes of the Great Way Furnace, he should have thought that Feng Zichen had a way to communicate with the Great Way. Otherwise, how did he get the runes of the Great Way? However, blinded by greed, Ancestor Kuan Peng completely ignored this point, so he ended up like this. Alas! It was really too late to say anything now. He was at the mercy of others, and now he could only be at the mercy of others. How are you going to deal with Poor Wei? Ancestor Kuan Peng sighed as if he had accepted his fate and asked. Under the oath of the Great Way, he did not have the strength to resist Feng Zichen at all. He could only blame himself for breaking his original promise. This was the price he had to pay. Of course, if Ancestor Kuan Peng chose to keep his promise, then his treatment would be different. He would be Feng Zi's guest of honor. Instead of being a prisoner now. It could only be said that sometimes the choice was very important. The right choice. It would determine whether the future was brilliant. Chapter 749. Fellow Taoist Kuan Peng, don't think too much. You're my ally. What can I do to you? I'll just have to trouble you to stay by my side for a while. I'll let you go when the time is right. Feng Zichen said unhurriedly as he looked at Patriarch Kuan Peng, whose expression kept changing. Patriarch Kuan Peng, who had fallen, would become his new trump card. Sigh, whatever you say, fellow Taoist. Poor Wei will do as fellow Taoist says. Now Patriarch Kuan Peng would naturally listen to whatever Feng Zichen said. He still had this bit of insight. The atmosphere in the Jade Void Palace became more and more oppressive. The 5 saints were silent and did not speak. There was nothing they could do about it. They had tried their best to come up with a plan against the human clan. Not only did it not cause any harm to the human clan, but it also increased the strength of the human clan. Who would be happy about such a thing if it happened to them? After a long silence, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning said with a sullen face, Kuan Peng has fallen. The situation is becoming more and more unfavorable for us. Saint Jia-in hesitated for a while and said, Then let's start the next plan. Let's take advantage of the fact that the North Sea Demon Clan is not in chaos, and can cause some trouble for the human clan. Today, even the saints had some tricks up their sleeves. There were not many methods they could use to deal with the human clan. If the next plan still failed, then they only had one path left. A path that they were unwilling to choose, which was to revive the ancient demon god. Then let's begin. Saint Taiching opened his eyes and glanced at everyone. Seeing that they did not show any signs of rejection, he opened his mouth and made the final decision. As soon as he finished speaking, the bodies of the 5 saints shook together. A majestic and vast aura surged out of their bodies. In the blink of an eye, it swept through the sky, the earth, and every corner of the primordial world. In an instant, the laws of heaven and earth changed. It was as if there was a layer of fog, making it hazy. At the same time, the weather in the human clan's territory changed. At this moment, the sun seemed to be hotter, causing the temperature in the entire human clan's territory to inexplicably rise by a lot. The water level also dropped a little. The post-celestial qi that permeated the heavens and the earth was gradually tainted with a trace of decaying qi, giving people a feeling of decay and withering. Under the influence of this power, all the living beings in the human territory seemed to have lost their vitality and became listless. Even the low-level human cultivators were the same as the mortals. They had completely lost their energy and became somewhat dispirited. Feng Zichen naturally sensed the abnormality in the human tribe's territory at the first moment. Sage, what a vicious method. Releasing his divine sense, Feng Zichen carefully sensed for a while, and found the reason for the change. It was the saints who had changed the laws of heaven and earth, and distorted the astronomical phenomena in the human territory. From now on, the favorable weather in the human territory would no longer exist. Extremely bad weather would appear one after another. Summer would get hotter and hotter, winter would get colder and colder, and spring and autumn would slowly disappear. Hail, thunderstorms, gales, droughts, floods, such extreme disasters would appear one after another in the human territory until Feng Zichen completely abdicated. The post-celestial qi that permeated the heavens and the earth had also been tampered with by the saints, and was tainted with a trace of the decaying aura of heaven and earth. Not to mention mortals, even celestial immortals would feel uncomfortable in such an environment. They would gradually lose their energy and spirit, and thus decline. Heaven and earth were about to decline, so how could ordinary people be exempted? Naturally, they would decline along with them. Bastard! In the human emperor's palace, Feng Zichen was so angry that his face turned green. Saints, this was a desperate plan. They wanted to use this method to cause the human territory to enter a period of decline in advance, forcing Feng Zichen to abdicate. If he did not abdicate, the environment in the human territory would become worse and worse, until it was not suitable for all living beings to live in. In addition, even if Feng Zichen understood this, he could not change anything, because he could not break the saint's method. It was not that he was inferior to the saint, but in this matter, the saint had an advantage that he could not compare to. If it was still the pre-celestial era, then everyone would be equal in front of the pre-celestial path. Therefore, the saint used the method of changing the laws of heaven and earth to deal with the human race. Feng Zichen could reverse the laws of heaven and earth with a thought, causing the human territory to return to normal. But now it was the post-celestial era. In terms of control of the laws of heaven and earth, Feng Zichen was far from being comparable to the three pure ones. The entire system of laws of the post-celestial path was created and built by the three pure ones. They had absolute control over it. In other words, the three pure ones were the creators of this era. How could Feng Zichen compete with them? Wasn't it a joke to seize the control of the laws of heaven and earth from the hands of the creators? If Feng Zichen had this ability, why would he need to fight with the saint in the human world? Wouldn't it be better to just kill his way to the Kunlun Mountain Jade Void Palace? Damn it! Feng Zichen tried to reverse the weather, but the result was undoubtedly a failure. When he was shaking the laws of heaven and earth, one could see that above the laws of heaven and earth, there were 5 high and mighty figures sitting cross-legged. Vast auras bloomed from their bodies, looking down on the ancient times and suppressing the past, present, and future. Under their suppression, the laws of heaven and earth were as stable as Mount Buzhou. No matter how Feng Zichen shook them, he could not shake them in the slightest. In this way, he could not even shake them, let alone change the laws of heaven and earth. After a few probing, Feng Zichen found that he could not change anything. Instead, he calmed down. He laughed coldly and said, "Do you think you can deal with me like this? How ridiculous!" As a qualified emperor, he naturally had to be fully prepared to prevent all kinds of accidents from happening. Although the saint's method was ruthless, Feng Zichen was not unprepared. The human path divine ability was born for this. Drought? Then he would use the human path divine ability to rain. Flood? Then he would use the human path divine ability to control the flood. The weather was getting hotter and hotter? It was getting colder and colder? Then he would use the human path divine ability to forcefully change the weather. The laws of heaven and earth were in the hands of the enemy. How could Feng Zichen not be prepared? He had long expected that sooner or later, the saint would use the method of changing the laws of heaven and earth to deal with him. There was not much reason. If it were him, with such a great advantage, he would also use it to weaken the enemy's strength. Therefore, Feng Zichen would gather the 508 Taoist priests of the human race with great fanfare to come to the ancestral land of the human race, to study the human path divine ability. His purpose was to guard against this moment. The human path divine ability was a divine ability that completely relied on the human path. It integrated all aspects of the human race and perfectly reflected the idea of gods being used by humans. Even if the divine ability relied on the human path, no matter how the laws of heaven and earth changed, it would not affect their power at all. Unless one day, the human path was no longer around, the divine ability of the human path would never lose its effectiveness. Therefore, the weather had been changed. Feng Zichen was not worried about the impact on the human race at all. After all, this was the mythical world where the immortals and gods appeared. The changes in the weather could not be completely attributed to nature. They could also be changed by humans. Only by using humans to surpass the power of heaven and earth could the methods of cultivators be displayed. And this, it was also in line with the concept of humans conquering the heavens. No matter how bad the weather was, with the methods of cultivators, they could return it to normal. It could be said that as long as Feng Zichen was willing, every year would be a smooth year for the human race. The change in the weather was not worth Feng Zichen's worry. However, there was another point that made him somewhat troubled. That was the change in the acquired qi and the laws of heaven and earth. And this was also the method that the saint used to deal with Feng Zichen. The so-called change in the weather that made the living environment in the human territory worse was just a side effect. The real killing move of the saint was still the change in the acquired qi and the laws of heaven and earth. The supernatural power of humans could change the weather, but it could not change the acquired qi and the laws of heaven and earth. If the acquired qi was contaminated with the qi of heaven and earth, it would cause the environment in the human territory to become worse and worse until it completely lost its vitality. This point, even if the human race could change the weather, it would not be able to change it. This was because the qi of heaven and earth destroyed the origin of things. It destroyed everything from the root, causing all things to go to the end. Moreover, if the qi of heaven and earth was allowed to develop, sooner or later, it would cause a large-scale catastrophe in the human territory, and the 5 decay of heaven and man would descend. Under the 5 decay of heaven and man, except for the Khanate Taoist priests, all living beings would decay and die. When that time came, there was no need for the saint to make a move. The human race would collapse on its own. This plan could be called a desperate plan. It could be said that it was not ruthless. Did you think that this was the last resort of the saint? No, the saint had something even more ruthless. They had sealed off the acquired path of the human race, causing the human cultivators to be unable to cultivate the acquired path. They could only turn around and cultivate the Khanate path. Moreover, from then on, the human race would be unable to use the divine ability that required the use of the acquired laws of heaven and earth. At first glance, there was nothing wrong with this matter. Since they could not use the acquired path, the human race could use the Khanate path. However, a long time ago, the Khanate path had been severely injured by the 3 pure ones, and had to retreat to the origin of heaven and earth to recuperate. After the Khanate path retreated, it would be difficult for all living beings to sense it again. This undoubtedly greatly increased the difficulty of cultivating the Khanate path. It was also at this time that the 3 pure ones opened up the acquired path. With the acquired path between heaven and earth, the Khanate path, which was originally difficult to cultivate, became even more difficult to cultivate. At this time, if you let the human race cultivate the Khanate path, wouldn't you be forcing them to their deaths? Did you really think that all humans were favored by the heavens and could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Khanate godfiends? If they were to cultivate the Khanate path at this time, their lifespan would probably be exhausted and they would die of old age before they could achieve greater success. In the short term, this matter might not affect Feng Zichen much, but as time passed, as the first batch of cultivators grew old, they would definitely cause trouble. Under the threat of death, it was enough to make them lose their minds and do all kinds of unbelievable things. It was not impossible for them to join the saint. The saint was forcing the human race to rebel. He was forcing the human race who cultivated the acquired path to be rebelled by Feng Zichen. This was a blatant scheme. Even if Feng Zichen understood it, he could only try his best to remedy it in a short period of time, but there was no way to solve it. In fact, the solution to this matter was very simple. He just had to redefine the acquired path. The 3 pure ones could open up the acquired laws, so could Feng Zichen. As long as the postnatal laws were shattered and re-established, the 3 pure ones' plan would fall apart on its own. However, this required time and opportunity. If he were to break the acquired laws now, it would be equivalent to declaring war on the saint. However, this was not the best opportunity to make a move. This was because Feng Zichen had not finished accumulating his power, and his strength had not recovered to its peak. If he were to fight a decisive battle with the saint now, all his previous preparations would be in vain. Therefore, Feng Zichen still needed to endure for a while. When he had gathered his power and fought a decisive battle with the saint, he could shatter the acquired laws and redefine the acquired path. For now he could only endure. Retreat. With a thought, Feng Zichen channeled all his dermic powers and shook. Immediately, An invisible wave spread out in all directions with him as the center. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, an endless storm swept up in the human territory, driving out all the acquired chi that filled the air. In an instant, the entire human territory was cleared. There was no longer a trace of acquired chi, and only the innate chi remained. Of course, with the disappearance of acquired chi, the concentration of spiritual chi in the human territory also decreased greatly. At the same time, in the boundless starry sky, on the Ziwei star, the great emperor of Ziwei suddenly opened his eyes. Then he waved his hand, and Zhoxing immediately shone brightly, casting down boundless starlight. Fall! With this command, the stars in the sky trembled. Boundless starlight poured down toward the primitive desolation realm. At this moment, stars appeared in broad daylight in the primordial world. They filled the entire sky, reflecting a rare scene that was rarely seen in 10,000 years. The starlight fell and turned into boundless innate chi that flowed into the human territory to make up for the spiritual chi that had decreased due to the disappearance of acquired chi. Break! At this moment, Feng Zichen, who was in the human emperor palace, suddenly clenched his fist and blasted towards the void. Rumble! The domineering fist mark, carrying the mighty dragon chi of the human path, hit the void in front of him and erupted with astonishing fluctuations. In an instant, the golden dragon chi of the human path surged out. It was boundless and covered every inch of the void in the human territory. Then, with a loud bang, the acquired laws that enveloped the human territory directly shattered. They were shattered into pieces by the dragon chi of the human path, turning into specks of light and disappearing. Humph! After doing all this, Feng Zichen snorted coldly. At the same time, the innate Tao in the boundless starry sky descended, turning into endless divine chains of order that enveloped the entire human territory, replacing the acquired Tao. At this moment, with the help of the boundless starry sky, the acquired Tao in the human territory was completely replaced with the innate Tao. In an instant, the environment in the human territory changed drastically. It was more lively and full of vitality. Chapter 750. If it weren't for the fact that there were too few connate lifeforms in the human domain, it would give people the illusion that they'd returned to ancient times. This way, the humans won't cause any trouble for the time being. After carefully sensing the situation around him, Feng Zichen breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, it was only a temporary sigh of relief. He hadn't completely resolved the problem the saint had given him. Although Feng Zichen had replaced the acquired path with the connate path, there were still flaws in this method. It could only be used as a stopgap measure. The connate path was much harder to cultivate than the acquired path. Feng Zichen's current actions had undoubtedly raised the threshold for cultivation. This would cause many people with insufficient talent to lose the right to cultivate. This wouldn't be a problem in the short term, but if this continued for a long time, the number of mortals in the human domain would greatly increase. This would be very detrimental to the development of the human race. Let's hold on for a while. Once the human race becomes stronger, it'll be time for the final battle with the saint. Feng Zichen's leisurely voice echoed in the human emperor palace. Meanwhile, in a secret realm in the primordial wilderness, 10 incomparably powerful figures stood quietly, as if they were waiting for something. Behind them was an army numbering in the millions. An army of monsters. They were even more powerful than the elites of the North Sea. They were the 10 great demon gods led by Baizhe, and behind them were naturally the remaining forces of the demon heavenly court. Compared to the North Sea monsters, the subordinates of the 10 monster gods were the most orthodox monster race. At the same time, they were the only remaining forces of the ancient heavenly court. After an unknown period of time, Yingzhao suddenly asked Baizhe, "Brother, are we really going to work with the saint? Do we have any other choice other than to work with them?" Baizhe didn't look at Yingzhao. His tone was full of helplessness. There's no harm in working with them. But will the saint really fulfill their promise? Feilian sighed and asked worriedly. Yes, the saint will fulfill their promise and revive the Empress of Heaven. The 3 pure ones disdain to lie. Besides, they can't afford to lose that face. Baizhe shook his head and said calmly. Then there was another moment of silence. That's right, the three pure ones had found the remnants of the ancient demons. They had used the resurrection of Shihi as a price in exchange for their help. Reviving Tai Dijun was something that the three pure ones would never do. However, reviving Shiha, an insignificant person, was something that the three pure ones did not mind. Shihi's strength might not be the strongest in the demon clan, but her existence was extremely important to the demon clan. After all, Shiha was a heavenly empress. Therefore, after a moment of hesitation, Baizé and the other divine beasts agreed to the saint's conditions, and were willing to help him attack the human race. Of course, they had no room to refuse. Without Dijun and Tai, with their strength, how could they refuse the saint's conditions? Damn it, if the two majesties were still here, the saint would not dare to humiliate us like this. Thinking of the glory of the ancient demons, Ghost Chariot suddenly said with a face full of hatred, "Sai, I wonder if we can find a chance to revive His Majesty when we go out this time." Ji Meng said when he heard Ghost Chariot mention the Eastern Emperor Tai. "Let's wait and see. Now that the calamity is coming, even the saint can't take care of everything. There will be a time when there will be a flaw." Baizé's face finally changed when he heard this, and he said with some excitement, "Reviving Dijun and Tai had always been the long-cherished wish of these people. Only the revival of Dijun and Tai could lead the demon clan to glory again. Yes, this might be our last chance. Therefore, even if we have to sacrifice ourselves, we have to summon the two majesties back." Looking at each other, the 10 of them secretly made up their minds. The calamity was coming. Other than being stronger than them, the saint had no other advantage. This gave them a chance to revive Dijun and Tai. Without being able to deduce the secrets of the heavens, the saint could not figure out the plan of the 10 divine beasts. In this way, there would be more opportunities for them to operate. Letting them re-enter the untainted land might be the saint's biggest mistake. The saint was a little confused. He had been forced by the human emperor to make one move after another. The three pure ones would keep their promise, but why would the ancient demon clan? Reviving Su Shiha was indeed very significant, but how could it be more significant than reviving Dijun and Tai? From the beginning to the end, the 10 divine beasts only had one goal, and that was to revive Emperor Tai. The others were not in their consideration at all. The reason why they agreed to the saint's condition was just to take this opportunity to re-enter the untainted land and prepare for reviving Dijun and Tai. Without the saint's support, they would have been besieged to death by human experts before they even set foot on the untainted land with their identities as the remnants of the ancient demon clan. While the 10 divine beasts were silent, an inexplicable wave spread out and passed to their hearts. Immediately, the 10 divine beasts were shocked. They understood that the saint's signal had arrived, asking them to go to the untainted land to attack the human clan. "Brothers, we can move now. Remember, this is our only chance. We can't fail. If we miss this opportunity, I don't know if we will have the chance to set foot on the untainted land again in this life." Putting away all his emotions, Baizé said to everyone. Then he gave an order, "All troops listen up. Follow me to attack the human clan." As soon as he finished speaking, the million-strong army moved out. They marched in unison and charged toward the human clan. "Let's go too." Seeing this, Baizé called for everyone to follow. Hearing this, the other 9 divine beasts did not say anything. They just took a step forward tacitly and followed the divine beast's army. Once they left, they really had no way out. Baizé sighed inexplicably. However, even though he said that, he was confident in his heart. He would definitely be able to revive Dijun and Tai in this trip to the untainted land. The reason was very simple. There was an extremely deep secret hidden in Baizé's heart. He did not even tell the 9 divine beasts, who were his life and death friends. He buried it deep in his heart. That was, on the eve of the final battle between the liches and demons, Dijun had secretly summoned him, and secretly told him some things. He told Baizé how to revive him after he fell. Who was Dijun? He was one of the most ambitious and ruthless people in the world. Under the watchful eyes of a powerful enemy like the Magi, how could he not have made preparations early, and left behind a backup plan for his resurrection? A long time ago, Dijun had already considered what would happen after he fell. He knew very well that after he fell, Not only would no one be willing to help him resurrect, but there would also be people who would hit him when he was down and prevent his return. Therefore, he had already arranged a backup plan in the untainted land to help him resurrect after he fell. Moreover, Dijun had left behind more than one backup plan. There were many of them. One of the backup plans was told to Baizé by him. Everything had to be prepared in many ways. Feng Zichen was like that, and so was Dijun. It was because he knew where Dijun's backup plan was that Baizé was confident in reviving Dijun. This time, attacking the human tribe was secondary. His main goal was to find an opportunity to activate Dijun's backup plan. It was just that no one except Baizé knew about this. As soon as the demon tribe army entered the untainted land, they were sensed by Feng Zichen. Regarding this, he only had 2 words to say: courting death. When the ancient demon tribe appeared, he did not need to do anything at all. Feng Zichen did not do anything. At the moment when the ancient demon tribe army entered the untainted land, the barrier between the netherworld realm and the human realm suddenly trembled violently. Then a noble and tyrannical aura suddenly spread out and filled the world. It's the Magi. Although they did not see anyone from this familiar aura, everyone already knew what had happened. It was the Magi. The Magi had reappeared. Rumble. Accompanied by a cold and murderous aura, troops of the Magi walked out of the netherworld realm and stepped into the untainted land. They majestically attacked the ancient demon tribe army. The ancient demon tribe and the ancient Magi were mortal enemies. When the ancient demon tribe army moved out, there was no need for Feng Zichen to do anything. After the Magi received the news, they would naturally send out an army to fight with them. What a joke! Using the ancient demon tribe to deal with the human tribe. I don't know what the sage is thinking. How could he come up with such a stupid idea? Could it be that they have forgotten that the ancient Magi still exist? In the human emperor palace, Feng Zichen could not help but shake his head and laugh as he looked at the Magi and demon tribes who had already started fighting. He felt that the sage's current means were becoming more and more incomprehensible. He was going further and further down the road of insanity. Alas, Feng Zichen could not see the current situation in the Jade Virtual Palace. Otherwise he would not think so. The 2 tribes have already started fighting. Everyone's attention has also been attracted. It's time for the 3 of us to make our move. As everyone's attention was focused on the battlefield between the Magi and demon tribes, in the Jade Virtual Palace, the 3 pure ones joined forces again after a long time. The 3 of them released their true spirits at the same time, which rotated according to a kind of magical track. Suddenly, an incomparably majestic power spread out from the 3 pure ones. That power could be said to be extremely virtuous and majestic. It transcended everything. It was so majestic that no one would have any thoughts of fighting against it. Normally, once this power appeared, it would startle the entire untainted land. That was because that was Panga's power. Once it appeared, it would resonate with heaven and earth. But now the 3 pure ones used some unknown method to restrain this power in the Jade Virtual Palace, so that it could not leak out at all. Under the influence of this power, the 3 pure ones' figures slowly faded, and then disappeared. After that, in the original position of the 3 pure ones, a majestic figure replaced them. Pengu. There was no need to describe it with words. Just by looking at that shocking figure, one would know that that person was the beginning of heaven and earth, the origin of all things, the great Taoist priest's Pengu. To be precise, this was Penga's primordial spirit. The 12 ancestors of sorcerers could summon Penga's physical body together. The 3 pure ones could also summon Penga's primordial spirit together. However, since the birth of the 3 pure ones, no one had seen the 3 pure ones use this move. Therefore, many people thought that the 3 pure ones did not have the ability to summon Penga's primordial spirit. But now, the 3 pure ones used facts to prove that the 3 brothers did indeed have the ability to summon Penga's primordial spirit together. However, no one saw this scene. With the 3 pure ones' strength, it was obvious how powerful the Penga's primordial spirit that they summoned was. In the Jade Void Palace, other than the 3 pure ones, there were also 2 saints, Zhuanti and Jiayin. However, the 2 of them turned a blind eye to the Penga's primordial spirit that suddenly appeared in front of them. They did not have any reaction. No, they did not want to turn a blind eye to it. However, they could not see it, nor could they feel it. Yes, that's right, they could not see it. Even if the three pure ones summoned Panga's primordial spirit in front of the two saints, Zhuanti and Jiayin. However, the two of them could not feel the majestic aura at all, nor could they see the existence of Panga's primordial spirit. In their eyes, the three pure ones were still sitting there cross-legged, as if they were comprehending the Tao, but also as if they were deep in thought. In short, there was nothing unusual. The strength of Panga's primordial spirit could be seen from this. As long as the three pure ones were unwilling, even the other saints, Zhuanti, would not be able to detect any abnormalities. This meant that Panga's primordial spirit already had the power to easily suppress the two of them. What an incredible power! It was so powerful that it was beyond imagination. Without a doubt, this was a power that had surpassed the level of primordial chaos. It had definitely reached the level of Wuji Daoyuo Jingxian. In the entire primordial world, perhaps only Hongjun Daolord could contend against it. Open! Suddenly, Panga's primordial spirit moved. A vast and unimaginable power surged out of his body, piercing through layers of void and arriving in the netherworld. What was he doing? Why did the three pure ones attack the netherworld? Boom! 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 Panga's power blasted into the deepest part of the netherworld, where the 6 paths of reincarnation disk was. During this period, no one noticed the appearance of this power. Even Hutu was the same. With a boom, Panga's power blasted the 6 paths of reincarnation disk, causing it to undergo an unknown change. What? For some reason, Hutu's heart skipped a beat. She opened her eyes and looked at the 6 paths of reincarnation disk beside her. Just now, she seemed to have felt that there was a problem with the 6 paths of reincarnation disk. Puzzled, she began to carefully examine the 6 paths of reincarnation disk, but in the end, she found nothing. There was no problem with the 6 paths of reincarnation disk. Not having any problems was the biggest problem. With Hutu's strength, it was impossible for her to be mistaken. Since she felt that there was a problem with the 6 paths of reincarnation disk, there must be a problem with the 6 paths of reincarnation disk. But she couldn't detect it. Hutu couldn't help but think more. Did Father God make a move? In the primordial world, only Pangu could shake the 6 paths of reincarnation disk without being sensed by Hutu. Other than him, even Dao ancestor Hongjun would be sensed by Hutu. If it was any other power, even if it was the power of Wuji Daoyuo Jingxian, who had surpassed the level of primordial chaos, as long as it attacked the 6 paths of reincarnation disk, Hutu would sense it. Chapter 751. But Panga's power was different. He came from the same source as Hutu, so if he was too much higher than Hotian, Hutu would not be able to sense his existence. When the shamans and demons were fighting, the 3 pure ones suddenly joined forces to target the 6 paths of reincarnation. There must be a conspiracy in it. But other than the 3 pure ones, no one knew about this. In the netherworld, Hutu was puzzled. She did not pay attention to the battle between the shamans and demons. She focused all her attention on the 6 paths of reincarnation. She wanted to see what was wrong with the 6 paths of reincarnation. If she could not figure it out in a day, she would look at it for a year. If she could not figure it out in a year, she would look at it for 100 years. Anyway, she had plenty of time. She was not afraid that she could not figure out the problem. After the 3 pure ones attacked the 6 paths of reincarnation, they gradually fell silent. Panga's primordial spirit, which had dispersed, returned to its original form. However, in a corner where no one could see, the 3 pure ones were much more dispirited. Obviously, deriving Panga's primordial spirit was not an easy task for them. They did not respect Pangu, but wanted to forcefully derive Panga's primordial spirit and borrow his power. The 3 pure ones must have suffered an unimaginable price. One had to know that the 3 pure ones were not the 12 groups of shamans. They regarded Pangu as their faith, and were willing to give up everything for him. They only had themselves in their hearts. Therefore, countless years ago, the 3 pure ones had cut off the connection between themselves and Pangu. In other words, the 3 pure ones did not have the ability to derive Panga's primordial spirit at all. They gave up this right on their own initiative. However, although it was said that they had cut it off, it was not completely cut off. The connection between the three Pure Ones and Pengu could not be completely cut off. Otherwise, the three Pure Ones would not be called the Pengu Three Pure Ones. The kindness of giving birth to him was greater than the sky. This was a connection that could not be cut off no matter what power. Therefore, the three Pure Ones could only try their best to weaken this connection. The origin marks of the three Pure Ones were given to them by Pengu. Their achievements today were mostly due to Pengu's orthodox name. They could rely on their own Tao to destroy the chi of Pengu's primordial spirit in their bodies, but they could not cut off the connection between their life imprints and Pengu. That was the foundation of the three Pure Ones. If they were really killed, they would be crippled. Therefore, even if there was no trace of Pengu's primordial spirit in his body, the three Pure Ones could still forcefully create Pengu's primordial spirit through his natal mark. However, the price he had to pay was simply too great. Otherwise, the three Pure Ones wouldn't have never used such a method. First of all, forcibly condensing Pengu's primordial spirit consumed the three Pure Ones' essences. This meant that every time Pengu's primordial spirit was condensed, the strength of the three Pure Ones would drop a little. How much it fell depended on the time they took to condense Pengu's primordial spirit. The longer it took, the more it would drop. Secondly, which was also the most dangerous part, forcibly condensing Pengu's primordial spirit would strengthen the connection between the three Pure Ones and Pengu. In other words, once the three Pure Ones chose to condense Pengu's primordial spirit, their previous efforts to break free from Pengu's influence would all be in vain. Apart from that, every time they used the power of Pengu's primordial spirit, it would cause them to gradually transform into Pengu. If they used it too many times, the three Pure Ones would not be able to escape the fate of being assimilated by Pengu's primordial spirit. At that time, it would be hard to say whether the three Pure Ones would still exist. Therefore, to the three Pure Ones, using Pengu's primordial spirit was their last resort. It was a desperate method that they would not use unless they had no other choice. Now they used this method. From this, one could see how far Feng Zichen had forced them. They were really in a desperate situation. As the three Pure Ones attacked the six paths of reincarnation disc, an unknown change happened. As the six paths of reincarnation disc rotated, the fragments of the innate indestructible true spirit of the fallen expert that were scattered between heaven and earth suddenly moved. They were pulled by an inexplicable force and constantly poured into the six paths of reincarnation disc. Then they were repaired by the power of reincarnation and reincarnated along the mysterious reincarnation passage. And the direction of their reincarnation was the human clan. What were the three Pure Ones doing? First, they used the six paths of reincarnation disc to condense the true spirit fragments of the fallen experts. Then they repaired them and sent them into reincarnation to the human clan. Were they helping the human clan to increase their strength? Obviously not. The three Pure Ones were not that kind. Then why were they doing this? Although he did not know the specific reason, there was no doubt that this was not a good thing for the human clan. However, Feng Zichen did not notice this at all, because at this moment, his attention was completely attracted by the battle between the ancient shaman and demon clan. In order to defeat the ancient demon clan army in the shortest time possible, ancestral shaman Xianming made a move. He took a step forward and directly came from the nether realm to the primitive world. He punched out at the 10 demon gods. Ancestral shaman Xianming was the most powerful person in the world. Over the years he had been cultivating in the nether realm. With the help of the Xianming temple, his cultivation had long broken through to the half-step primordial chaos realm. He was only one step away from the unrestrained and carefree primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian realm. The terrifying power that surged out of his punch was enough to tear apart the untainted land and destroy all the acquired laws. There was no doubt that under the punch of ancestral shaman Xianming, even the Daoyuo Jingxian would die. There was no possibility of survival. However, countless years had passed. How could the 10 demon gods, who were infinitely close to the Sage-to-Be realm, still stay in the realm of the Daoyuo demon god? Seeing the punch of ancestral shaman Xianming, the 10 demon gods roared in unison and transformed into their original forms. In an instant, 10 earth-shattering auras spread out and shook the entire primitive world. Sage-to-be. The 10 demon gods had stepped into the Sage-to-be realm. Their leader, Bai, was in the late Sage-to-be realm, and had barely touched the threshold of becoming a great medium. It was obviously inappropriate to call them the 10 demon gods now. They should be called the 10 demon saints. The 10 demon saints had not lived in vain all these years. They had been working hard to cultivate. If it was someone else, they would have been affected by the tribulation aura, and would never be able to break through. However, the 10 demon saints were different. On the eve of the shaman and demon cataclysm, Tai did not hesitate to consume his own origin to forcibly wash away the tribulation aura for them, and opened up the path for them to become Sage-to-be. It was because of this that the 10 demon saints could advance by leaps and bounds after the end of the cataclysm, and enter the Sage-to-be realm in one fell swoop. Ah! The 10 of them roared and joined forces to block the punch of ancestral shaman Xianming. 10 Daoyuo Taoist priests could not block the punch of ancestral shaman Xianming, but 10 Sage-to-be could. Sage-to-be? Ancestral shaman Xianming was slightly stunned when he saw the realms of the 10 of them. He seemed to be shocked, but that was all. If the 10 late Sage-to-be demon race joined forces, they might be able to pose a great threat to ancestral shaman Xianming. However, 9 early and middle Sage-to-be plus 1 late Sage-to-be demon race would not be a threat to him. Not bad. You have amazed me. I did not expect that after the heavenly court was destroyed, there were still capable people in the demon race who could cultivate to the Sage-to-be realm. However, it's still not enough. After a slight compliment to express his recognition of the 10 demon saints, ancestral shaman Xianming attacked. Splash! Between heaven and earth, there was a sudden heavy rain. At the same time, a gust of cold air swept toward the 10 demon gods with ancestral shaman Xianming as the center. Ancestral shaman Xianming, the ancestral shaman of rain, controlled the power of rain and snow. He was the goddess of cold winter in the extreme north. As soon as he attacked, there was an overwhelming amount of connate cold air. Along with the heavy rain, it froze all life in the world. Moreover, the rain was not ordinary water. It was connate cold water which contained connate cold air. Even if the Daoyuo Taoist priests bathed in the rain for a long time, their bodies would be frozen and their true spirits would be destroyed. The snow was merciless. It froze all life and froze all life. This was ancestral shaman Xianming, the god of the north. Feeling the powerful connate cold air, the 10 demon saints' expressions changed drastically. They did not dare to hesitate and used their strongest techniques. Heavenly stem formation rise. The 10 great demon saints moved and set up the ancient demon clan's unparalleled formation, the first heaven stem formation. As the overlord of the untainted land, the ancient demon race naturally had more connate formations than the heavenly cycle stars formation. However, the heavenly cycle stars formation was too famous and suppressed the other connate formations. This did not mean that the other connate formations of the ancient demon race were weak. They were just not comparable to the heavenly cycle stars formation. The Great Heavenly Stem Formation was second only to the Great Heavenly Constellation Formation among the connate formations mastered by the ancient demon race. Any array formation related to time was not simple. The Primordial Heaven Stem Array was an array formation that Dijun had comprehended from the river of time and space. It contained the power of the primordial time sequence, and its power was unfathomable. In fact, in addition to the heavenly stem formation, there was another formation called the connate earthly branch formation. These two connate formations were the embodiment of the connate time order in the world. If these two formations were combined, they would become the heavenly stem formation and earthly branch formation, which was enough to be ranked in the top 10 connate formations of the untainted land. Unfortunately, Dijun had only comprehended the heavenly stem formation with great effort. He had no clue about the connate earthly branch formation. Otherwise, the ancient demon race would have another great foundation. The outcome of the battle between the liches and the demons might have changed. However, there were no buts in this world. If he did not comprehend it, he did not comprehend it. No matter how regretful he was, it was useless. However, although Dijun did not comprehend the connate earthly branch formation, countless years later, When the human Emperor Fuxi was drawing up the 12 zodiac signs, he accidentally comprehended this formation. Dijun begged bitterly, but he did not get anything. Fuxi was unintentional, but he was happy to get this formation. It had to be said that fate was really wonderful. With the help of the heavenly stem formation, the 10 great demon saints temporarily obtained the power to fight against ancestral witch Xianming. However, this was only temporary. This was because ancestral witch Xianming had not used his magic treasure yet. With the identity of ancestral witch Xianming, attacking the 10 great demon saints was already suspected of bullying the weak. If he used his magic treasure, he could easily win. However, in this way he would lose all his face. Therefore, in the beginning, ancestral witch Xianming did not choose to use his magic treasure. Instead, he planned to defeat the 10 great demon saints in one blow. However, the reality was beyond his expectations. He actually fought with the 10 great demon saints for a long time. For ancestral sorcerer Xianming, this was a humiliating matter. He had lost face left and right. If ancestral witch Xianming was still unable to take down the 10 great demon saints, then he would really become a joke. Therefore, ancestral witch Xianming did not have any worries. With a thought, he was about to use his magic treasure to kill the 10 great demon saints. Xianming divine banner come. Ancestral witch Xianming waved his hand, and a divine banner suddenly flew out from the Xianming temple that was located in the untainted land and fell into his hand. It was the magic treasure that Feng Zichen had tailor-made for the 12 ancestral witches, the 12 heavenly divine banner. At this moment, after countless years of nourishment, the 12 heavenly divine banner had already been promoted to the highest level of primordial spiritual treasure. Its power was beyond imagination, and it was almost comparable to the 12 ancestral witches in the middle of ancient times. Go! As soon as the Xianming divine banner was in his hand, ancestral witch Xianming felt a sense of joy that was connected by blood. Then, with a thought, he raised the Xianming divine banner. Suddenly, the primordial cold qi and heavy rain between heaven and earth soared several times. With a sudden sound, the primordial cold qi swept past, and the 10 great demon gods were covered in white frost. Even with the protection of the primordial heaven stem formation, they were still frozen. Seeing this, the 10 great demon saints knew that with their strength, there was no possibility of fighting against ancestral witch Xianming. After understanding this, Bai Zhe did not hesitate and directly roared to the sky. Why are you still not attacking? Are you really going to sit and watch us be killed by ancestral witch Xianming? The voice was so loud that in an instant, it spread throughout the untainted land. There's still a helper? Hearing this, ancestral witch Xianming was slightly stunned. Then the movement of waving the Xianming divine banner in his hand became faster. Who cared who their helper was? Before they appeared, they had to kill all the remaining members of the ancient demon clan first. Ancestral witch Xianming thought so and did so. However, he did not succeed, because at the critical moment, a burly man suddenly appeared in front of the 10 great demon saints and blocked the attack of ancestral witch Xianming for them. It's you, heavenly aunt. You didn't fall? No, that's not right. You were resurrected by the saint. Seeing the person who came, ancestral witch Xianming's pupils constricted as he exclaimed in disbelief. It's Lord Ant Saint, but didn't he fall long ago? Why did he suddenly appear here? It was not only ancestral witch Xianming. On the other side, the 10 great demon saints also exclaimed in disbelief when they saw the person who came. In fact, not only them, but even the other great mediums who were watching the battle also revealed an incredulous expression when they saw the face of the person who came. Obviously, they all knew this person. Only Feng Zichen had a blank expression. He really did not know this person. It's the poor Wei. The poor Wei has recovered from the silence. Nodding, the burly man who was called Heavenly Ant by ancestral witch Xianming said. Chapter 752. It was not easy for you to be resurrected. Instead of hiding properly, you actually dared to come out and stir up trouble. Do you want to die again? After the initial shock, ancestral witch Xianming regained his composure and stared at Sky Ant coldly. Who was Sky Ant? He was one of the 3,000 worldly guests of the Purple Cloud Palace, and a top mighty figure of the ancient demon race. Yes, that's right. He was not a mighty figure but a top mighty figure. When Sky Ant died, his cultivation level was only at the mid-stage of sage to be. Of course, he could not be called a mighty figure. Sky Ant was the first ant born after the creation of the world. He was born as a top Khanate godfiend, and was also a rare existence that cultivated the Tao of power. His strength was so formidable that even the Earth Bear King that Feng Zichen had killed a long time ago had to admit defeat. Sky Ant, the ant that moved the sky. He had the power to move the sky. Logically speaking, such a person shouldn't be unknown. However, Sky Ant was unlucky. He had fallen too early. Although he died at the hands of the witch race, he did not die in the battle between the witch race and the demon race. That was a period of time after the 3 Tao lectures in the Purple Cloud Palace had just ended. At that time, the demon race had not been established for long, and the heavenly courts had also been established. It was at that time that the witch race and the demon race clashed. During the battle, Sky Ant was torn to pieces by ancestral witch Di Jiang, and his blood spilled on the spot. When Sky Ant died, the demon race had not risen yet. After the demon race rose, he had already died many years ago. Everything about him was also buried by the candle dragon with the power of time. After being killed by Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin, even Di Juntai couldn't revive the heavenly ant even if he wanted to. As a result, the Sky Ant naturally became unknown. That person who had died many years ago and was almost forgotten by the world suddenly reappeared in the world. How could everyone not be surprised? Haha, kill poor Wei again. Fellow Taoist Xianming, do you think the witch race is still the witch race and poor Wei is still the poor Wei? After ancestral witch Xianming finished speaking, Sky Ant laughed as if he had heard a joke. At the same time, a powerful aura spread from his body, causing the world to tremble. This aura, it was the half-step primordial chaos realm. Sensing this powerful aura, everyone's hearts trembled. Tian Yi's cultivation had actually dropped from mid-saint to half-step primordial chaos. What did this mean? It meant that the Sky Ant definitely didn't revive at this time. Countless years ago, he should have already awakened. Otherwise, the Sky Ant would not be so powerful. At the very least, the Sky Ant should have been revived when the Chaos Fiend Celestial's possession tribulation broke out. If they hadn't devoured the true spirit of the Chaos Fiend Celestial, the Great Masters wouldn't have been able to ascend to the half-step origin immortal realm so quickly. After seeing Tian Yi's realm, ancestral witch Xianming was a little surprised, but he didn't take it too seriously. Even if they were all half-step primordial chaos, there was still a difference in strength. He had stood in this realm for tens of millions of years, and had long reached the peak. He was only one step away from the realm of primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. He could be said to be one of the strongest in this realm. As for Tian Yi, although he was a half-step primordial chaos expert, his strength fluctuated and was not stable. Clearly, he had just entered this realm. As such, ancestral witch Xianming was naturally not afraid of him. Fellow Taoist, your strength has indeed improved greatly. I just don't know which fellow Taoist was willing to pay so much to get you out of the river of time and space. Ancestral witch Xianming asked curiously as he waved his hand to repel Tian Yi's aura. It was very difficult to revive a great master. The price to pay was too great. However, it would be much easier to revive a great master. Moreover, this was not the key to the problem. The key question was, who exactly was it that planned ahead? Who was it that planned this countless years ago? Reviving the heavenly ant and hiding it. Only today did it appear. Ha! Fellow Taoist, you don't have to worry about that. I've come here for the sake of revenge. Fellow Taoist Di Zhang's strike all those years ago is something that I can't forget for a long time. Now that poor Wei has returned, I naturally have to settle the karma with him. Without answering ancestral witch Xianming's question, Tian Yi changed the topic to revenge. Revenge? Ancestral witch Xianming was slightly stunned. Di Zhang had fallen for countless years. How was he going to take revenge? Thinking of this, ancestral witch Xianming's heart trembled. He could not help but think of a possibility. He did not feel good and hurriedly attacked Tian Yi. However, it was already too late. Tian Yi took out a black iron rod and smashed it directly at the primordial land. His target was Dijiang Temple. That was the place where Ancestral Witch Dijiang was resurrected. Fellow Taoist Dijiang, poor Wei was killed by you back then. Now that he has returned in defiance of the heavens and destroyed your resurrection place, it can be considered an eye for an eye. Amidst the cold voice, the iron rod brazenly smashed down. In the distance, Feng Zichen could not help but feel his scalp go numb when he saw this scene. Although he did not know the origin of that iron rod, it was definitely a supreme-grade innate spirit treasure. A supreme-grade innate spirit treasure coupled with Tian Yi's divine power. To put it bluntly, even Feng Zichen would not feel good if he was hit by it now. Not to mention Dijiang Temple. Tian Yi swung his rod down, and violent fluctuations burst out. The void directly turned into powder, and time and space disappeared. The myriad Tao of heaven and earth shattered one after another. Rumble. Earth, fire, water, and wind surged, interweaving with a vast destructive aura as if they were going to destroy the world. They directly drowned Dijiang Temple. No. Seeing this scene, Ancestral Witch Xianming could not help but exclaim. Tian Yi's attack was too fast and too sudden. He had no time to stop it. Seeing that Dijiang Temple was about to be destroyed by Tian Yi's rod, at the critical moment, a jade-like hand reached out from the void and grabbed Tian Yi's iron rod, blocking the attack. Get lost! Accompanied by a cold reprimand. The jade-like hand trembled slightly. She actually picked up the iron rod and threw Tian Yi away. Rumble. Tian Yi's figure flew high into the sky, shattering countless voids. Then, he flew directly into the chaos beyond the heavens and disappeared into the vast chaos. At this moment, the world fell silent. Even the saints did not speak. That was because they all knew who had attacked. It was Goddess Hutu. She, who was observing the 6 paths of reincarnation disc, sensed that Tian Yi wanted to destroy Dijiang Temple. She immediately attacked in anger and sent Tian Yi flying with a single strike. Destroy! Since she had already attacked, Hutu did not hold back anymore. She directly pointed out with her finger, wanting to kill all the demons here. Facing Ancestral Witch Xianming, the 10 great demon saints still had room to resist. However, facing Goddess Hutu, who was at the saint level, they did not even have the strength to resist. With a point of Hutu's finger, the invisible wave spread out and sealed the world. It imprisoned the 10 great demon saints, and the countless demon army behind them. Fear and the shadow of death attacked the hearts of the 10 great demon saints at the same time. However, they could not do anything. Under Goddess Hutu's power, they could not move at all. They could only watch helplessly as they were all killed by the finger. Regret, unwillingness, and all kinds of emotions filled the hearts of the 10 great demon saints. In the blink of an eye, they were filled with despair. Endless despair. Fellow Taoist Hutu, please show mercy. Just as Hutu's finger was about to land, the Grand Pure One's voice suddenly sounded from afar. Then, the Taiji painting flew over and turned into a huge canopy that enveloped the 10 great demon saints and the countless demon army behind them. Fellow Taoist Grand Pure One, are you trying to stop me? Goddess Hutu paused slightly and said unhappily. Fellow Taoist Hutu, please calm down. It's not that poor Wei wants to stop you, but I have no choice. As he spoke, the Grand Pure One bowed solemnly to Hutu. Fellow Taoist, please spare the demons this time for the sake of the gate of witchcraft. Hearing that, Hutu fell silent. If the Grand Pure One asked her to give him face and let the demons off, Hutu could naturally reject him in disdain. However, since the Grand Pure One used the gate of witchcraft as an excuse, Hutu could not attack the demons. The gate of witchcraft was the current barrier of the primordial world. It was also formed by countless experts of the witchcraft and demons. This gate concerned the safety of the primordial world, and was very important. For that, after the gate of witchcraft was born, the witchcraft and demons, who had lost their destiny, instantly had their destiny extended, and had the possibility of rising again. It could be said that as long as the gate of witchcraft was still around, the ancient demons would not be in danger of being exterminated. Once the ancient demons were exterminated, the gate of witchcraft would probably collapse in half. In that case, it would probably give the Chaos Fiend Celestial a chance to enter. At that time, the living beings would really be plunged into misery and suffering. In order to obtain the great Tao fruit, the Chaos Fiend Celestial did not want to destroy the primordial world. However, they needed to obtain the essence of the primordial world, so that they could gain the upper hand when the great Tao fruit appeared. Goddess Hutu could ignore the Grand Pure One's words, but she could not ignore the safety of the primordial world. Therefore, Hutu hesitated. "Forget it, I'll forgive them this time." After a long silence, Hutu said. Then, she slowly retracted her hand. However, just as she was about to leave, she suddenly thought of something and said, "Daoist Tian, he wants to destroy my brother's temple. He can be exempted from death, but he can't escape punishment. Punish him to guard my brother's temple. When my brother returns, I'll set him free." After saying that, regardless of whether the Grand Pure One agreed or not, Goddess Hutu directly captured Daoist Tian from the chaos outside the sky and turned him into a stone statue, standing at the entrance of the Dijiang Temple. What was domineering? This was it. After this incident, no one in the primordial world would dare to touch the ancestral Magus Temple. Seeing this, the Grand Pure One's mouth twitched and said, "As long as you're happy, fellow Taoist." Little did he know that when he said this, his heart was bleeding. The person who had revived Daoist Tian countless years ago was him, the Grand Pure One. It could be said that Daoist Tian was one of the few trump cards in the Grand Pure One's hands. However, he did not expect that Daoist Tian would be suppressed by Goddess Hutu the moment he appeared before he could do anything. It really made one's heart bleed. If he had known that this would happen, the Grand Pure One would not have revived Daoist Tian back then. He would have wasted so much of his effort. To be honest, the Grand Pure One really did not expect that Daoist Tian would destroy the Dijiang Temple. He clearly knew that the Lady of Earth was still in the world, so why did he dare to attack the Dijiang Temple? Did he really think that the Lady of Earth was made of mud? If the ancestral Magus Temple was so easy to destroy, it would have been destroyed long ago. How could it have stood in the primordial world for so many years? Daoist Tian was simply retarded. The Grand Pure One had asked him to come out to block the ancestral Magus Xianming for a period of time. If he did that, the Lady of Earth, who was observing the 6 paths of reincarnation, would not have the time to attack him. Unfortunately, he had recklessly touched the ancestral Magus Temple. That was the Lady of Earth's reverse scale. If he touched it, he would die. Over the years, there had been more than 1 or 2 great mystical abilities who had died because of it. It could only be said that Daoist Tian had brought this upon himself. "Sister, go back. Don't interfere in this battle. The children of my race have not experienced the baptism of war for too long. We can use this opportunity to let them experience the cruelty of the ancient times." Before leaving, the Lady of Earth suddenly said to the ancestral Magus Xianming. From the looks of it, she wanted to use the ancient demon army to train the Magi army. The new generation of the Magi had never experienced the turmoil of the ancient times. Naturally, their quality was far inferior to the ancient Magi warriors. Now that the ancient demon clan had reappeared, they could use them to train their clansmen. At the same time, they could let the people of the Magi remember the hatred between them and the demon clan. Time was enough to dilute everything. As the old people withered, the new clansmen did not have the unforgettable feeling, and would gradually forget the hatred of the past. That was why the Lady of Earth let the Magi fight with the demon clan. Only when they were in pain, injured, and saw blood could they understand the feelings of the older generation of the Magi. Yes, I understand. The ancestral Magus Xianming's heart moved, and he understood what the Lady of Earth meant. Seeing that she did not refuse, he put away the Xianming divine banner, and left with the Lady of Earth. Just as they left, a few figures that the 10 great demon gods were very familiar with rushed out of the ancestral Magus Temple. There were 10 ancient great wizards, including 9 Phoenix, Xianglu, and Tianhao. These were also saged to be experts. Alas, there were originally 12 great wizards, 1 for each tribe. However, Hou-Yi of the Dijiang tribe and Xing Tian of the Hutu tribe were no longer there. Hou-Yi was still in the reincarnation cycle, while Xing Tian was in the critical period of transformation, and could not appear. Otherwise, Xing Tian alone would have been able to sweep through the 10 great demon saints without the use of formations. There were 10 great demon saints and 10 great wizards. After meeting again after countless years, there was no nostalgia between the two sides, only hatred. After looking at each other, they directly attacked. And as soon as they started fighting, it was the most intense life-and-death battle. One of them would die, and the other would die. Not long after the battle broke out, the 10 great demon saints gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. It was not that they were inferior to the 10 great wizards, but because they had been injured when fighting with the ancestral magus Xianming. Chapter 753. Not long after the battle, the 10 great demon saints were all injured. Blood gushed out of their bodies like a waterfall, dyeing the entire ground red. However, none of them cared. They still looked fearless as they fought the 10 great shamans. At this point in the battle, it could be seen that it was only a matter of time before the 10 great demon saints were defeated and died. The injuries that Grand Shaman Xianming had left on them were too serious. It had seriously affected the 10 great demon saints' combat strength. As a result, when they faced the 10 great shamans, they fell into a passive state and had no choice but to hold on bitterly. Knowing that they were going to die, the 10 great demon saints still did not choose to escape. Such a tragic spirit was truly moving. But was this really the case? As the battle became more and more intense, Baizé retreated as he fought, gradually retreating to a secret realm in his memory. Boom. When he was not far from the secret realm, Baizé suddenly found an opportunity to take a blow from Xianglu and was sent flying. And the direction he fell was where the secret realm was. The secret realm that Dijun had told him about in the past. Kill. Seeing that Baizé was injured, Jiufeng suddenly abandoned his opponent and joined forces with Xianglu to kill Baizé, who had fallen to the ground. Rumble. In an instant, divine powers that blotted out the sky and covered the earth were blasted out from the two of them, drowning Baizé, who had fallen to the ground. The other 9 demon saints wanted to help, but they were blocked by the 8 great shamans. They could only watch as Baizé was torn to pieces by the 2 great shamans, Xianglu and Jiufeng. With a bang, a rain of blood fell from the sky. It was Monster Saint Baizé's body that had been forcefully blown apart. Whoosh, a breeze blew past, and the rain of blood fell. Baizé's body reappeared. However, compared to before, his aura was much weaker. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, and his face was incomparably pale. Obviously, he was seriously injured. With a wah, Baizé could not help but vomit a large mouthful of blood. However, there was not the slightest sadness on his face. Instead, he revealed a strange smile. In the end, he even laughed out loud. Haha. Baizé's sudden display of madness caused Shangliu and Jiufeng to hesitate instead. They were unable to figure out the situation, and they actually didn't dare attack Baizé for a time. Could it be that Baizé had been beaten silly by them? This shouldn't be the case. Not only the sorcerer tribe, but even the demon tribe was stunned by Baizé's actions. They could not help but stop what they were doing. Boss, why are you laughing all of a sudden? This is a battlefield, a battle of life and death. Can't you be a little more serious? The sudden change caused the battlefield to fall into a strange silence. For a moment, Baizé's carefree laughter reverberated throughout the silent battlefield, acting all mysterious. Kill. After a long silence, Xianglu saw that Baizé still didn't move. Xianglu's heart sank, and he rushed towards Baizé again. However, right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Baizé suddenly stopped laughing. He opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of essence blood, which fell into the ordinary-looking volcano below him. In the next moment, an astonishing change took place. Endless divine light erupted from the volcano, illuminating the place in a dazzling golden color. Then in the golden light, divine patterns with the volcano as the center quickly spread out. In the blink of an eye, they enveloped the void within a radius of millions of miles. Rumble. Amidst the rumbling of heaven and earth, a domineering emperor's aura suddenly erupted. It swept towards the 10 great sorcerers with a momentum that swept across the universe. Oh no! Under this tyrannical power, the 10 great sorcerers were sent flying without any resistance and fell into the deepest part of the void. When they got up again, they were already seriously injured. Tai. The moment this power appeared, Goddess Hutu, who was supposed to leave, and Saint Taiching, the 2 saints, appeared at the same time and looked towards the volcano. In the next moment, the other saints, as well as the two primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian, Fengzichen, and Great Emperor Ziwei, also rushed over. After that, all the powerful beings of the primordial world arrived. They all stood outside the golden light and looked towards the depths of the volcano with bewildered expressions, in the direction where the emperor's aura came from. The reason why everyone paid so much attention to it was because the aura came from a god, a legendary god, Donghuang Tai. That's right, the method that Dijun left behind was not used to resurrect himself, but to resurrect Donghuang Tai. It's Lord Donghuang, not His Majesty. At this moment, not to mention others, even Bai Zhe, who had activated Dijun's backup, was shocked. Back then, when Dijun told him to do it, he did not say that it was prepared for Tai. That day, when Bai Zhe was in seclusion, Dijun suddenly appeared in front of him and gave him a ball of essence blood. He said that if he could not be resurrected after he died, he could take this ball of essence blood to a secret realm. The secret realm that Dijun mentioned was the volcano under his feet. Countless years after Dijun's death, there was still no sign of him being resurrected. Bai Zhe thought of Dijun's words back then, and took this opportunity to rush here. As for that ball of essence blood, it was naturally the ball that Bai Zhe spat out. The backup plan that Dijun left behind was not something that Bai Zhe's essence blood could activate no matter how bad it was. In fact, the ball of essence blood that Dijun left behind was the innate sun origin that he had spent hundreds of millions of years collecting in the sun star. The power contained in it was almost comparable to that of a half-step primordial chaos existence. And that volcano was not simple either. It looked ordinary, but in fact, Dijun had secretly set up the 10 suns burning sky formation inside. And in the Great Formation, what had been refined was the innate origin of all the experts that the Demon Clan had killed since the establishment of the Demon Clan. Since the establishment of the Demon Clan, countless experts had been killed, and the origin of those experts had been secretly collected by Dijun, using the 10 suns burning sky formation to refine it back to its origin and turn it into the purest origin item. How many powerful experts had died at the hands of the Demon Clan? It was simply unimaginable. Even if it was only a part of the innate origin of these experts, it was still ridiculously powerful. In addition to Dijun's essence blood, these two forces combined. Dijun's goal was probably not only to resurrect Tai, but to resurrect Tai in his peak state. A shocking change. What kind of unprecedented change was this? This was it. The resurrection of Tai was really a big deal that was beyond imagination. Tsk. Fellow Taoist, in order to deal with me, you are really willing to sacrifice yourself. You actually did not hesitate to resurrect Donghuang Tai. I just don't know if that Tai will find trouble with the human clan first after he returns, or with you fellow Taoists first. Glancing at the innate origin in the depths of the volcano, Fengzichen shook his head and mocked the 3 pure ones and the others. Of course, he knew that even if the human clan won, the 3 pure ones would not resurrect the Donghuang Tai. In the current situation, it was obvious that they had messed up. This was not the original intention of the 5 saints. However, although he understood, this did not affect Fengzichen from mocking the saints, who asked them to mess up. Hearing this, the 5 saints' faces darkened, but they did not refute, because this time, they had indeed messed up. Before asking the ancient demon clan to take action, the 3 pure ones, Zhuan-Ti, and the other saints had already carefully investigated the primitive world countless times. It was not until they were sure that there were no more backup plans left behind by Dijun that they were relieved to ask the ancient demon clan to take action. However, they did not expect that even though they had taken precautions, they did not prevent the demon clan from having such a trick up their sleeves. To be honest, it was not that they had not seen this volcano before, but before Dijun's backup plan was launched, no matter how they checked, they did not find anything unusual here. It had to be said that Dijun was indeed worthy of being the celestial emperor. This method of hiding things was really brilliant, even hiding from the saints. Thinking of this, Fengzichen was amazed by Dijun's brilliant method, but suddenly, he felt a familiar aura from the divine pattern. That aura was high and indifferent. If it was deeper, it would be exactly the same as the aura of the Tao ancestor. The Tao ancestor? Thinking of this, Feng Zichen's heart trembled slightly, and he thought of a possibility. Then he turned his head to look at the three pure ones, and as expected, he saw that their faces were even darker. Feng Zichen could sense the aura of the Tao ancestor, so naturally, the three pure ones, as their direct disciples, could also sense it. At this point, the truth had been revealed. It was not that Dijun's method was so brilliant that the saints could not discover it, but that the Tao ancestor's method was too brilliant. Back then, out of his own bad taste, the Tao ancestor had left many small things on the treasure-snatching rock. These things, how to put it, might not be very powerful, but their functions were definitely strange. Some were for escaping, some were for hiding auras, and some were for attacking. In short, there was nothing they could not do, as long as you could not think of it. Looking at the current situation, it was obvious that Dijun had obtained a treasure that could hide auras and used it here. It was no wonder that the saints could not discover the problem. This time, the three pure ones had been cheated by their master, so it would be strange if their faces were not dark. Suppressing his anger, Saint Juanti said to Feng Zichen, "Taoist friend Gaochen, don't be sarcastic. Do you want to see Tai return?" If there was anyone present who did not want to see Tai return, it was none other than Saint Juanti. Just as Feng Zichen had said, after Dong Huang Tai returned, if he wanted to take revenge, his first target would not be the human clan. The human clan regarded the demon clan as their mortal enemy, but the demon clan did not think so. Their mortal enemy was the wizard clan. If they wanted to take revenge, the first thing they would look for was the wizard clan. The second, of course, was our Saint Juanti. If he had not released the 10 golden crows, so many things would not have happened. With this karma, Taoist Juanti was naturally unwilling to see Dong Huang Tai return. Humph! Hearing this, Feng Zichen snorted coldly, but did not continue speaking. At this time, the human clan was in a critical period, so he was naturally unwilling to see Tai return at this time. Everyone, let's do it. If we continue to hesitate, Tai will really come back. Saint Taiching glanced at everyone and said. He wanted to combine everyone's strength to forcefully interrupt Dijun's backup plan. Resurrection required time. The more powerful the existence, the longer the time needed. During this period of time, outsiders would have a chance to destroy it. By forcefully interrupting Dijun's backup plan, even if it could not stop Tai from returning, it could weaken his strength and prevent him from reappearing in his peak state. That's right. Everyone, the other 5 saints, Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei, nodded in agreement. They did not want to see Tai return. However, when they nodded, Feng Zichen looked at Saint Taiching in surprise. He felt that Saint Taiching's reaction was a little strange. He was too calm, as if he had expected this situation. There was something strange about this matter. Feng Zichen could not help but ponder. That's right, Saint Taiching was indeed very calm, because the situation in front of him was completely within his expectations. How could a saint make such a simple mistake? If they really wanted to stop Bai Zhe, how could Bai Zhe have the chance to activate Dijun's backup plan? With just a thought, he could freeze Bai Zhe on the spot. He even wanted to spit out blood essence. Dream on. The reason why Bai Zhe could complete his plan so easily was the result of the saint's deliberate plan. The saint had always been unafraid of figuring out Dijun with the greatest malice. Therefore, even if they searched the entire primordial world, they did not think that they had completely destroyed the backup plan left behind by Dijun. There must be something left behind by Dijun in the primordial world. It was just that they could not find it. After thinking about it, the saint felt that Dijun's backup plan should be related to the ancient demon race. Therefore, they planned to use the ancient demon race as bait to lure out Dijun's backup plan. If they succeeded, they could destroy Dijun's backup plan in one fell swoop and solve a huge problem. If they failed, it would be fine. They could use the ancient demon race to deal with the human race. Both sides were beneficial to them. Why didn't the saint use it? This was the thought of the other saints. As for the Grand Pure One, he thought deeper. He was using this method to verify a guess in his heart. It was a very bold guess. Saint Taiching suspected that Tai Yi had already been resurrected, but he had not appeared. This guess was not groundless. First of all, The chaos bell had disappeared after Tai Yi died. Who could guarantee that Tai Yi's true spirit had dissipated and was not hiding in the chaos bell? Secondly, for some reason, the Grand Pure One kept thinking of the chaos bell a while ago. That was a whim. Otherwise, why would he think of the chaos bell for no reason? Recently, something big had probably happened regarding the chaos bell. Apart from the East Emperor Tai Yi, Saint Taiching could not think of anything else related to the chaos bell. For that, he planned to take this opportunity to test the East Emperor Tai Yi and see if he had been resurrected. The brotherhood between Dijun and Tai Yi was very deep. If they attacked Dijun's backup plan, Tai Yi would definitely stop them. However, things were often unexpected. Saint Taiching still underestimated Dijun's brotherhood. Chapter 754. Who would have thought that the backup plan Dijun left behind was not to revive himself, but to revive Tai Yi? This kind of brotherly love was truly moving. However, it did not matter. The Grand Pure One's goal was only to confirm the life and death of the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi. As for who this backup plan was left behind for, he did not care much. Kill. At a certain moment, everyone attacked. At the same time, they unleashed their divine abilities and blasted towards the core of the volcano. Including Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei, there were a total of 7 primordial Chaos Daoyuo Jinxian figures. When they joined forces to attack one place, their power could be imagined. Rumble. In an instant, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Unparalleled power erupted, almost drowning everything. It seemed that the 7 terrifying divine abilities were about to blast into the volcano. However, suddenly, Feng Zichen and the Grand Pure One changed the direction of their attack. They were actually attacking the demon army and the 10 demon saints in the other direction. In Feng Zichen's hand, Zichen's sword trembled. A resplendent sword light bloomed and enveloped the 10 demon saints. In the Grand Pure One's hand, Tai Yi's horsetail whisk gently flicked, releasing a vast and boundless wave that drowned the countless demon army. Without a doubt, if their 2 divine abilities were to hit, the 10 demon saints and the millions of demon army would definitely not be able to survive. Seeing this sudden change, the hearts of the powerful cultivators at the side could not help but skip a beat. What were they doing? Why did they attack the ancient demons for no reason? And it was a fatal blow. If he were to kill all of the ancient demon race, the gate of the shamans would crumble right away. At that time, the primordial world would be in danger. Just as everyone was worrying about the fate of the demon clan, a bell suddenly rang out from an unknown place. The bell rang slowly, cutting through the past, present, and future. As soon as it appeared with a mighty force that suppressed everything. At this moment, all the Daos and spacetime froze. Feng Zichen and the Grand Pure One's divine abilities were also frozen the moment they were about to approach the demon army and the 10 demon saints. Clang. After that, another bell chime was heard. The mystical abilities of Feng Zichen and the Grand Pure One were instantly destroyed. Bell of Chaos. Tai Yi, you really didn't perish. Feng Zichen and the Grand Pure One shouted at the same time when they heard the familiar bell. Then, the 2 of them unleashed their Khanate cardinal treasures and charged toward the depths of the void. It turned out that Feng Zichen and the Grand Pure One did not intend to destroy the backup plan left behind by Dijun. This was because in their hearts, Tai Yi had most likely been resurrected, or rather, he hadn't fallen at all back then. Since that was the case, even if they destroyed the backup plan Dijun left behind, they might not be able to force Tai Yi out. At that thought, Feng Zichen and the Grand Pure One made up their minds and attacked the ancient demons. They wanted to use their lives to force Tai Yi out. Tai Yi could ignore the backup plan that Dijun had left behind for him, but he definitely could not ignore the survival of the ancient demons. Therefore, if Tai Yi was still alive and saw that someone wanted to destroy the ancient demons, he would definitely appear to save them. Feng Zichen and the Grand Pure One thought of the same thing. Of course, although the 2 of them were ruthless, they could not really destroy the ancient demons. Therefore, when the 2 of them attacked, they restrained their strength. This was also why Tai Yi had been able to easily destroy their mystiques with a single strike. At that moment, before everyone could figure out the exact situation, They saw Feng Zichen and the Grand Pure One charging into the depths of the void at the same time. Rumble. Almost at the same time, a terrifying fluctuation came from the depths of the void. Clearly, an unimaginable battle was erupting inside. It was also at that moment that everyone understood what had happened. The East Emperor was not dead. Tai Yi of the East Sea was not dead. Just now the chaos bell rang. There was no doubt that the East Emperor Tai Yi had attacked. Otherwise, Feng Zichen and the Grand Pure One would not have such a huge reaction, and rushed into the depths of the void without caring about anything. Hiss, the East Emperor Tai Yi was fine or had been revived. This was definitely shocking news. Where had he been all these years? Why did he not appear? Did he have some shocking plan? For a moment, everyone's thoughts were in a mess. However, at that moment there was a bang. The void suddenly shattered and turned into dust. Following that, a powerful shockwave swept out and turned everything into nothingness. Oh no! When the powerful cultivators nearby saw this, they immediately knew that something was wrong. They did not dare to hesitate and directly took out their Dharma treasures. They tried their best to block the fluctuations from the depths of the void. This power was too strong. If it was allowed to spread, even the entire primordial world would be stirred into nothingness. A primordial chaos expert had the power to destroy heaven and earth, not to mention the 3 primordial chaos Daoyuo Jinxian who had primordial chaos treasures. They fought fiercely in the depths of the void. The aftermath of their divine powers would definitely cause the destruction of the primordial world. Although everyone joined forces and could not completely block the aftermath of the 3 people's fight, they were still able to limit it to a certain range, so that it could not harm the primordial world. On the other side, the Saints' joint attack on the backup left by Di Jun was also hindered. One could see that when the Saints' divine powers fell, the figure of a Taoist slowly appeared in the center of the endless Tao patterns. In an instant, an unparalleled amount of energy permeated the air, shattering all the Saints' techniques and turning them into spiritual energy that dissipated in the air. That Taoist was Tao ancestor Hong Jun. The treasure that Di Jun had obtained from the treasure-snatching rock played a role at this moment, and blocked the divine powers of the Saints. It was also at this moment that the great battle in the depths of the void suddenly stopped. 3 indomitable figures appeared in front of everyone. One held the Bell of Chaos, one held the Taiji diagram, and the last held the vast seal. They stood in the void respectively, and the vast aura spread out from their bodies, suppressing the past, present and future. They were Feng Zichen, the Taiching Saint, and the Donghuang Tai. Fellow Taoists, it's been a long time. Tai of the East Sea looked up at everyone and greeted them. Greetings, Taoist brother Tai. Everyone hurriedly returned the greeting. Only the Saints, Feng Zichen, Great Emperor Ziwei, and a few others looked on coldly and did not say a word. Taoist brother Tai's welcoming ceremony is really grand. After greeting everyone, Tai said to the Taiching Saint. Then, without waiting for the Taiching Saint to reply, he turned his head and said to Feng Zichen in an admiring tone. The poor way of the Zichen clan of the human clan remembers you. I didn't expect that you, who was easily defeated by me back then, would have grown to the point where you can stand shoulder to shoulder with me. After he finished speaking, Tai couldn't help but sigh a little. Back then, when he met Feng Zichen for the first time, he had severely injured him with a casual blow. And when he met Feng Zichen for the second time, the other party was actually able to contend with him for a short time with the help of the chaos formation. Now that he thought about it, he still found it unbelievable. Now it was the 3rd time that Tai and Feng Zichen met. It was also this time that Tai was greatly shocked. The young man of the human clan of the past had actually reached this step. Without relying on any external forces, he could compete with him with his own strength. Such talent was truly frightening. After being flattered by Donghuang Tai, Feng Zichen couldn't help but feel a little proud. However, he didn't show it. Instead, he said with a serious face, 6th heaven of primordial chaos. Your Majesty, Donghuang's strength is still amazing. As expected of the #1 expert of the primordial world. That's right. The strength that Donghuang Tai currently displayed was at the 6th heaven of primordial chaos. It was still terrifyingly powerful. Among all the saints, only the Taiching Saint could suppress him in terms of cultivation realm. As for Feng Zichen, only the Ziwei Emperor could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. They were both at the sixth heaven of primordial chaos. As for the other identities, even the strongest North Star was still inferior to him in terms of cultivation realm. Dong Huangtai's strength was evident from this. At the same time, this also meant that Dong Huangtai definitely wasn't resurrected now. He should have been resurrected countless years ago. In other words, he didn't die in the battle between the liches and demons back then. Instead, he faked his death and escaped. If that wasn't the case, Dong Huangtai's cultivation realm wouldn't be so strong. He remembered that when Dong Huangtai died back then, he was only at the third heaven of primordial chaos. Now he was already at the sixth heaven of primordial chaos, infinitely close to the seventh heaven of primordial chaos. Wouldn't it be an insult to people's intelligence to say that he was resurrected recently? One resurrection directly raised his cultivation realm by 3 heavens. If that was the case, then what cultivation did they have to cultivate? If that was the case, what was the point of cultivating? They could just do sit-ups and revive each time they died. Well, since it was confirmed that Tai wasn't resurrected recently, then the question was, where had Tai been all these years? What had he done? Why didn't he show up? However, despite his doubts, Feng Zichen didn't ask. This was because someone was more curious than him about what Tai had done all these years. Tai, since you've been resurrected long ago, why didn't you show up? What plans did you have for hiding all these years? Saint Juanti asked with a sullen face. At this moment, he was already a little flustered. To be honest, Saint Juanti had thought that Tai might be resurrected, but he had never thought that Tai would be so strong after being resurrected. One had to know that Saint Juanti's current realm was only at the 5th heaven of primordial chaos. Tai, on the other hand, was at the 6th heaven of primordial chaos. This was a realm stronger than him. Back then he couldn't compare to Tai, so it was fine. However, countless years after Tai's death, he still couldn't compare to Tai. This made it difficult for him to accept. How could Tai be so strong? A wave of anger burned in Saint Juanti's heart, almost drowning his rationality. In his heart, unwillingness and hatred intertwined. He hated that he was inferior to Tai. In fact, Saint Juanti's heart was filled with fear rather than anger. Thinking of what he had done in the past, he was afraid that Tai would settle the score with him. Although saints were immortal, they would still feel pain and be injured. If he couldn't beat Tai, then Tai could beat him and humiliate him. To a saint, this was something that was even more unacceptable than death. Dong Huangtai looked at Saint Juanti meaningfully and said slowly, "Fellow Taoists, don't worry. Fellow Taoists, please rest assured. Although I've been resurrected for some time, I've been lost in the chaos and can't find the way back to the untainted land." It wasn't until recently that she vaguely sensed the coordinates of the primordial world and embarked on the way back from the vast chaos. Speaking of which, it's a coincidence. Originally, it would take a long time for Poor Wei to return to the primordial world. However, at this moment, a call suddenly came from the primordial world, pulling Poor Wei back to the primordial world. It's also because of this that Poor Wei was able to appear in time and save the children of our demon clan from the 2 fellow Taoists. Sigh, I have to thank Big Brother for leaving behind a backup plan. Otherwise, Poor Wei would have been lost in the chaos for some time. After saying that, Tai glanced at the backup plan left behind by Di Jun, his eyes full of gratitude. Although he didn't use the backup plan left behind by Di Jun, he felt the friendship in it. After hearing Tai's explanation, everyone hesitated for a moment and chose to believe him. Tai had never lied in his life, because he disdained lying. He was such a proud person. Since Tai said that he was lost in the chaos, then he must have been lost in the chaos. Fellow Taoist, you didn't die. Is it because of the Bell of Chaos? After thinking for a while, the Grand Pure One asked. When the others heard this, they also looked at Tai curiously, looking forward to his answer. It was really strange. Tai had clearly sacrificed himself, so why hadn't he died? It was almost impossible to say that Tai had faked his death. Back then, Tai had sacrificed himself in front of everyone. If he could successfully fake his death like this, then everyone's eyes could be thrown away. Tai definitely had the ability to hide from 1 or 2 people. However, if he really had the ability to hide from everyone, the outcome of the battle between the liches and demons would not have been like that. Since he didn't fake his death, why did Tai revive so quickly? Everyone was very curious about Tai's resurrection method. Such a good resurrection method might be used one day. How could everyone not be curious? That's right, it's the Bell of Chaos. It was it who protected me and allowed me to survive the battle between the liches and demons. Nodding, Tai told everyone about his experience. When he sacrificed himself and transformed into the gate of the liches, Tai also thought that he would definitely die. However, he didn't expect that at the last moment, the Bell of Chaos would suddenly erupt with all its strength and protect a trace of his true spirit from being destroyed. Then, the Bell of Chaos brought his remaining true spirit through the barrier of heaven and earth, and came to the great chaos outside the realm. The Bell of Chaos, the legendary heaven-opening treasure, had the power to suppress the chaos. When Pangu opened the sky, he used the Bell of Chaos to suppress the chaotic chaos chi. The chaos chi here referred to the chaos chi of the great chaos outside the realm, not the chaos chi of the chaos outside the realm. Chapter 755. The Bell of Chaos left the primitive world and entered the great chaos. It was like a fish in water, very comfortable. In the great chaos, the Bell of Chaos operated on its own, gathering chaos chi from all directions and condensing chaos origin for Donghuang Tai to recover from his injuries. Just like that, with the help of the Bell of Chaos, Donghuang Tai quickly regained consciousness. After regaining consciousness, Tai wasn't in a hurry to return to the primitive world. Instead, he focused on recovering from his injuries in the great chaos. By the time he reassembled his body and fully recovered, countless years had passed. It was also at this time that Tai suddenly realized that he, who had drifted in the great chaos for countless years, had lost his way. He couldn't find his way back to the primitive world. Left with no choice, Tai could only cultivate while searching for a way back to the primitive world. Under the protection of the Bell of Chaos, Tai wasn't afraid of encountering any danger, nor did he have to worry about encountering chaos demon gods. The Bell of Chaos still had the ability to block the chaos demon god's senses. Just like this, Tai began to wander around the great primal chaos by himself. Countless years had passed. Although Tai still hadn't found his way back to the primitive world, his strength had increased greatly. He'd ascended from the third heaven of primordial chaos to the sixth heaven of primordial chaos. Primordial chaos experts themselves were Tao. The process of them becoming stronger was to constantly improve their Tao. They absorbed knowledge from the myriad Taos to strengthen their Tao. Therefore, even in the chaos, Tai didn't have to worry about the great Tao being blocked. Without the heavenly Tao, he could directly comprehend the great Tao to improve his Tao. Of course, comprehending the great Tao was more difficult than comprehending the heavenly Tao. But this wasn't a problem for Tai. This was because his talent was very high. He was the strongest among the Khanate godfiends. With the help of the Bell of Chaos, it wasn't too difficult for him to comprehend the great Tao. Peerless talent and peerless treasures. It was because of these that Tai could improve so quickly, and reach the sixth heaven of primordial chaos in the chaos. Moreover, the chaos didn't remember years. Only tens of millions of years had passed in the primitive world, but who knew how many years had passed in the chaos? Perhaps Tai had cultivated for hundreds of millions of years in the chaos to reach his current level. In short, as long as one didn't die in the great chaos, it was a great opportunity. As Tai spoke, everyone gradually fell into his story. They started to imagine what Tai had encountered in the chaos outside. At this moment, while everyone was distracted, Tai moved. He leaped and rushed directly to the crater of the volcano, where Dijun's backup plan was. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to take away the congenital origin before everyone else. Those Khanate essences were left behind by Dijun to revive Tai. But now Tai had been resurrected. Naturally, there was no need for it. But just because Tai couldn't use it didn't mean that the others couldn't. With so many Khanate essences, any one of the almighty experts present could easily enter the realm of primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. This was an opportunity to attain the Tao. Even if he didn't use it to attain the Tao, these connate essences were enough for him to do many things. Just for example, resurrecting Dijun. The power that could revive Tai could naturally revive Dijun as well. This was because everyone knew that Dijun was weaker than Tai. Now the purpose of Tai's action to snatch these connate essences was very clear. It was to revive Dijun. Seeing that Tai was about to rush into the volcano, Feng Zichen, who had been paying attention to him, made his move. Go back. Raising the human Tao Imperial Seal, Feng Zichen smashed it fiercely at Tai. At the same time, Great Emperor Ziwei and Saint Taiching also made their move. The Zhouxing diagram and the Taiji diagram appeared at the same time. They each emitted earth-shattering fluctuations and blocked in front of Tai. In front of him was the Zhouxing diagram and the Taiji diagram, and behind him was the human Tao Imperial Seal. For a moment, Tai was in a situation where he was attacked from both sides. The connate essences were right in front of him, but he couldn't get close to them. Among the 3 people who attacked him, other than Feng Zichen who wasn't his match, the other 2, whether it was Great Emperor Ziwei or Saint Taiching, were not weaker than him. They were even slightly stronger. With the 3 of them working together, even someone as strong as Tai could only barely resist 1 or 2 attacks. It was only a matter of time before he was defeated. Under such circumstances, it was simply a fool's dream for him to want to obtain those innate origins. Once again he was hit by the Taiji diagram and staggered. Tai struggled to support himself, and suddenly roared at the sky. In an instant, an invisible ripple spread out in all directions with Tai at the center. Oh no, stop him. Seeing this, Feng Zichen and the other 2 thought of a possibility. Their expressions changed, and they pounced on Tai even harder. At the same time, the 3 of them didn't forget to yell at the 5 saints. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and destroy that ball of connate essences. As they spoke, another change occurred in the depths of the volcano. The ball of connate essences trembled violently. Then a blurry figure could be vaguely seen slowly emerging. Looking at its appearance, it was very similar to Tai's face. It was Tai's clone. That ball of connate essences had been prepared by Dijun to revive Tai. Naturally, it was connected to Tai's aura. Now, Tai was forced into a desperate situation by Feng Zichen and the other 2. In order to seize the connate essences, Tai had used the connection between him and the connate essences to forcefully turn them into his clone. In this way, once the clone was born, no one could stop Tai from taking the connate essences away. Thinking of this possibility, Feng Zichen and the other 2's expressions changed drastically. Damn it! At this time, the saints also noticed the change in the connate essences, and their expressions turned ugly. Kill! Almost without any hesitation, the 5 saints joined forces and used their magical powers again, blasting toward the connate essences. At this moment, only the sages dared to make a move. The great mediums did not dare to make a move at this moment. Tai's ferocious name was deeply imprinted in their hearts. In ancient times, Tai had killed the most great divine ability masters. Where do you think those connate essences came from? More than 80% of them were killed by Tai. How could they not be afraid of such a ferocious person? Rumble. The 5 saints' magical powers blasted over. But the phantom of the Tao ancestor waved his hand lightly and destroyed those magical powers. The 5 saints' attack missed once again. However, they weren't discouraged. With a shout, the 5 saints mobilized their magical powers again, and used their magical powers to attack again. Although the magic treasures left behind by the Tao ancestor were powerful, they weren't the Tao ancestor himself. There was a limit to how powerful they were. It was fine if they could block 1 or 2 attacks, but could they block 3 or 4 more? Boom, boom, boom. Magical powers blasted over, and the phantom of the Tao ancestor became fainter and fainter until it finally disappeared. At this time, without the phantom of the Tao ancestor blocking, the saint's magical powers hit the connate essences. Rumble. With a loud explosion, the innate source shattered and turned into fragments that filled the sky, about to merge with the world. However, at this moment, huge roots suddenly stretched out of the void and swept toward the broken connate essences. It was the world tree. It was the world tree. With so many connate essences, Wouldn't it be a waste if they were allowed to merge into the world? It was better to be swallowed by the world tree and become a resource for its advancement. When the world tree advanced in the future, it could better replenish the world. That was the true definition of sustainable development. Thinking of this, while fighting with Donghuang Tai, Feng Zichen didn't forget to secretly communicate with the world tree and inform it to devour these connate essences. Seeing the roots that had suddenly rushed out and were wantonly devouring the Xiantian origin fragments, everyone's first reaction was to destroy them. However, the moment they attacked, everyone suddenly recognized the origin of the world tree. Oh no, it's the world tree. Stop quickly. Don't hurt it. Otherwise, we'll be in big trouble. Amidst the exclamations, everyone quickly stopped, but they didn't dare to attack the roots of the world tree. As everyone knew, the world tree was the only chaos spiritual root in the untainted land, and was also the foundation of the untainted land. It was also an object of great importance to the heavenly Tao. If they hurt it, they would have to face the wrath of the heavenly Tao. In an instant, even if they were killed, they would lose a layer of skin. Even if they attacked a saint, they couldn't attack the world tree. Its identity was that important. In the eyes of the heavenly Tao, the world tree was much more precious than a saint. After all, with the world tree, the eldritch world wouldn't be completely destroyed no matter what. As the world tree grew, the eldritch world would also be qualified to advance. How could the heavenly Tao allow such a treasure to be destroyed? Damn it! Seeing the connate essences being shattered by the saints, Donghuang Tai was furious. He placed the bell of chaos in front of him and pushed fiercely. Instantly, with a clang, the bell of chaos collided with the human Tao imperial seal, the Zhouxing diagram, and the Taiji diagram. Rumble. Destructive fluctuations spread out. In an instant, everything melted, and everything ceased to exist. Everything turned into nothingness. After a fierce collision, the 4 connate cardinal treasures were sent flying back. Poof, 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 poof. The 4 treasures flew back, and the terrifying recoil came. The 4 immediately spat out mouthfuls of blood, each of them injured. Among the 4, Donghuang Tai's injuries were the most serious. His body almost collapsed like a broken porcelain, and his entire body was covered in cracks. After all, Feng Zichen and the other 2 each suffered a portion of the recoil, but he suffered 3 portions. After the 4, the ones injured were the great gods. To prevent the 4's battle from affecting the eldritch world, everyone had been trying their best to seal off the battlefield. But this time, the 4 of them had used their full strength, and the aftermath of the divine ability had far exceeded the limits of what they could bear. As soon as they came into contact, they were heavily injured and broke through the defense they had set up. If the other saints hadn't helped at the critical moment and spread the aftermath of the divine powers, the eldritch world would have been destroyed. Come. Using the opportunity of being sent flying, Donghuang Tai finally came to the depths of the train. He waved his sleeve and began to compete with the Tree of World for the fragments of the connate origin. At this time, every time he collected a fragment of the connate origin, it would take less time for him to resurrect Dijun in the future. Seeing this, Feng Zichen and the other 2 didn't care about besieging Tai. They also joined the battle for the connate origin. Dijun had left behind too many connate origins. Its value wasn't much lower than that of connate treasures. If not, how could he resurrect Tai in his peak state? Such a supreme treasure, not to mention others, even a sage would be tempted. After Feng Zichen and the other 2, the other saints also joined the fight. For a moment, the scene became even more chaotic. As time passed, for some reason the crowd started fighting as they fought over the items. A chaotic battle broke out. Clang. Tai suddenly shook the bell of chaos and charged toward Saint Juan-Ti. At the same time, Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning waved the Panga banner and charged toward Feng Zichen. On the other side, seeing Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning charging toward Feng Zichen, Great Emperor Ziwei was about to save him. However, beside him, Saint Taiching suddenly charged over with the Taiji painting. Helpless, Great Emperor Ziwei could only activate the Heavenly Cycle star map and fight with Saint Taiching. On the other side, Lady of Earth was about to stand up and help when she saw this. However, before she could move, Grandmaster of Heaven had already charged over with the 4 immortal slaying swords. Sighing, Lady of Earth took out the shadow of the 6 paths of reincarnation and faced the 4 immortal slaying swords. As for Saint Jiayin, the moment Dong Huangtai attacked Saint Juanti, he had already run over to help. He joined forces with Saint Juanti to fight against Dong Huangtai. Otherwise, Saint Juanti alone would definitely not be a match for Dong Huangtai. As for Goddess Niwa, she did not appear in this battle. Her identity was too awkward. Even though Empress Hua of the demon race had left the demon race, there was still a relationship between them. It was not appropriate for her to attack Dong Huangtai. Therefore, she decided not to show up to avoid awkwardness. Of course, Goddess Niwa only had so much friendship with the demon race. After avoiding Dong Huangtai a few times, this relationship was completely severed. At that time, they would only be fellow Taoists and not fellow Taoists of the past. However, at this moment, Goddess Niwa had no choice but to make a move. The cauldron of heaven and earth hung down from the sky, emitting an aura that could suppress the universe. It worked together with the great divine abilities and separated the battlefield where Feng Zichen and the others were from the primordial world, and threw them into the chaos outside the heavens. After that, the cauldron of heaven and earth stood between heaven and earth, suppressing the restless earth, fire, water, and wind, stabilizing the order of the primordial world. Just as Goddess Niwa made a move, the few people who were fighting also felt it. They were very cooperative and allowed her to strip the void. It was precisely because of this that Goddess Niwa and the others could so easily separate the battlefield from the primordial world. Chapter 756. The battlefield formed by the chaotic battle of the 9 primordial chaos experts could not be shaken by the power of Niwa and the great mediums if they did not deliberately do so. Rumble. As the void trembled, the 9 primordial chaos experts, together with the roots of the world tree, charged into the chaos beyond. After reaching the chaos beyond, the 9 of them no longer had any scruples and attacked each other with all their might. In an instant, the 7 connate ultimate treasures rose into the air. Destructive power was released from their bodies. Even the chaos in outer space couldn't withstand the pressure, and shattered with a loud bang. The chaos beyond was shattered and worlds were born. One after another, powerful and vast worlds emerged from the chaos beyond. Then, before they could fully form, they were destroyed by the aftermath of the 9's battle. As the 9 of them fought, countless worlds were born and destroyed. The scene was extremely terrifying. In the blink of an eye, several years had passed. At this point, the outcome of the battle was beginning to show. The first to fall was Feng Zichen, who was fighting with the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning. He was reincarnated and his strength had not reached its peak. In addition, the human emperor's fate was not complete. His strength was only at the early primordial chaos level, roughly comparable to the 3rd sky of primordial chaos. On the other hand, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning was at the peak of the 5th sky of primordial chaos. The difference in strength was not too great, but it could not be taken lightly. As a result, Feng Zichen was constantly suppressed by the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning. Bang once again, the 10,000 spirit crown was knocked askew by the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning. Feng Zichen was completely enraged. He made up his mind and suddenly affected the fate of the human race and the celestial court. In an instant, Xianhua trembled and descended into the chaos beyond. At the same time, the fate that represented Emperor Gaochen in the celestial court also shook, and turned into a Gaochen divine beast, pouncing into the chaos beyond. With the 2 great fates of Xianhua and Gaochen, Feng Zichen's aura skyrocketed from the 3rd sky of primordial chaos to the 6th sky of primordial chaos. Kill. Feng Zichen's realm skyrocketed, bringing unparalleled power to Feng Zichen. He held the Zichen sword in his hand, derived the connate sword Dao, and brazenly attacked the Heavenly Lord of Yuanshi. Seeing that Feng Zichen had summoned the luck of the human clan, the Heavenly Lord of the Origin's eyes lit up. He pushed himself to the limit and desperately activated the Panga banner to fight him. Boom, boom, boom. Panga's banner continued to vibrate, unleashing streams of terrifying chaotic sword chi that seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth apart, shattering the boundless chaos. Buzz buzz buzz. The human Tao Emperor's seal shook violently, producing endless chaotic energy. Then one could see a giant finger standing in the chaos, emitting a boundless and ancient aura. It was like a heavenly pillar that could suppress the past, present, and future. Rumble. Panga's finger and the chaotic sword chi clashed fiercely within the chaos, causing endless ripples to appear. A greater thousand world was quietly born. Break for the poor way. Suddenly, a look of madness appeared on the heavenly lord of the Origin's face. He completely ignored Feng Zichen's attack, and would rather risk injury to rush in front of him. He raised the Panga banner high and viciously stamped it on Feng Zichen's body. At the same time, Feng Zichen gripped the human Tao Emperor's seal and viciously smashed it on the heavenly lord of the Origin's shoulder. An inexplicable change occurred. The two of them completely abandoned their supernatural powers and fought in close combat with connate treasures in hand like scoundrels in the marketplace. If you hit me with the Panga banner, I'll hit you with the human Tao Emperor's seal. If it weren't for the terrifying ripples around them that caused the chaos around them to disintegrate layer by layer, they would really be like two mortals fighting each other. There was no elegance to speak of. Ah! Suddenly, a miserable cry rang out. The heavenly lord of the Origin's right arm had been smashed off by Feng Zichen's human Tao Emperor's seal. Blood rained down as the primeval lord of the Origin's right arm flew high into the chaos and fell into the greater thousand realms that had just been born. At the same time, Feng Zichen wasn't in a good state either. He'd taken a series of heavy blows from the Panga banner. Shocking cracks had already appeared on the myriad spirit crown that protected his body. His body was also on the verge of collapse. But this wasn't enough for Feng Zichen to be moved. Compared to the primeval lord of the Origin's broken arm, this loss was still too light. What Feng Zichen found hard to accept was that the human fortune within him was showing signs of instability under the primeval lord of the Origin's ferocious attacks. One could see streaks of terrifying chaos sword chi surging within the human fortune, wantonly destroying everything around them. The Panga banner was a treasure that the Pangu had used to destroy the chaos and create worlds. If it could even break through the chaos, then the human fortune would be even less of a concern. In the primeval world, there was almost nothing that the Panga banner couldn't break. The reason why Feng Zichen's injuries were lighter than the primeval lord of the Origins was because when the primeval lord of the Origin attacked him, his main target was the human fortune in his body, not him. Why was the primeval lord of the Origin obsessed with attacking the human fortune? For a moment, a doubt appeared in Feng Zichen's mind. However, there was no time for him to think. While he was deep in thought, the terrifying chaos sword chi suddenly erupted, stirring up waves of destruction and shattering the human fortune into pieces. Boom! The human fortune in Feng Zichen's body exploded, turning into light spots that filled the sky and overflowed from his body. At the same time, Feng Zichen's aura began to fall from the sixth heaven of primordial chaos to the perfected fourth heaven of primordial chaos. Attack! Seeing that the human fortune was shattered and gushing out of Feng Zichen's body, the Grand Pure One suddenly shouted. He actually abandoned the Ziwei Emperor and rushed towards the human fortune. On the other side, after hearing the Grand Pure One's shout, the Grand Master of Heaven also abandoned the Lady of Earth and rushed towards the human fortune. They were going to plunder the human fortune. However, how was that possible? Fortune was an invisible thing. It could be seen but could not be touched. It was a power of will, and all power was displayed at the level of will. If one did not obtain its approval, it would be difficult to shake it at all, let alone plunder it. If fortune was really so easy to plunder, the saints would not have to spend so much effort scheming against the human race. They could just snatch it. Not to mention the 5 saints joining forces. Even if the 3 pure ones joined forces, there were only 2 or 3 people in the primeval world who could contend against them. If they really wanted to snatch it, who could snatch it from the 3 pure ones? Fortune could not be snatched by force. However, why did the saints still do that when they knew that? Although Feng Zichen did not understand this very well, he knew that since the saints had taken action, they naturally had their reasons. They would not do something that they were not confident in. That meant that the saints had a way to plunder the fortune of others. Feng Zichen could not figure out what it was exactly. However, no matter what the saints' method was, he was right to stop them. With a thought, Feng Zichen was about to condense the human fortune again. However, the human fortune had just been shattered, and its power was too scattered. For a moment it did not respond to his orders. Seeing this, Feng Zichen hurriedly took out the human Dao imperial seal. He wanted to use the treasure of the human race to collect the shattered fortune of the human race. However, at that moment, the heavenly lord of primordial beginning forcefully suppressed his injuries and charged towards him again. Penga's banner soared into the sky and blocked the human Dao imperial seal. Helpless, Feng Zichen could only continue fighting with the heavenly lord of primordial beginning. However, just as he was fighting with the heavenly lord of primordial beginning, he did not forget to use a secret technique to contact the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, instructing them to collect the shattered fortune of the human race. Whoosh in the chaos, the Khanate cardinal treasure Taiji diagram, and the immortal slaying sword formation swept over one after another, ruthlessly brushing towards the shattered fortune of the human race. In the blink of an eye, a portion of the human race's fortune was swept away. It was also at this moment that Feng Zichen finally saw clearly what method the 3 pure ones had used to take away the fortune of the human race. It was the position of the emperor's teacher. The Grand Pure One was the teacher of the emperor. In the primordial world, respecting one's teacher was not just a saying. It really had a very strong binding force. If one did not respect one's teacher and did not pay attention to the Tao, such a person would not be able to achieve much no matter how talented he was. Therefore, with this master-disciple relationship, the Grand Pure One could temporarily borrow the power of the Emperor to achieve the goal of collecting the fortune of the human race. The fortune of the human race might reject the Grand Pure One, but it would definitely not reject the Emperor Fuxi. Good. 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 After seeing this scene clearly, Feng Zichen's face was livid as he said good 3 times. He had long known that the Grand Pure One held the position of the Emperor's teacher, and would bring disaster to the human race sooner or later. However, he did not expect the Grand Pure One to be waiting for him at this moment. In theory, even if the Grand Pure One could borrow the power of the Emperor, it was impossible for him to collect the fortune of the human race endlessly. However, what was a cultivator? He was the destroyer of the rules. As long as he could find a loophole, he would be able to tear a huge hole out of it. If he could not even do that, the 3 pure ones would not be worthy of being called saints. With such a huge loophole like borrowing the power of the Emperor, the 3 pure ones would have a lot of room to operate. In other words, the human race had risen too quickly and did not give them much time to plan. Otherwise, it would not be as simple as reading the fortune. With a whoosh, the Zhouxing diagram rushed over and sent the Taiji diagram flying far away. At the same time, the shadow of the 6 paths of reincarnation quietly appeared and pulled the immortal slaying formation aside. The 3 emperors who were far away in the fire cloud cave also began to take action. Vast and unpredictable power surged out of their bodies, breaking through layers of space and reaching the mysterious unknown places River of Destiny. Boom! In the next moment, the River of Destiny trembled and emitted vast fluctuations. After sensing this fluctuation, the shattered fortune of the human race suddenly surged into the void and disappeared. It had already returned to the River of Destiny, the fortune of the human race. Feng Zichen no longer had any scruples in his heart. He charged toward the heavenly lord of primordial beginning without caring about anything else. Because of the disappearance of the human race's fortune, Feng Zichen's realm fell from the 6th heaven of primordial chaos to the 4th heaven of primordial chaos, and his strength was much weaker. However, the heavenly lord of primordial beginning's condition was not good either. His destroyed right arm had yet to recover. It was not that the heavenly lord of primordial beginning did not want to recover, but he could not. If it was just a broken arm, it was naturally not a serious injury to a saint. He could recover in the blink of an eye. However, it was different this time. When Feng Zichen smashed the heavenly lord of primordial beginning's arm, The power of Pangu on the human Tao imperial seal directly branded the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginnings' life mark, erasing the existence of his right arm from the source. In other words, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginnings' right arm had been completely cut off by Feng Zichen. Without millions of years of effort, he would not be able to recover. And in these millions of years, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning could only appear in the world with a one-armed appearance. After losing an arm, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginnings' Tao body was no longer complete. It was hard to say what the future would be, but in a short period of time, his combat strength would most likely drop by a lot. His combat strength was temporarily damaged. Facing the fearless Feng Zichen, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning could not help but feel a little powerless and gradually fell into a disadvantage. In particular, when Feng Zichen learned from the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors that 20% of the human race's destiny had been lost, he went completely crazy. That's right. In that short period of time, the Grand Pure One and the Grand Master of Heaven had taken away 20% of the human race's destiny. He shouted in a deep voice, and the aura on his body suddenly soared again. In the endless starry sky, the Gaochen Imperial Star shone brightly. An incomparably vast origin power surged out and poured into Feng Zichen's body through the connection. At the same time, the Khanate sword Dao drooped down and turned into a ball of hazy light. It merged with the Zichen sword in Feng Zichen's hand and the myriad sword illustration. Whoosh! The myriad spirit crown was also shining. It borrowed the power of all spirits from the human Tao and blessed Feng Zichen's body. At this moment, Feng Zi had used all his trump cards. His strength reached an unprecedented peak and entered the 7th level of primordial chaos. Then he took a step forward and brazenly charged toward the Grand Pure One. Die! As soon as he finished speaking, his sword struck out. In an instant, an incomparably dazzling sword light appeared. It was extremely resplendent and illuminated the entire chaos. Whoosh! Under the envelopment of the sword light, the entire chaos outside the sky seemed to have fallen into daytime. It was a vast expanse of whiteness. Oh no! Seeing the sword light slashing over, the Grand Pure One activated the Taiji painting and the Heaven-Earth mysterious yellow pagoda, without hesitation to protect himself. Bang! The sword light swept over and sent the Taiji painting flying. However, it did not hurt the Grand Pure One at all, because he still had the protection of the Heaven-Earth mysterious yellow pagoda. Seeing that Feng Zichen's sword had missed, the Grand Pure One was about to let out a long sigh of relief. However, just as he finished taking a deep breath and before he could exhale, he saw the Zhouxing painting break through the sky. It was the great emperor of Ziwei. Don't forget that the one fighting with the Grand Pure One was the great emperor of Ziwei. Seeing that he was at a disadvantage, how could he not make a move? Not to mention, he and Feng Zichen were at the same time and had the same emotions. However angry Feng Zichen was, he was just as angry. With a bang, the Zhouxing painting crashed into the Heaven-Earth mysterious yellow pagoda and sent it flying. Needless to say, the Heaven-Earth mysterious yellow pagoda was indeed the #1 defensive treasure. After being hit by the Zhouxing painting, it was only sent flying and did not suffer any damage. Without the protection of the Taiji painting and the Heaven-Earth mysterious yellow pagoda, the Grand Pure One appeared in front of the two of them without any defense. However, at this moment the two of them did not look at him. Instead, they looked at the Heaven-Earth mysterious yellow pagoda in the distance. Chapter 757. A bold idea suddenly surfaced in Feng Zichen's mind. Since the Grand Pure One had taken away 20% of the human race's destiny, he would use the Heaven-Earth mysterious yellow pagoda to make up for it. If he could obtain the Heaven-Earth mysterious yellow pagoda, the loss of 20% of the human race's destiny would be nothing. It could even be said that the human race had profited greatly. Although the Heaven-Earth mysterious yellow pagoda was a postnatal cardinal treasure, its power might not be inferior to a connate cardinal treasure. Moreover, the most precious thing about the Heaven-Earth mysterious yellow pagoda was never its best defense. Its most precious thing was the layer of heaven-splitting merit in its body. It was this layer of heaven-splitting merit that made the Heaven-Earth mysterious yellow pagoda extraordinary. That was why the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda above his head was equivalent to being invincible. A layer of heaven-splitting merit could create a heavenly Tao saint. Why could the three pure ones and the Lady of Earth become saints? Why did the three pure ones repeatedly break the rules of the heavenly Tao without paying any price? It was all because they had 10% of the heaven-splitting merit. It was this heaven-splitting merit that allowed them to have the capital to be unrestrained. Although the two layers of human destiny were many, it could not create a saint, let alone rely on it to become the capital to roam the primordial world. If losing 20% of the human race's destiny could be exchanged for the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda, Feng Zichen felt that this deal was completely worth it. With that thought in mind, Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei moved at the same time. They first punched out and forced the Grand Pure One to retreat. Then, with a leap, they arrived beside the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda, and wanted to join forces to suppress it. Seeing this, how could the Grand Pure One not understand their plan? They had clearly taken a fancy to his Dharma treasure, and wanted to snatch it. How could the Grand Pure One be willing? That was the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda. Ever since the Hongmeng heaven-measuring ruler was destroyed, it was the #1 postnatal cardinal treasure in the primordial world. Its value was immeasurable. Thief, how dare you? With a thought, the Grand Pure One was about to find his connection with the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda, and summon it back. However, due to the impact of the Zhouxing painting, the power of the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda was in chaos and temporarily lost connection with the Grand Pure One. He did not react to his summon. Damn it! Seeing this, Saint Taiching stomped his feet in anger, but he couldn't ignore the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda. He channeled his mana, took out the coiling dragon cane, and charged towards the two. At the same time, he didn't forget to secretly summon back the Taiji diagram, transforming it into a golden rainbow bridge that suppressed the endless space and time. Retreat. Feng Zichen and Emperor Ziwei didn't even turn their heads when they saw the Taiching Saint charging towards them. They threw a punch at him. In an instant. Dragon roars resounded in the void. The dragon chi of the human Tao and the emperor chi of Ziwei surged out, carrying the power to destroy everything as they charged towards the Grand Pure One. In the face of such powerful punches, even someone as powerful as the Grand Pure One could not help but frown and feel that it was troublesome. But that was it. No matter what, he was still the first among the saints. In this era where Tao ancestor Hongjun did not appear, the Grand Pure One had the title of #1 in the primordial world with his cultivation level at the 7th firmament of primordial chaos. He was worried that the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda would fall into the hands of the enemy. At this moment, the Grand Pure One no longer held back, and displayed his cultivation level at the 7th firmament of primordial chaos. In an instant, a powerful aura rose from the Grand Pure One's body, stirring up a huge wave of chaos in the chaos outside the sky. Break. The Grand Pure One pointed out with his cane, and a vast and unfathomable mantra of morality gushed out from his hand, turning into divine chains of order that entangled in front of him. At the same time, the rainbow bridge formed by the Taiji diagram suddenly spread forward and blocked in front of the Grand Pure One, colliding with the fist prints of Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei. Rumble. After suffering this heavy blow, the rainbow bridge formed by the Taiji diagram trembled. Then there was no more. After all, it was a heaven-opening treasure. How could a mere primordial chaos energy shake it? It could repel it, but it was impossible for Feng Zichen to destroy the Taiji diagram with his current strength. While the fist prints were blocked, the divine chains of order formed by the mantra of morality suddenly rushed to the side of Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei. They wanted to wrap around the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda and pull it away. Seeing this, Feng Zichen flashed and stood between the divine chains of order and the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda. With a whoosh, the Zichen sword was unsheathed. Rays of resplendent sword light swept out and cut off the divine chains of order. Although the divine chains of order were strong, the Zichen sword in Feng Zichen's hand had fused with the Khanate sword Dao. In the true sense, it could cut through everything. Not to mention the divine chains of order. Even if the heavenly Dao appeared in front of Feng Zichen, he would dare to cut it. Of course, it was one thing to be able to cut it, but it was another thing to be able to hit it. Just as Feng Zichen blocked the divine chains of order, Great Emperor Ziwei had already used the Zhouxing diagram to seal the Heaven-Earth Mysterious Yellow Pagoda. Kill. As soon as the Heaven-Earth Mysterious Yellow Pagoda was sealed, the Grand Pure One charged over. The Rainbow Bridge crossed the sky and slammed into the Zhouxing diagram. The coiling dragon cane waved and attacked Great Emperor Ziwei and Feng Zichen respectively. Go. With a thought, Feng Zichen raised the Human Tao Imperial Seal and blocked the incoming Taiji diagram. As for himself, he joined forces with Great Emperor Ziwei and attacked the Grand Pure One together. The Zhouxing diagram might not be able to block the Taiji diagram, but the Human Tao Imperial Seal definitely could, because its core was the Chaos Bead, which was also a fragment of a Chaos Treasure. Who said that the Chaos Bead fragment had to be inferior to the Pango Axe fragment? The two Khanate Cardinal Treasures were locked in a fierce battle in the Chaos, while their masters were locked in a fierce battle in another place. Just as Feng Zichen and the Grand Pure One were fighting, they did not notice that when the human clan's destiny was in a riot, a change had occurred in the human clan. Powerhouses who had long fallen were reincarnated through the 6 paths of reincarnation disc and joined the human clan. For a time, countless geniuses were born in the human clan. Logically speaking, the reincarnation of powerhouses would definitely produce a phenomenon to show their extraordinariness. However, at this moment, the heavenly Tao did not appear, and the human clan's destiny was in a riot. It stirred up the Khanate Tao in the human clan's territory, causing them to temporarily lose the ability to sense heaven and earth. Without being able to sense heaven and earth, the reincarnations of those powerhouses naturally could not produce the corresponding phenomenon. This was a good thing for them. This time, they did not have to worry about the risk of their identities being exposed under the resonance of heaven and earth. As for the destiny they carried, it did not merge with the human clan. How could a saint make such a huge mistake when making a move? The destiny of their previous lives had long been collected by the saint and placed in various treasures in various places in the primordial world. After they grew up, they would follow the feeling in their hearts to find their own opportunities. The saint's plan was perfect. He had arranged everyone's identities and prepared the opportunities they needed for cultivation. He was just waiting for them to grow up so that they could be used by the saint. What exactly did he want them to do? That would depend on the saint's thoughts and the future direction. However, there would be no harm in burying these spies in the human clan. Sooner or later, they would be useful. Feng Zichen did not know all of this. First of all, the shattering of the human clan's destiny caused him to temporarily lose his perception of the human clan. In addition, this place was the chaos outside the sky and was extremely far away from the primordial world. It caused his control of the human clan to drop to the freezing point. At this moment, his attention was all focused on the Heaven-Earth Mysterious Yellow Pagoda. He was trying his best to get it. How could he have the mood to care about the human clan? With all these factors, he naturally could not sense the situation of the human clan. As for the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, they were doing their best to suppress the restless destiny of the human clan, so that it could return to normal. At the same time, they could sort out the losses of the human clan this time. They did not have the energy to take care of the current human clan. It could be said that all the peerless experts of the human clan were distracted. It was also because of this that the saint had a chance to plan. Sensing the completion of his plan, the Grand Pure One heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he decided not to continue playing with Feng Zichen and the others. After dragging on for so long, this boring battle should end. Thinking to this point, the Grand Pure One found an opportunity to suddenly retreat. Fellow Taoists, what do you think of this mystical ability of the Poor Way? The Grand Pure One retreated to the side, and said as he waved the horsetail whisk in his hand. Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei did not reply. Instead, they rushed forward and did not give the Grand Pure One a chance to catch his breath. They knew that villains died because they talked too much. Who knew what kind of variables would happen after chatting with the Grand Pure One for a while? 1 chi into 3 Pure Ones. Seeing the 2 of them rushing over, the Grand Pure One shook his head. He waved the horsetail whisk in his hand, and suddenly turned into a wisp of clear air. Then the clear air split into three and turned into three Taoists with different appearances. One looked young, one looked middle-aged, and one looked old. The young Taoist's face was identical to the Grand Master of Heaven. The middle-aged Taoist's face was identical to the Heavenly Lord of primordial beginning. The old Taoist was clearly the Grand Pure One himself. The three of them stepped forward and introduced themselves according to their age. Por Wei, Taoist Taiqing. Por Wei, Taoist Yuqing. Por Wei, Taoist Shangqing. Greetings, fellow Taoists. Three seeing this scene, Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei could not help but stop in their tracks. This is... Feng Zichen recognized the origin of this mystical ability. This mystical ability was called One Qi into Three Pure Ones. It was a supreme mystical ability created by the Grand Pure One. It could create three clones, each of which had combat power that was not inferior to the main body. Feng Zichen had always scoffed at this saying, thinking that it was impossible. It was not difficult to create three clones, but to make them have the same combat power as the main body, one could barely do it, but three was almost impossible. It was not that Feng Zichen had not tried before, but he had never done that. Therefore the conceited him thought that no one could do that. However, he did not expect to see the Grand Pure One use this mystical ability today. It was indeed a slap to his face. Looking at the three auras, apart from Taoist Taiqing, although the other two could not compare to the Grand Pure One, their strength was almost on par with the Heavenly Lord of primordial beginning and the Grand Master of Heaven. In other words, the Grand Pure One could be used as three people. This mystical ability was really amazing. At the side, the other people who were fighting also revealed expressions of surprise after noticing the changes here. They did not know such a mystical ability. Everyone's expressions were fine, but the Grand Master of Heaven and the Heavenly Lord of primordial beginning had strange expressions when they saw Taoist Shangqing and Taoist Yuqing, who looked similar to them. No one knew what they were thinking. Fellow Taoists, what do you think of this mystical ability of the Por Wei? The three of them took a step forward and said in unison, "Wonderful, it's really wonderful." Feng Zichen nodded and praised. Then, he raised the Zichen sword without hesitation and charged towards the three of them. The aura could be faked. Before he started, who knew if the three pure ones that the Grand Pure One had transformed into were just for show or were really capable? Whoosh! The Khanate sword Dao appeared and turned into a dazzling sword light that slashed towards the three of them. Seeing the sword light slashing towards them, the three Taoists did not dodge. They stood where they were, and an immortal light rose from each of their bodies and connected in front of them to block the sword light. That immortal light was the three pure ones' innate mystical ability, the three pure immortal light. When an expert attacked, one would know whether or not he was an expert. As soon as the three pure immortal light appeared, Feng Zichen knew that the three Taoists were really capable, and not just for show. Fellow Taoists, since you have already attacked, it's the Por Wei's turn. After blocking the sword light, the three of them said in unison. Then they did not seem to do anything, but the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda that was suppressed by the Zhoxing painting suddenly trembled violently, and was about to break out of the seal. Haha, fellow Taoist, you really have a good mystical ability. However, since we've already experienced your abilities, it's time for you to experience ours as well, the heavenly monarch said with a smile. Without suppressing the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda, Feng Zichen laughed and said to the Grand Pure One, "Fellow Taoist, please take a look. What do you think of my mystical ability?" After saying that, a mysterious mark suddenly appeared between Feng Zichen's eyebrows. In an instant, an incomparably majestic aura spread out, shocking everyone's minds. At the same time, an identical mysterious mark appeared between Great Emperor Ziwei's eyebrows. It also exuded a shocking power. Rumble. The power of the two Dao marks was added together, and the vast and majestic aura became even stronger. Everyone only felt a powerful pressure in their hearts, and it actually made them feel that they could not resist. Freeze. At this moment, they suddenly heard the word freeze. It was Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei's voices. They had attacked. Rumble. An even more vast and majestic power swept out and enveloped everything around them. At this moment, under this power, the entire chaos outside the heavens seemed to have fallen into a stagnant state. The heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda, which was still struggling violently before, fell into silence again in an instant. Chapter 758. Penga's Mark. The mysterious mark that appeared between Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei's eyebrows was Penga's mark. As members of the Penga lineage, the two of them naturally had Penga's mark on their bodies to show their noble origins. Because the two of them used Penga's mark, the entire battlefield was instantly enveloped by the incomparably majestic power of Pengu. Under this majestic power, everyone who was fighting unconsciously stopped what they were doing. They looked at Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei with a look of surprise and uncertainty. After countless years, someone actually used Penga's mark again. Moreover, it was two members of the Penga lineage who had never fought before. The 12 ancestral sorcerers could transform into Penga's physical body when they used Penga's mark. The 3 pure ones could theoretically transform into Penga's primordial spirit when they used Penga's mark. What about Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei? What could the two of them transform into when they used Penga's mark? Penga's primordial spirit or Penga's physical body? Because no one had ever seen the two of them use Penga's mark, everyone was looking forward to it. They all watched with great interest. Ignoring the crowd, Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei said in unison, "Fellow Taoist Taiching, how about this remarkable power of ours?" As soon as they finished speaking, the remarkable power was unleashed. The Penga's mark between their eyebrows suddenly erupted with a dazzling Tao light. It condensed behind the two of them, and gradually formed 2 blurry figures. Pengu. These 2 blurry figures were both Pengu. However, the difference was that Penga's physical body was condensed behind Feng Zichen, while Penga's primordial spirit was condensed behind Great Emperor Ziwei. Feng Zichen mainly cultivated the path of gods and demons, and what he cultivated was Penga's true body. Therefore, after he used Penga's mark, what he condensed was naturally Penga's physical body. As for Great Emperor Ziwei, he was born in Ziwei's star, and was the god of Pengu. When he used Penga's mark, he naturally summoned Penga's primordial spirit. Merge. After Penga's primordial spirit and Penga's physical body manifested, Great Emperor Ziwei and Feng Zichen's silhouettes swayed, and merged into their respective bodies. Then the two Pengas seemed to suddenly have a mind of their own. They suddenly clenched their fists and threw a punch at Taoist 3 purities, who had transformed into Saint Taiching. This punch was like a casual punch. It didn't use any Dharma treasure, nor did it use any divine ability. There was nothing fancy about it. It was very ordinary. However, in Saint Taiching's eyes, this punch was like the Tao. It controlled everything and encompassed everything. It made him feel like he was invincible. In front of this punch, any divine ability would be ineffective, and any great Tao would be suppressed. This punch could be said to be invincible. If one punch could be said to be invincible, then it was needless to say that Saint Taiching wasn't facing one punch, but 2. Double the punches, double the happiness. Rumble. The dazzling fist mark pierced through the chaos beyond the heavens, and destroyed the boundless universe. It stirred up a terrifying tide of destruction, and ruthlessly struck Saint Taiching's body. With a boom, an earth-shattering power burst forth. The golden bridge formed by the Taiji diagram was sent flying. Without the Taiji diagram's protection, the powerful force spread out and engulfed Taoist 3 purities. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shocking explosions rang out. Taoist 3 purities' body was shattered by the 2 punches, turning into fragments of clear qi that filled the sky. The supreme divine ability, 1 qi into 3 purities, was broken. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After a while, the wind from the fist stopped and the chaos returned to normal. The clear qi that filled the sky gathered again, and gradually transformed into Saint Taiching's figure. However, at this moment, this tranquil and inactive saint looked a little miserable. His face was pale and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His hair was messy and his Taoist robe was tattered. He looked like a beggar and no longer had any of his previous elegance. Clearly, his divine ability had been broken, and he had been hit by the 2 punches. Even someone as powerful as him didn't feel good. He had suffered heavy injuries. Logically speaking, Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei should have taken advantage of the Saint Taiching's injuries and shattered Taoist body to pursue him. They should have expanded their victory and not given him a chance to recover his physical body. However, the two of them didn't do that because they had more important things to do. Taking advantage of the Saint Taiching's shattered Taoist body, Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei retreated and went to the Heaven-Earth mysterious yellow pagoda. They refined it with all their might and tried to erase the imprint that the Saint Taiching had left on it. At this moment, the Saint Taiching's Taoist body was shattered. In order to quickly reform his Taoist body, he had no time to care about the Heaven-Earth mysterious yellow pagoda. This period of time was the best opportunity for Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei to refine the Heaven-Earth mysterious yellow pagoda. As for taking advantage of the situation and pursuing him, that was a joke. So what if they completely shattered the Saint Taiching's physical body? At most, they would make him lose face. They wouldn't be able to kill him. Since they couldn't achieve anything, why should Feng Zichen do it? He might as well take this opportunity to refine the Heaven-Earth mysterious yellow pagoda, so that he could completely control this supreme treasure. That was the only way to deal the greatest blow to the Saint Taiching. Losing the Heaven-Earth mysterious yellow pagoda was a huge loss to the Saint Taiching's strength. Even his luck would be reduced by half. With the Heaven-Earth mysterious yellow pagoda in hand, the Saint Taiching was equivalent to two saints. Without the Heaven-Earth mysterious yellow pagoda, he was just one saint. The gap between them was already very obvious. As the #1 postnatal treasure, the Heaven-Earth mysterious yellow pagoda naturally had 49 acquired divine seals in its body. They were like divine chains of order that covered the core of the Heaven-Earth mysterious yellow pagoda. Rumble. Their divine senses surged out like raging waves and surged into the Heaven-Earth mysterious yellow pagoda. The indestructible acquired divine seal in the pagoda was like clay under the divine senses of Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei. It was broken by the two of them without any resistance. Rumble. The imprint that the Saint Taiching left in the divine seal was destroyed by their divine senses one after another. They then imprinted their own imprints. Just like that, in a short period of time, their divine senses broke through the 45 divine seals in the Heaven-Earth mysterious yellow pagoda, like a hot knife through butter. They destroyed all the imprints left by the Saint Taiching inside. When they tried to break through the 46th acquired divine seal, which was the core of the Heaven-Earth mysterious yellow pagoda, the two of them finally encountered resistance. In the core of the Heaven-Earth mysterious yellow pagoda, a dazzling purple light floated in the middle of the mysterious yellow light, releasing endless mystery. The mysterious yellow light was 90% of the mysterious yellow origin chi that was born at the beginning of the world. As for the purple light, it was naturally the most precious treasure of the primordial world, the Great Tao Merit, which was the legendary heaven-splitting merit. There was a full level of heaven-splitting merit in the Heaven-Earth mysterious yellow pagoda. This was the merit that could create a saint. Whoever managed to refine it would be the destined saint, destined to become a saint. The last 4 divine seals of the Heaven-Earth mysterious yellow pagoda were also there. The first 3 divine seals were in the mysterious yellow origin chi, and the last divine seal was in the heaven-splitting merit. As long as they refined this place, they would completely control the Heaven-Earth mysterious yellow pagoda. However, right in front of the two of them, there was an extraordinary figure standing silently amidst the Xianhuang Qi that covered the sky and earth. Looking at his face, it was the Saint Taiching. Taoist Taiching is really precious to the Heaven-Earth mysterious yellow pagoda. He actually sent an incarnation to guard the core of the Heaven-Earth mysterious yellow pagoda, to prevent it from being taken away by outsiders. He's really careful. Seeing a Taoist who looked exactly like the Saint Taiching at the core of the Heaven-Earth mysterious yellow pagoda, Feng Zichen shook his head and said with a smile. It was obviously impossible to say that he was the Saint Taiching himself, because the Saint Taiching was now in the outside world. It was also wrong to say that he was the imprint left by the Saint Taiching, because he had a complete body with flesh and blood. This was not the state that an imprint should be in. Moreover, his strength was too strong. He was already standing in the primordial chaos domain. With these conditions added together, the identity of this Taoist was obvious. He must be one of the 3 incarnations of the Saint Taiching. Only then could he have such powerful strength. After dealing with the Saint Taiching for so many years, Feng Zichen almost knew what his 3 corpses were. The Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue, Grand Supreme Elder Lord, Pangu, and Taoist Taiching were the 3 corpses of the Saint Taiching. As for which one the Taoist in front of him was, Feng Zichen was not sure. However, he could ask if he was not sure. Feng Zichen bowed and asked the Taoist, "How should I address you, fellow Taoist?" The Taoist returned the greeting and said, "Poor Wei Pangu, Taoist Taiching." "Greetings, fellow Taoist Gaochen." Pangu, Taoist Taiching. Upon hearing this name, Feng Zichen already knew his background. The 3rd corpse of the Saint Taiching was also his self-corpse. At the same time, it was also the most powerful of his 3 corpses. After knowing the other party's background, Feng Zichen could not help but frown. This was troublesome. With their strength, it was not difficult to suppress Taoist Taiching, but it would take time. At this moment, what he lacked the most was time. That was because in the outside world, he was fighting with the Saint Taiching. How could he spare any energy to fight with Taoist Taiching? Thinking of this, Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei's spiritual consciousness quietly withdrew from the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda. At this moment, it was not the time to make a move. They still had to wait. Although there were still 4 divine restrictions that had not been refined, the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda, which had already been refined by him with 45 acquired divine restrictions, had almost fallen into his hands. At most, he would not be able to unleash its full power. To the current Feng Zichen, power was secondary. As long as he had the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda in his hands, it would be fine. Now that he had achieved his goal, he was satisfied. As long as he had the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda in his hands, would he have to worry about not being able to refine the last 4 divine restrictions? After today, as long as he brought the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda back to the human race, Feng Zichen would be able to slowly wear Taoist Taiching to death. After their spiritual consciousnesses were restored, Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei immediately looked at the Saint Taiching. At this moment, he had completely recovered his Tao body. Even the messy hair on his head and the tattered Taoist robe on his body had been restored. However, his pale face and the dispirited aura on his body were not so easy to recover. Even the Saint Taiching could not erase the effects left behind by Panga's power. He needed time to slowly recuperate. Silently, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning appeared beside the Saint Taiching. The Grand Master of Heaven also took advantage of the time when the Lady of Earth was stunned to arrive in front of the Saint Taiching. The 3 pure ones gathered and formed a triangle, facing off against Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei. It was just refining the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda, but such a change had happened. Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei could not help but be stunned. Then, they looked at the 3 pure ones with a solemn expression. When the 3 pure ones joined forces, even the Tao ancestor would frown, let alone Feng Zichen. Kill. Without wasting any time, the 3 pure ones joined forces and formed an inexplicable formation. They brazenly attacked Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei. Beside them, Goddess Hutu wanted to help when she saw this. However, she was involved in their battle by the combined forces of Tai, Zhuanti, and Jiayin. The 3 of them wanted to see what kind of sparks would be created when the 5 Panga fought. At the same time, they also wanted to know what the trump cards of the 5 of them were. Among the Panga lineage, only the witch race had revealed their trump card, the 12 capital heaven divine wraith formation. As for the 3 pure ones, Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei, they rarely used the Panga mark. As a result, everyone was not very clear about their methods. Now the 2 sides had finally fought a bloody battle, and were about to reveal their trump cards. How could the 3 of them allow outsiders to destroy it? Helpless, Goddess Hutu had no choice but to be involved in this chaotic battle. The 3 sides had grudges against each other. This time, they all went all out. For a time, the terrifying fluctuations spread out and actually overshadowed the limelight next door. The 3 pure ones joining forces did not mean that they had to summon Panga's primordial spirit. That was a life-threatening method that could not be used unless it was absolutely necessary. Just like the 12 capital heaven divine wraith formation, the most obvious function was to integrate the power of the 12 witch ancestors and condense it into one. Only in the end could they summon Panga's physical body. Right now, the three pure ones were not in a desperate situation. They had not reached the point where they could summon Panga's primordial spirit. At this moment, they joined forces only to integrate the power of the three of them and allow their strength to reach a new peak. In an instant, the aura of the three pure ones connected into one. It was as if they had become one. Their aura rose infinitely. Rumble. At this moment, the three pure ones were like three gods in one. From the past, the future, and the present, they attacked Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei together. Seeing this, the two of them did not dare to hesitate. They once again activated the Panga mark. Rumble. In the vast and boundless aura, the primordial spirits of the two of them, which had transformed into Panga's primordial spirit, suddenly merged with Panga's physical body. Rumble. Inexplicably, the chaos outside the heavens became restless at this moment. It seemed to reveal an emotion of fear. Then it began to disintegrate layer by layer. The chaos disintegrated, and the world was born. Endless great path rules were born. They extended from the world and clustered around a ray of light in the void. It was the light that Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei had transformed into. Kill. At this moment, the three pure ones charged over with supreme power and blasted towards the ray of light in the sky. Chapter 759. Rumble. The Tao light shattered, revealing the supreme figure inside. Pangu. The real Pangu. While possessing a physical body, he also possessed a primordial spirit. This Pangu was formed by the combined efforts of Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei. He could be called a little Pangu. His strength was comparable to an expert at the 12th heaven of primordial chaos. Feng Zichen possessed the strength of a 4th heaven of primordial chaos, while Great Emperor Ziwei possessed the strength of a 6th heaven of primordial chaos. Even if the two of them worked together, they could at most contend with an expert at the 8th heaven of primordial chaos. But at this moment, after the two of them transformed into little Pangu, the strength they erupted with was comparable to an expert at the 12th heaven of primordial chaos and the great perfection. This increase in strength was simply terrifying. One had to know that the current little Pangu was formed by Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei purely using their own strength. They did not borrow any external forces. The boundless starry sky and the power of the primitive world had not been used. If these two powers were added, the little Panga's strength would probably reach the realm of Wuji Daoyuo Jingxian in an instant, and become the true peak of the primitive world. Feeling the powerful strength in his body, Feng Zichen felt that his entire body was floating. At this moment he was the only one between heaven and earth, the center of the universe, the beginning of all origins. He was incomparably great and vast. All Daos had to bow at his feet. Everything between heaven and earth had to obey his orders. He controlled all the authority of heaven and earth. With a thought, he could change heaven and earth. This was not an illusion. He really had the ability to do so. No. It was not Feng Zichen who had this ability. It was little Pangu who had the ability to control everything in this world. As the creator of the primitive world, Pangu had the highest authority in this world. No one could compete with him. If Pangu really did descend, then no one in this world would be able to attack him. However, it was a pity. Although little Pangu was also a Pangu, it still had the word little in it. It couldn't be compared to the real Pangu. Although his power was strong, there was still a limit. If someone's power could surpass his, they would naturally be able to break through his limits. This was called breaking all techniques with one force. However, although there were such people in the primordial world, they were clearly not the three pure ones. Although the three pure ones were powerful when they joined forces, and their strength was comparable to that of a perfected 12th heaven of primordial chaos expert, there were still differences in strength among perfected primordial chaos experts. Without a doubt, Pangu was the strongest among them. History had already proven that Pangu was invincible in the same realm. In the truest sense, There was no one who could compare to him. Kill. With a thought, Feng Zichen urged the little Pangu to attack the three pure ones. Boom. Little Pangu punched out, and all the Daos of heaven and earth manifested, surrounding his fist and supporting him as he punched towards the three pure ones. The punch was already powerful. After being supported by the myriad Dao, it became even more extraordinary. It faintly showed signs of surpassing the realm of primordial chaos. The punch was followed by the myriad Dao. Chaos suddenly exploded, bursting out with waves that seemed to split the world apart. At this moment, under the little Panga's punch, the scene of the beginning of the world seemed to be repeated. The myriad Dao was born because of it, and the myriad Dao evolved with it. The terrifying waves spread out and directly drowned the three pure ones. Rumble. The power that seemed to split the world apart surged, and shook the great Dao of the three pure ones, causing the great Dao that they had worked hard to cultivate to gradually become unstable. One could see that the bodies of the three pure ones were blurring and disintegrating. Under the impact of the power that split the world apart, they were like the broken chaos. They began to transform into energy, showing signs of turning into the origin of the world. At the same time, the great Tao that they had worked hard to cultivate was also distorted. It was as if it was about to be separated from their bodies and integrated into the myriad Tao of heaven and earth. This was a sign that they were about to transform into Tao. The little Panga's punch almost transformed the three pure ones into Tao. Hiss, Tai Zhuanti, and the other two who saw this all gasped and felt a chill in their hearts. This power was really too strong. Was there really anyone in the primitive world who could withstand it? Subconsciously glancing at the bell of chaos in his hand, Dong Huangtai secretly calculated. He felt that even with the bell of chaos in his hand, he might not be able to withstand the little Panga's attack. The human clan had really become the general trend. For example, the demon clans of today were far too powerful. At this moment, Tai, who had returned, had truly changed his impression of the human clan. He truly saw them as an opponent. Boom, boom, boom. Seeing that the three pure ones were still struggling, Feng Zichen smiled coldly. He did not use any magic. Instead, he urged the little Pangu to throw punch after punch. What magic? What great Tao! These were completely meaningless to the Pangu. His fist was the strongest magic, the strongest Tao. Because he himself was equivalent to Tao. The so-called magic was the understanding of outsiders of him. But no matter how deep the understanding of outsiders was, how could it be compared to his punches and kicks? Boom, boom, boom. Under the continuous bombardment of the little Pangu, one could see that a vast world was slowly taking shape in the chaos. Even if this world had not been completed, and was only in its embryonic form, one could see from its current scale that it would be a big world beyond imagination. Although it might not be comparable to the heaven realm, it was definitely much larger than the ordinary upper-class world. And the three pure ones were in the middle of this new world. At this moment, most of their bodies had been shattered. Bright divine blood spewed out and fell into the new world, becoming its nutrients. What was more, under the little Panga's attack, the origins of the three pure ones were shaken. Along with their shattered bodies, it dissipated and merged into the new world. Broken flesh, splashed bones, and dissipated origins all separated from the bodies of the three pure ones. Then they were shattered by the little Pangu and turned into the purest congenital origins, dispersing into the new world. Boom, boom, boom. After devouring the origins of the three pure ones, the new world was evolving faster and faster. Its origins were also getting thicker and thicker, faintly showing signs of being comparable to the heaven realm. The origins of the three pure ones were so huge that even the three heaven realms added together could not compare to them. This new world was lucky enough to devour their origins to perfect itself. This opportunity could not be described as heaven-defying. If the world was divided by talent, then this new world was undoubtedly a true genius, and the one at the top. Feng Zichen wanted to sacrifice the three pure ones alive. He wanted to use everything of them to create a new big world to kill them. If he could really do this and turn the three pure ones into a supreme big world, then even if he could not really kill the three pure ones, his vitality would be greatly damaged. If their origins were turned into a big world, then even if they were resurrected, How much power would they have left? How much power would they be able to exert? The three pure ones without origins might still be unkillable, but without power, the threat they posed to Feng Zichen was undoubtedly countless times smaller. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen punched the three pure ones more and more frequently. He wanted to do his best to sacrifice the three pure ones alive. Feng Zichen's attacks were getting fiercer and fiercer. Naturally, the situation of the three pure ones was getting worse and worse. Originally, even if the three pure ones were no match for the little Pengu, they should not have been so weak and been defeated in one move. However, who asked them to be injured before this? As a result, they could not fully exert their strength. The primeval Lord of Heaven lost his arm, the Grand Pure One was seriously injured, and only the Grand Master of Heaven was unharmed. Under such circumstances, the three of them joined forces, so their strength was naturally greatly reduced. This won't do. It seems that we still have to use that move. As the origin continued to flow, the three pure ones knew that they could not continue like this. Otherwise, they would be in danger. Therefore, the three pure ones looked at each other and made a decision in their hearts. They were going to use the move that they did not want to use. The three pure ones merged and reenacted the primordial spirit of Pengu. This was a move that risked their lives. Because the price was too high, they would not use it unless they had no other choice. However, at this moment, the three pure ones had reached the moment of risking their lives. If they did not risk their lives, they would be gone. With a thought, the three pure ones were about to activate the Pengu imprint in their bodies and reenact the primordial spirit of Pengu. However, at this moment, an extremely dignified voice suddenly came from the depths of the chaos. Enough. As soon as he finished speaking, Tao Ancestor Hongjun's figure quietly appeared in front of everyone. Obviously, he was here to stop the war. This was the period of the calamity. Although Tao Ancestor Hongjun could not interfere with the primordial world, this place was not the primordial world, but the chaos outside the heavens. It was his territory, Tao Ancestor Hongjun's territory. Seeing Tao Ancestor Hongjun appear, Tai Yi and the other three stopped and retreated to the side. The three pure ones, who were suppressed by Feng Zichen, also let out a long sigh of relief and stopped using the Pengu imprint. Since the Tao Ancestor had already appeared, they did not have to risk their lives. It was better not to use the method of reenacting the primordial spirit of Pengu if they could. The moment the Tao Ancestor appeared, 7 of them stopped fighting, but there were still 2 who did not stop. It was Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei. At this moment, he chose to ignore the existence of Tao Ancestor Hongjun and continued to attack the three pure ones. Why did he have to worry about the Tao Ancestor? He was not a member of the Celestial Sect of Wonders. Feng Zichen was very dissatisfied with the fact that Tao Ancestor Hongjun had taken sides last time. He wanted to use his own actions to vent his dissatisfaction. As for the fact that Tao Ancestor Hongjun was very strong, Feng Zichen chuckled at this. He had countless trump cards now, so he might not be afraid of Tao Ancestor Hongjun. Yes, that's right. Feng Zichen was arrogant. With the support of the little Pengu, he felt that he was invincible in the world, and did not take Tao Ancestor Hongjun seriously at all. And he did have the confidence to do so. Ever since the boundless starry sky recovered, God Pengu could unleash the power of the Wuji Daoyuo Jingxian. In other words, Feng Zichen already had the ability to fight against the Wuji Daoyuo Jingxian. And this was only the God Pengu in the boundless starry sky. He was already so strong. How strong would the Panga Dharma idol that stood in the primordial world be? Feng Zichen had never tried it, but he knew that it was definitely stronger than the God Pengu in the boundless starry sky. This was his biggest trump card, his true life-risking move. It was also because of this that Feng Zichen had the confidence to run amok in the primordial world. This was all brought about by his powerful strength. Boom! An extremely powerful punch was thrown out of the little Penga's hand, towards the three pure ones who had gradually given up resisting because of the appearance of Tao Ancestor Hongjun. If this punch hit, the three pure ones would not be able to escape the fate of having their bodies shattered. Sigh. Seeing that Feng Zichen did not stop after he appeared, but became even more ferocious, Tao Ancestor Hongjun sighed. In a flash, he appeared directly under the little panga's fist. He pointed out and blocked the little panga's punch. Gaochen Ziwei, stop. The current, you are not a match for the poor Wei. Dao Ancestor Hongjun said as he gently forced the little panga back. To be honest, Dao Ancestor Hongjun did not want to interfere in this chaotic battle at first. However, after seeing the three pure ones in danger, he hesitated and chose to take action. After all, they were his disciples. Dao Ancestor Hongjun could not bear to see them get hurt. In the end, Dao Ancestor Hongjun was also a person. He had his own emotions and preferences. Therefore, he could not be fair and just. However, Dao Ancestor Hongjun did not hate this feeling, because only in this way did he know that his heart was still warm. He had not become the cold heavenly Dao. Dao Ancestor, if you want to save the three pure ones, take my move first. Feng Zichen was no exception to being forced back by the Dao Ancestor. After all, the gap was there. However, it was impossible for him to admit defeat. They had not fought yet. How did he know that he would lose? Looking at Dao Ancestor Hongjun, Feng Zichen's heart stirred. He began to draw the power of the boundless starry sky. Suddenly, Zhouxing shone brightly. Boundless star power gathered, and turned into a resplendent galaxy. It pierced through the chaos and poured into the little panga's body. In an instant, the little panga's divine apertures lit up. Shadows of gods appeared, and interweaved with terrifying power. At this moment, a shocking transformation happened. The little panga's power suddenly soared. He surpassed the primordial chaos realm, and entered a new realm, the limitless Dao realm. Feeling the unimaginable power in his body, Feng Zichen thought for a moment, and did not continue to draw the power of the primordial earth. To be safe, he should first test Dao Ancestor Hongjun's quality, and decide whether to continue increasing his power. Seeing the little panga's change, Dao Ancestor Hongjun nodded and said, "Not bad." Then he swung the horsetail whisk in his hand. A vast and unfathomable power erupted and directly swept the little pangu away. An existence at the level of the limitless Daoyuo Jingxian couldn't even withstand a single move from Dao Ancestor Hongjun. In mid-air, the little panga's body began to disintegrate. The starlight flowed back, and the bodies of Feng Zichen and the great emperor of Ziwei also appeared. They were not injured, but their eyes were filled with confusion. Feng Zichen knew how Dao Ancestor Hongjun defeated the little pangu. However, it was because he knew that he was confused. Dao Ancestor Hongjun did not follow the routine. The moment he attacked, he directly used the power of heaven and earth. Who could withstand that? Normally, wouldn't the two sides first fight and realize that their strength couldn't defeat the other side before they started to use external forces? Chapter 760. But what was going on with Dao Ancestor Hongjun? He used his ultimate move right from the start. He really caught Feng Zichen off guard. Good fellow. I've really learned something. I'll do the same in the future. Feng Zichen thought as he flew backward. Little panga's strength was already at the level of Daoyuo Jingxian. If Dao Ancestor Hongjun used his own strength to fight little pangu, even if he could defeat little pangu, it would not be so easy. However, it was different if he used the power of the Way of the Heavens. Unlike saints who could borrow the power of the Way of the Heavens, Dao Ancestor Hongjun had already merged with the Way of the Heavens because of the Dao integration. In other words, the power of the Way of the Heavens that he could mobilize was not a part, but all of it. In the primitive world, unless the real pangu came back to life, no one would be a match for Dao Ancestor Hongjun who controlled the Way of the Heavens. Fortunately, in most cases, the Way of the Heavens controlled Dao Ancestor Hongjun. And the situation of Dao Master Hongjun controlling the Way of the Heavens would only happen under extremely rare circumstances. Coincidentally, the current situation was extremely rare. Dao Ancestor Hongjun is still so invulnerable. He doesn't give anyone a chance to test his strength. Feng Zichen thought silently as he stood firmly in the chaos. He did not think of defeating Dao Ancestor Hongjun when he attacked him just now. He just wanted to use this opportunity to test his true strength. He did not expect Dao Ancestor Hongjun to do things so flawlessly. He did not give him any chance to test him at all. He directly used the power of the Way of the Heavens and defeated little Pangu with one strike. Tao Ancestor, are you going to protect the three pure ones? Feng Zichen asked Tao Ancestor Hongjun from afar. He was hinting at Tao Ancestor Hongjun to give him some benefits. Only then could he let the three pure ones go. Since Tao Ancestor Hongjun had appeared, no matter what, Feng Zichen could not touch the three pure ones today. Since he was going to let them go anyway, he might as well take the opportunity to ask for some benefits. The Tao Ancestor was a man of rules, especially after he merged with the Tao. Although he sometimes had some selfish motives, in most cases, he was still able to follow the rules. In this situation, it was not easy for him to suppress the three pure ones. Even Tao Ancestor Hongjun would not let him release the three pure ones without paying a price. Was the Tao Ancestor someone who bullied others? Obviously not, at least not on the surface. I'll give you the mysterious yellow pagoda of heaven and earth. I'll also give you this new world. Is this enough? After frowning and thinking for a while, Tao Ancestor Hongjun said. Anyway, it wasn't his thing, so he wouldn't feel bad if he gave it away. Hearing this, Feng Zichen almost laughed out of anger. The mysterious yellow pagoda of heaven and earth had already fallen into his hands. Whether the Tao Ancestor gave it to him or not, it was his. Now that the Tao Ancestor said that he would give the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda to him, wasn't it a little ridiculous? However, on second thought, Feng Zichen felt that something was amiss. Tao Ancestor Hongjun should not be such a superficial person. Then he understood what Tao Ancestor Hongjun meant. The Tao Ancestor's words should mean to end karma. As long as Feng Zichen accepted the Tao Ancestor's conditions, the karma of him snatching the mysterious yellow pagoda of heaven and earth would be over. In the future, the Grand Pure One would not be able to use this as an excuse to find trouble with him. That was because once the Tao Ancestor opened his mouth, the mysterious yellow pagoda of heaven and earth would no longer have anything to do with the Grand Pure One. Thinking about it, the conditions were not bad. The mysterious yellow pagoda of heaven and earth might not be enough, but with the addition of the new world, Feng Zichen was tempted. The new world was even vaster than the top-notch major Kiliacosm. Although it was not as good as the heaven realm now, it had the potential to become the heaven realm. The essence of the three pure ones was not devoured for nothing. As long as it was given enough time, it would definitely grow to the point where it could compare to the heaven realm in the future. However, it was precisely because this world had devoured the essence of the three pure ones that it had a very close connection with the three pure ones. Therefore, even if this world was created by Feng Zichen, he could not completely control this world. However, once Tao Ancestor Hongjun opened his mouth, this new world would be like the mysterious yellow pagoda of heaven and earth. It would completely have nothing to do with the three pure ones and completely belong to Feng Zichen. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen decided to agree to Tao Ancestor Hongjun's conditions. As a person, he had to know when to stop. He did not really suppress the three pure ones completely. They still had trump cards that they had not used. If he really forced them into a corner, the three pure ones would brazenly use their trump cards. Then, Feng Zichen would not be able to get anything. Tao Ancestor, you're generous. Feng Zichen nodded and said. At the same time, with a thought, he removed the suppression on the three pure ones, allowing them to regain their freedom. Whoosh, a clear light flashed, and the three pure ones walked out of the new world. They did not look for Feng Zichen. Instead, they silently walked behind Tao Ancestor Hongjun, and stood there without saying a word. Obviously, they also felt embarrassed to be suppressed by others. Feng Zichen released the three pure ones according to the agreement, so Tao Ancestor Hongjun would naturally do what he promised him. Buzz buzz buzz. The mysterious yellow pagoda of heaven and earth suddenly trembled inexplicably. Then a divine light flashed, and Taoist Taiching, the self-corpse that the Grand Pure One had left in the pagoda, flew out and returned to the Grand Pure One's body. The last four divine restrictions at the core of the mysterious yellow pagoda of heaven and earth were also completely open to Feng Zichen. With a thought, he refined the four divine prohibitions. From now on, the mysterious yellow pagoda of heaven and earth would be surnamed Feng. It would have nothing to do with the three pure ones anymore. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In another place, the newly born great world was also trembling. Mysterious threads were being severed one after another. Those were the threads of karma. When they were cut off, it meant that the karma between the three pure ones and this new world was disappearing. From now on, they would have no connection with this world. With a thought, Feng Zichen took out the broken arm of the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning and threw it into the new world as nutrients for its growth. Seeing this scene, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning's face was extremely gloomy. He felt a surge of anger rising in his heart, wanting to burn the 9 heavens and 10 lands. He had never experienced such humiliation in his life. To the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning, this scene was the most humiliating scene in his life. He would never forget it. At the same time, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning's hatred for Feng Zichen rose to the extreme. However, he did not attack Feng Zichen. Under his extreme anger, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning strangely calmed down. He was not in a hurry to take revenge. Physical injuries could not cause any harm to Feng Zichen at all. Only by destroying what he cherished the most could he feel the pain from the bottom of his heart. Only in this way could the hatred in the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning's heart be resolved. The human clan. Without a doubt, what Feng Zichen cherished the most was the human clan. Then he would destroy the human clan. At this moment, the extremely angry Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning secretly decided to destroy the human clan to complete his revenge on Feng Zichen. Greetings, teacher. Seeing that the matter had come to an end, Dong Huang Tai walked over and bowed to Dao ancestor Hongjun. It's Tai. Have you returned from the chaos? You're much faster than Poor Wei thought. A smile finally appeared on Dao ancestor Hongjun's face when he saw Tai. However, the meaning in his words was that not only did he know that Tai was not dead, but he also knew that he had gone to the chaos outside the realm. It was really surprising. Thank you, teacher. Hearing this, Tai bowed again. It turned out that the reason why Tai had gone to the chaos outside the realm was secretly pushed by Dao ancestor Hongjun. Back then, after the chaos spell protected Tai's true spirit, it wanted to return to the sun star to hide. However, Dao ancestor Hongjun thought for a moment and secretly sent the chaos spell out of the primordial world. If he continued to stay in the primordial world, it would only cause Tai to be entangled in the mortal world and delay his cultivation. The Dao ancestor cherished talent and did not want to see Tai fall, so he sent him out of the primordial world so that he could cultivate in peace in the chaos. After greeting everyone, the people of the Celestial Sect of Wonders followed Dao ancestor Hongjun to the Purple Cloud Palace. After greeting Feng Zichen, Goddess Hutu also left. Great Emperor Ziwei shook his head and returned to the boundless starry sky with a sigh. At this moment, only Feng Zichen was left in the vast chaos outside the heavens. It was not that he did not want to leave, but he walked slowly. Feng Zichen could not leave the new world in the chaos outside the heavens. He had to bring this world back to the primordial world. A vast world that was far more vast than the upper-class world was far heavier than imagined. Feng Zichen dragged it along, so his speed naturally slowed down. In this way, after rushing for hundreds of years in the chaos outside the heavens, Feng Zichen returned to the primordial world. After returning to the primordial world, things were much simpler. Feng Zichen summoned hundreds of Taoist priests and handed the new world to them, so that they could pull the human race back. As for himself, he returned to the human emperor palace to cultivate in seclusion. Boom in the void, Xianhua rose and emitted an astonishing power, distorting everything around it. After hundreds of years of cultivation, the destiny of the human race had completely recovered and reappeared in front of Feng Zichen. However, the 20% of destiny that had been taken away by the saint could not be recovered. Looking at the destiny of the human race that had been reduced by 1/5, Feng Zichen's face was full of pain. However, this pained expression only stayed on his face for a moment. When he saw the mysterious yellow pagoda in his hand, it disappeared completely. Instead, it was replaced by a smug smile. Exchanging 20% of the human race's destiny for the mysterious yellow pagoda, an acquired merit cardinal treasure, was a profitable deal no matter how one looked at it. Go. Collecting his thoughts, Feng Zichen held his breath and focused. Suddenly, he activated the mysterious yellow pagoda and sent it into the destiny of the human race. Rumble. At this moment, the destiny of the human race shook violently, setting off terrifying waves that almost overturned the roof of the human emperor palace. At the critical moment, Feng Zichen activated the human Tao Emperor seal in time to suppress the rampaging destiny of the human race. Just as the destiny of the human race was shaking, the mysterious yellow pagoda was affected, and its form also changed, gradually transforming from a real object to an illusory one. After Feng Zichen stabilized the destiny of the human race, the mysterious yellow pagoda also completely became an illusory object, looking like a complete shadow. Refine. At this moment, Feng Zichen used a secret technique and activated the Tao fire, refining the shadow of the mysterious yellow pagoda into the destiny of the human race. The price of destroying the mysterious yellow pagoda was too great, and Feng Zichen could not bear it. Therefore, he simply integrated the mysterious yellow pagoda into the destiny of the human race, turning it into the treasure of destiny of the human race. In this way, Feng Zichen would no longer have to worry about someone shaking the destiny of the human race. If the mysterious yellow pagoda could not be broken, the destiny of the human race could not be touched. And if the mysterious yellow pagoda was broken, there was no need to touch the destiny of the human race. Under the wrath of the heavenly Tao, it was enough to blast the existence that broke the mysterious yellow pagoda into smithereens. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. On this day, the torch flame jumped and suddenly turned into the appearance of the mysterious yellow pagoda. Seeing this, Feng Zichen was slightly delighted. It was done. The mysterious yellow pagoda had been completely integrated into the destiny of the human race. After sensing it carefully for a while, one could find that the destiny of the human race did not increase much after it was integrated into the mysterious yellow pagoda. However, there were many more balls of light inside the mysterious yellow pagoda. The mysterious yellow pagoda was divided into 9 levels. The first 8 levels were distributed with balls of light of different sizes. Those balls of light were none other than the destiny of the human race. After merging with the destiny of the human race, the mysterious yellow pagoda became the Tower of Destiny. The destiny of the human race would be projected into the mysterious yellow pagoda, turning into balls of light of different sizes. According to their strength, they were respectively thrown into the 8 levels of the mysterious yellow pagoda. The stronger the destiny of the person, the higher the level. At the top of the mysterious yellow pagoda, there was only one ball of light on the 9th level of the pagoda. It was larger and brighter than the other balls of light. At the same time, it was more noble. It quietly hung at the top of the mysterious yellow pagoda, but it emitted an aura that was respected by all races. This was the human emperor Tao fruit. The complete human emperor Tao fruit. After the destiny of the human race was completely integrated with the mysterious yellow pagoda, Feng Zichen used the 10% of the merit of splitting the sky as a medium to summon the complete human emperor Tao fruit from the human Tao. As soon as the human emperor Tao fruit was born, it hung high at the top of the mysterious yellow pagoda, shedding endless light. What a great human emperor Tao fruit! After praising, Feng Zichen let go of his mind and directly escaped into the mysterious yellow pagoda. He was about to pluck the human emperor Tao fruit and become a true human emperor. Logically speaking, it should be easy for Feng Zichen to become the human emperor now. After all, he had obtained the mysterious yellow pagoda and had the protection of 10% of the merit of splitting the sky. 10% of the merit of splitting the sky was enough to become a saint, let alone a human emperor. However, the reality was that people often liked to say no to self-righteous people. Feng Zichen's mind rushed all the way to the 9th level of the mysterious yellow pagoda. He was about to pluck the human emperor Tao fruit, but at this moment, an accident happened. No matter how hard he tried, he was still a little bit away from the human emperor Tao fruit. He could not touch it. In an instant, Feng Zichen's face darkened, because he knew that there was a problem with the human race. Otherwise, he would have touched the human emperor Tao fruit. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.